a nostalgic spell on you. Just give it time, perhaps a decade or two, then your memory's mine. Our writing is atrocious and makes no goddamn sense, but you'll laugh because we always use synchronized movements. Nostalgic spell on you, forgive reason or rhyme.
Get down.
Watch us, watch us, watch us, watch us. We're in Best Buy's discount bin.
Ew, and we'll stay with you till blood squirts out your nose. This whole thing's as impromptu as goaded to go. Nostalgic spell on you.
Hey, it's a surprisingly good number.
Nostalgic spell on you. Now repeat after me. Aki, aki, solo tutti, 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 da.
Hell no.
What?
You can't spit out gibberish and expect us to remember.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Friday the 13th. You may only see it once, but that will be enough. Friday the 13th.
Alrighty, what is up, my artist? Welcome back to another review. This is a retrospective, so there's that.
Yes, sir.
We've probably already recorded an intro for this, if we're being completely honest. So, you probably already know what we're doing.
Yes, sir. Well, fuck you, Austin. I was playing. But, we are going to be covering the first Friday the 13th movie from 1980. Friday the 13th, ladies and gentlemen. A very divisive film in the Friday the 13th fan base. Some say it's the best, some say it's the worst. Where do we fall? Me personally, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah,
like, I don't think it's the worst, but I don't think it's the best either. I think it's just alright.
It's just honestly, it's okay.
So, if you're wondering what this movie exactly is about, it's supposed to be like a one-off film, and it was just supposed to be like they wanted to cash in on just like the slasher genre and like the popularity of Halloween and shit. That's where it came from, pretty much. And the director, which was Sean S. Cunningham, and also the co-director, the fucker Victor Miller, came up with and those two names are very important because they're the two that were involved in the fucking lawsuit. But they came up with the Friday the 13th idea, and there was actually like original promotion for this film, where basically they just what they did was they put it as Friday the 13th, and keep in mind they did this before they even had a script. They just said they were making a movie called Friday the 13th. They had no idea what it was going to be about or anything, and they just put it out there. They wanted to get people's interest, and keep in mind they had no fucking clue what they were doing. But then this movie came out in 1980, and those people that thinks we're living in the Mandela effect, then you'll probably say this movie came out in 1979. But yeah, fucking a lot of things surrounding this film. This was Kevin Bacon's debut film, one of his first acting. A no-name actor at this time, crazy enough to think. And this is one of his first movie roles that got people to see him and to get eyes on him before he would go on to do things like Footloose and other projects. Eventually to They/Them, which Austin loves, but
no.
But yeah. Fucking, why don't you go ahead and delve into the plot a little bit?
Well, basically the plot is the group of young adults. I would say they're young adults. I don't think they're teens to young adults, I would say. Go to this camp to reopen it and become like counselors for what was his name, Mr. Christie? Is that what his name was?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think
it was Steve Christie, I think.
Okay. He was trying to reopen Camp Blood, the nickname to Camp Crystal Lake.
Yeah. And the reason it's called Camp Blood is because they had a flashback scene from the 50s. The story behind that comes at the end of the film, but where we see a couple teens get killed, and because of that, they call it Camp Blood, and their whole thing is they want to reopen it as a new camp called Camp Crystal Lake, basically.
Yep. And they're trying to open that, and teens are being teens. Sex and strip monopoly and fucking all that shit. And basically, they get picked off one by one. Standard slasher formula, really.
Yeah.
But at the time, it really wasn't too, like, known, I guess. So.
Yeah, this is before, like... Because this was, like, at the very beginning of the 80s when this came out. So, throughout the... And it'll be more apparent when we get to the later films in this franchise, that really starts to become something where it's like, fuck, like, this is all this is just like people getting killed, or like people getting introduced just to get killed, or like it gets to a point where the characters don't even have like really personalities anymore, they're just there for a body count. But this movie is interesting because I don't even know if I would consider this a slasher film, because like it has slasher elements, but out of every other movie in this franchise, which is obviously slasher films, like this one I feel like would be more classified as a whodunit film, because that's really how they make the entire film. Like the killer is like a mystery person, and they give you a couple red herrings. They make you think at one point that it's Steve Christie because the killer drives like the same kind of Jeep as him. They make you think it's Crazy Ralph. They make you think it's the one police officer. They throw all these red herrings in there, and then at the end you get the big reveal. But yes, I would say this is more of a whodunit suspense kind of film with slasher elements rather than just like a straight up slasher film. But don't get it wrong. It does have slasher elements. It has people getting killed. It has great effects that are done by the legend himself, Tom Savini. He's the same man that fucking I don't know if you knew this, Austin, but Tom Savini is the same man that he created the Fiend's mask.
Oh yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, I should have known you're a fucking Fiend, Mark. Anyway,
I am a Fiend, Mark. I admit it, at least. Alright?
But yeah, like, it had that, it has the gore, it has the well, depending if you're watching the uncut version or not, it has some nudity, not really.
It has, like, one
tit.
Alright.
It's, when you compare it to how much nudity is in the rest of this fucking franchise, this movie comes off, well, when you compare it to the rest of the franchise in general, this movie comes off as very, very, very tame.
Now, when you compare it to the fucking remake, it's legitimate. It's like fucking, it's something you could put on for your children. Like, that's how fucking it's just tame it is when you compare it to the remake. Oh my god, holy shit.
Yeah, it's... Well, the thing with the remake is like, the remake is, and we'll get to that, well, that'll be the ending of this fucking retrospective, that'll be the last film we talk about, but that film was like, this film and part 2 and 3 and 4 kind of all smashed into one movie. So I feel like, as far as like a remake goes, it's not that great of a remake, but nevertheless, we'll talk about that film when we get to it. But as far as this original film goes, I did enjoy watching it. For the most part, it goes by kind of quick until you get to like the part towards the end where Alice. Oh yeah, we forgot to mention the main character Alice is played by Adrienne King. She's alright as a lead main character, survivor girl, whatever you want to classify her as. Would you say that she's up there with the likes of like Laurie Strode and like Nancy Thompson? Like, do you think she's that level? Because I don't really think so.
I don't think so. I don't really think anybody's talking about fucking Alice.
Honestly, being in the Friday the 13th fan base myself, I know you're more of a Nightmare fan, but seeing what people in the fan base have said, they honestly, the only survivor girl, because Friday the 13th is an interesting one because it never has like a consistent like survivor outside of Tommy Jarvis, but one that I always see that they say is their like Laurie Strode or their Nancy Thompson is either Tommy Jarvis or they say Ginny from Friday the 13th Part 2 is usually what they say. Interestingly enough. But towards the end of the film, everybody dies left and right until it's just Alice left by herself, and so this person ends up pulling up in this Jeep. Alice is scared out of her mind. She doesn't know what's going on, and this old woman gets out and says that her name is Pamela Voorhees and that she's a friend of the Christies, and that there was basically a girl in the beginning that was supposed to be the cook for the camp, but Pamela killed her so she could take her spot as cook at the camp. But I guess she just decided to kill everybody before that. But so she arrives and basically makes Alice believe that she's just someone trying to help out, and she at first acts like she's devastated to see like the dead bodies and whatever, and then all of a sudden she like snaps and turns into this crazy person and goes, she delves into, and this is the first time we hear this because I'll be honest, they reiterate this a lot during the fucking rest of the franchise, where she goes into the story of Jason, and it's the first time we hear of Jason Voorhees. It's the first time they ever mention his name. And basically Jason is her deformed son, and basically the reason that she killed the teens at the camp back in the 50s was because they were making love instead of watching Jason, and because of that he drowned in the lake and died. And so she killed the teenagers that let him drown, and then when she found out they were reopening the camp, I guess it made her snap. And so she has like this weird thing where she talks to herself, but she talks as Jason and acts like Jason's talking to her. Because like at one point she stops when she's chasing Alice, and she's like, she starts trying to talk like she's a child, and she's like, "Kill her, mommy, kill her," and she's like, "Don't let her get away, mommy," and she's like, "I won't, Jason, I won't." And then the fight scene is kind of silly because Alice just uses the most stupidest weapons, like a fork and a bat and a fucking oar, and like fucking. It's kind of funny because they have like Pamela kill everybody pretty brutally throughout the whole movie, and then when it comes to Alice, she's just kind of like, she falls all over the place and shit and gets knocked down easily. But this was an interesting thing because around this time, like, there wasn't a whole lot of like horror movies or slasher films or anything like that where they were having like a woman as the killer. Most of the things that would come out at this time would just be some like man or creature killing people, but not too often did they have it where a woman was a killer, which made this film different from a lot of other films, and it made it interesting. But I should also mention Pamela Voorhees was played by the late great Betsy Palmer, who passed away unfortunately. And basically the way the film ends is she chases Alice to like the dock area, and she tries to choke Alice, but Alice gets out of it and grabs a machete and completely beheads Pamela, and Pamela dies. And then Alice gets in a canoe, goes out on the lake until the morning, and they're playing like, comforting music to make you think, oh, everything's okay. And this was intentional. They're playing it to make you think everything's okay and that it's over. And then the cops show up, and then all of a sudden, boy Jason jumps out of the lake and grabs Alice and pulls her under. And they wanted to do that as like one final scare. And so then it immediately like cuts to the hospital where Alice is like laying there, and the police are talking to her, and she starts talking about like the boy in the lake, and the cops are like, ma'am, we didn't find any boy. And then she's like, then he's still out there. And then they show the lake, and they show like bubbles coming from the lake, and then that's pretty much how the film ends, kind of teasing that Jason is still alive. But they never had the intention of making a sequel. They never had an intention of this becoming a fucking 12 movie franchise from this fucking point. It was just kind of like supposed to be like a uneasy like ending, or like a twist ending, just to like make you feel uneasy, or just to keep you thinking. But there was never any intention to make a sequel until obviously this movie did super well, and then the rest of the franchise followed after this.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good parts about this franchise, but there's also some bad parts we will get to. So.
Oh yeah, when we get to those, my fucking god.
We're gonna take a trip to hell. It's okay.
I hate that movie so much. But that's pretty much the first Friday the 13th. Nothing too crazy. Pretty, by today's standards, pretty tame film. Like I said, it's more of a whodunit rather than a slasher film. But when we get into later films, obviously it's going to become way more fucking slashery. And I mean, honestly, if Friday the 13th is the fucking franchise that kind of made the fucking slasher formula what it is, if I'm being honest.
True.
Because they made it like the most stereotypical like slasher formula. But yeah, so that was the first Friday the 13th from 1980. Very interesting film, to say the least. Very, especially if you're someone like me that watched the other films in the franchise before watching this. I will say it's very odd watching this movie and knowing that, or finding out that Jason really had nothing to do with this movie at all, besides as a motive for Pamela to kill, really. And then like a little tease at the end. But like they never even had any intention of making Jason a killer in the first place. Like, and when it comes to part 2, which we're going to be getting into next, like there's a whole thing about like how they were skeptical about making Jason the killer because they considered that boy Jason tease as like a dream sequence, like it's not real. But then for the sequel, they kind of had to make him real because Pamela was dead. So
yeah,
but
I mean, they could have did some Jason Lives shit and brought back Pamela.
Yeah, true. Well, the franchise didn't get to that point yet, Austin.
Yeah, I know.
Is when they started fucking running out of ideas, is when they got to that point. But yeah.
Well, we will send it off to the next review.
Yes, sir. Up next, Friday the 13th, Part 2.
Devon loves dog walk.
Hello?
On a June night in 1980, Friday the 13th, 12 of her friends were murdered. Why should Friday the 13th, 1981 be any different? Friday the 13th, Part 2.
Friday the 13th, Part 2. Here we go.
Yes, sir. From 1981, the sequel to a very controversial film at the time. And Friday the 13th Part 2 was the follow-up, where now that Pamela died in the first movie, now this is the first movie where Jason Voorhees took the helm at being the killer, but not just any Jason Voorhees, this is Sackhead Jason. This is the only movie where he's Sackhead Jason, but yeah, a very good sequel, very good follow-up in my opinion. Basically, the movie takes place, I believe it's like a year or two after the first one, and we see fucking a kid playing in the fucking water that Austin thought was Jason for some reason, and then we see the actual Jason walk across the street, and he's like stalking Alice as she's like in her house, and she is traumatized from the first movie. We get a bunch of recap of like what happened, and so all this time later she's trying to get her life back together, but she's still traumatized by it, and so she gets like a phone call, and then starts hearing noises around the house, so she starts getting creeped out, and then she goes to her kitchen, sees Pamela's head in her fridge, and then she dies pretty much. And Jason even decides, hey, I'm gonna fucking take the tea off because the tea's done. And that's how the movie opens, with Alice being killed in the beginning, and Adrienne King, who played Alice, never came back to the franchise after that because of harassment. So there you go. So then we fucking, well, you want to talk about it for a bit, Austin, since I decided to take the helm on the intro?
Yes, it started again with the two characters, Sandra and what was the fucking guy's name?
Jeff.
So they're driving this big ass, oh god, driving this big ass fucking truck, and of course Devon asked me if we have those trucks in Missouri. Fuck you, we do not. I
said diesel truck.
Fuck you, man. But they're going to fucking call on a phone, and they get their fucking truck towed. Of course, Crazy Ralph's there as well.
You're all doomed.
I'm surprised you didn't say the other line. I shouldn't have said it. They get towed, but it turns out they got towed by a friend of one of their friends, and that's where
his name's Ted.
Yeah, Ted.
He's supposed to be the comedic relief character in this, because he does like wacky shit in it, like he's a fucking jokester.
Yeah, and we get to meet the campers. Well,
and he's also a ginger, so you know he has no soul either.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're gonna offend the gingers, man.
They're not humans, so it doesn't matter.
Jesus Christ. But that's when we get to meet the counselors and all the fucking people. We have Mark, who's in a wheelchair. We have whoever the bitch is that's really into the wheelchair.
I don't even know if her character has a name, honestly. I don't think they ever say it.
I don't know. We have the final girl, Ginny. And then we have Paul.
Oh, don't forget fucking Scott, the goddamn simp fucking pervert guy.
Yeah, Scott the simp pervert. And who is the one bitch who barely wore any clothes in this movie?
I don't know what her name was, honestly. I know the
Not
dog's
important,
name.
then.
The dog's name was fucking Muffin.
Jesus. And then there was a dog named Muffin, of course. And of course, this is a Friday the 13th movie, so we start off with fucking hijinks and teen hijinks and sex and nudity and drinking and weird Tiger electronic games and Pong and dancing. It's like I don't know else how to explain it, really, honestly.
Don't forget pulling a Scooby-Doo and exploring an abandoned campground when they're not supposed to, and also Jason murdering a dog that turns out not to be Muffin, but it looks like Muffin, and also fucking Jason fucking hauling ass across the fucking street like a little kid that got in trouble, and the fucking cop has to chase him down through the fucking woods, and fucking we see Jason's fucking home that he's been living in and shit. And then we start seeing the deaths happen. The first death, I believe, was it the cop? I think, right? Because it was during the daytime.
Yeah, I believe so.
And then the next one after that was Crazy Ralph. Unfortunately, he died. And then fucking then most of the fucking cast. Well, they have a scene where Paul. It's an iconic scene where they're all sitting around a fire, and he's like, "Listen, I'm going to give it to you straight about Jason," and like explains the whole like origin of Jason, the legend, and talks about some stuff that happened in the first movies. They use this clip multiple times in the next couple films. So then most of the fucking cast and these background characters go to the bar because Paul's like, "Oh, we're gonna have one more last free night before we really start this." It wasn't even like summer camp. It's actually like that's the thing with these movies. Most of them that take place at a camp is not. They're like none of these people are actually campers. They're all like counselors in training. Like they're going there to be counselors, but the camp's never open. Actually, when we get to that one, Friday the 13th Part 6 is the only one that ever has actual like children at the camp. So I thought that was interesting to throw in there. But so a lot of them go out to the bar, and there's only really the more important characters that actually have names left, and the one bitch decides, "Oh, I'm gonna go skinny dipping," and fucking then the pervert guy is fucking perverting on her and stealing her clothes and shit, and fucking then he dies because he gets caught in a trap and Jason slits his throat, and fucking then she dies in a fucking off-screen kill because the fucking NPAA are a bunch of fucking bitches and want to fucking put the hammer down on these movies because they're too graphic and shit. And then fucking Jason goes in the house and he kills Jeff and Sandra by putting the spear through them, and fucking hits Mark in the face with a goddamn machete, and his wheelchair goes flying down the stairs. And fucking then the fucking chick that has the fucking handicap fetish sits there and finds Jeff and Sandra, and then she gets fucking killed by getting stabbed in the stomach, I think. And so everybody's dead. Fucking then Ginny and Paul come back from the bar, and it's raining, and like they try to have this creepy atmosphere of like, oh, everything's quiet. Like, and they think at first that they're playing a joke on them, and then it turns out they start finding dead bodies, and then Jason tries to attack them, and him and Paul fucking get into some wrestling on the floor, and then I guess he knocks Paul out, because Paul doesn't come back for a while after that, and we get this really long chase with Jason and Ginny. It's actually very well done as well. One of my favorite chase scenes. They kind of... Jason chases her, like, all over the Packanack Lodge, which is where the campsite where this movie takes place. And it goes from, like, cabin to cabin, smashing windows and shit. And fucking she tries to get away in the car, and Jason stabs the pitchfork through the roof of the car. Tries to hide in this cabin under the bed, and fucking Jason knows she's in there because either her or goddamn Chucky the rat pisses on the floor, and then Jason for some reason thinks it's a good idea to stand on a goddamn chair with his pitchfork, and then as soon as he moves, like, the chair collapses and he falls down. And then there's like a scene where fucking Jason gets scared of a chainsaw, and then she fucking breaks a goddamn chair over his back on some WWE shit, and Jason's like out, and then she fucking runs and hides in the woods, and then she kicks Jason in the dick. And this movie had a very clumsy Jason.
It really did, bro. He looked like a pussy half the time in this movie.
Yeah, and so eventually she runs in the woods, finds Jason's shack, but she doesn't know that it's Jason's shack. She thinks it's like some hermit or something living in the woods, and she goes there for help, and then she sees Jason coming after her. She locks herself in this room, and it turns out that Jason has this shrine to Pamela, his mother, where he keeps her severed head in her sweater, and around that is like a bunch of candles on a table, and then around that is like everybody that he killed in the movie is like a pile of bodies, and she starts freaking out. And then they established earlier in the movie that she's a child psychologist, and she has a scene where she talks about how like Jason's traumatized because his mom died, and that was like the only person that he ever knew, and that Jason can't function like a normal person. He doesn't understand the meaning of death and all this shit. And so she decides to use child psychology on him, and she puts on Pamela's sweater, and fucking Jason comes in, and she starts talking to him like she's his mom, and he believes it. We get like a little cameo from Betsy Palmer. And then Jason realizes he's being made a fool of, so he goes to choke a bitch, but he stabs her leg, and then all of a sudden Paul comes out of nowhere, and they start wrestling again, and fucking Ginny puts a machete into Jason's shoulder, and he fucking falls down, and then Paul carries her back to the fucking cabin instead of getting in the car. I don't know why, but they're sitting on the bed, and then they hear something, and then Paul opens the door, and it's Muffin, and they play this happy music, and then Jason fucking busts through the window without his fucking sack on, and we see what Jason, like full-blown Jason, looks like without his mask for the first time. Well, it was the first time we seen what adult Jason looked like without a mask, and he grabs Ginny, and then it goes to a whiteout, and then we see Ginny being carried on a stretcher, and she's like, "Where's Paul? Where's Paul?" And then she gets put in an ambulance. This movie has a very strange ending. She gets put into an ambulance, it drives away, and then it cuts to the fucking Pamela shrine, and it like zooms in on Pamela's head while playing the theme, like the shit, and then it just ends.
Yeah,
and
it's really fucking weird ending, man.
Yeah, it almost felt like they had an ending, but then they were like, "Fuck it, let's do like a fake out ending and do like some weird ass shit." That's really what it comes off like. And I mean, that's pretty much Friday the 13th Part 2. I would say it's a very good sequel, good follow up. definitely, it's saying a lot, seeing as how the rest of this franchise went. But yeah. Anything else you want to say, Austin? Your thoughts?
I mean, it was, as I said in the live commentary, which you'll see at a later date, but, like, it was a decent, like, movie. I didn't think it was bad besides the pedophilic shit that was in it.
Oh yeah, there's a scene where like Jeff and Sandra have sex, and turns out that Sandra was actually 17 during the filming of this. So they originally wanted like a full nude like sex scene, but she was like, "Nah, I'm not comfortable with that." So yeah,
bro, do you think that would like they would have banned the movie for that? I mean, rightfully so if they did do that. But
I don't know.
Like,
honestly, I don't. I mean, unless like the mainstream audience knew that she was underage, maybe. But I don't know.
That could also be like that. Also, if it was like full on nude, that would count as child porn.
Yeah.
Like,
and that would also make the guy who played Jeff a pedophile.
Yeah, like...
and it would make the filmmakers pedophiles, too.
Yeah, bro, God, that's so fucked, man.
Which, the person who directed this was Steve Miner. I believe the only two he directed was Part 2 and Part 3, I think.
Oh, Jesus. Well...
But,
there's that.
Yeah... It was a good sequel. It was one of my favorite sequels. The most important thing that this movie gives us and that this movie sets up is it establishes Jason as the killer, and for the rest of the franchise, besides Part 5, I guess, the rest of the franchise, Jason is the killer and always is the killer. But this was the first time that Jason was ever the killer. So, yeah. So that's pretty much Friday the 13th Part 2. So, next we are going to get to Friday the 13th Part 3 from, I think it came out in 1982. You're going to notice there's going to be a lot of 80s in front of these titles because... they fucking Paramount and goddamn whoever's making these decided they were going to make one of these almost every single year of that decade. I'm not even shitting you. Literally almost every single year they release one of these things in the 80s. So, but yeah, so next is going to be Friday the 13th Part 3 from 1982. But the catch is, it's in 3D because for some reason they put it in 3D.
I mean, technically they put 3D in, like, everything at this point in time.
Yeah, true. It's the only Friday the 13th movie that's in 3D.
Yeah. Well, we'll be back in, like, 0.2 seconds, because this is a retrospective, so...
Yep.
I'll take it to future Austin and Devon, because we're not watching these back-to-back.
Yep. Friday Part 3, baby.
Stay tuned for the critic.
13th. Because 13 is an unlucky number. But out here, so are 1 through 12. Because these are Jason's woods. And nobody leaves them alive. Friday the 13th, Part 3. In 3D.
Alrighty. Friday the 13th, Part 3. Part Trace.
In 3D.
Mm-hmm. What do you think they call 3D and fucking... and, like, in Spanish? It'd be like Trace D.
Trace D?
I don't know.
What is 3D in Spanish? I don't... Let's see. Oh my god. Okay, so 3D in Spanish is en tres dimensiones.
I like Trace D better.
Entrus Dimensionis. That I think that's how you are supposed to say it.
Oh my god.
This is a very odd Friday the 13th movie because they don't even like call him Jason in this movie. He's not. The name Jason is not spoken in this movie whatsoever. And this is the first movie where Jason gets his hockey mask, the iconic hockey mask, and it's like it's a defining moment of the franchise, obviously, because he gets the hockey mask. But my God, Jason is fucking numbly and bumbly and fucking silly in this movie.
Yeah.
Richard Brooker fucking portrays him this time. Rest in peace to him. Jason goes from fucking looking like a man-child in part 2 to fucking looking like this hulking fucking beast in part 3. And like you'll see over the course of this franchise that Jason looks different in every single movie, and when it gets to the later ones, they change him fucking drastically every film. But overall, this isn't a bad sequel. There's a lot worse in this franchise.
Yeah.
Basically, to summarize this movie, another thing you'll notice throughout this franchise is they interchange the survivors or counselors, whatever you want to call them. Almost every film they interchange them for new ones. That's why at the time they got like people were saying, oh, they're formulaic and they're just like they're mindless garbage movies is what people would say, and they're like, oh, it's just fucking sex and violence and shit like that. And when you really look into these films, like none of the characters really had like a lot of depth to them. Most of them were just body count, you know.
Yeah.
And especially in this movie, a lot of these people were body count. The only characters that really have any depth to them is the main character, Chris, and I guess if I had to pick another one, I guess Shelley, kind of.
Yeah.
He's the only other character they really focus any time on to get to know him a bit. But basically, Chris and her fucking... Honestly, I don't even know what her friend group is, because, like, a couple of them look the same age as her, but then you got the fucking hippies who look like they're way older than them, so I don't fucking know. And then they have Shelley, who's like...
fucking 40s, bro.
Yeah, and then you have Shelley, who's like the weird guy, or whatever. And then they go to pick up this fucking chick that Shelley likes, and he does all this stupid shit to try to impress her. So they go out to this place that Chris knows is called Higgins Haven, and this is where the famous Higgins Haven map in the Friday the 13th game comes from, because believe it or not, there's going to be some people that just think it's fucking made up for the game, that it's not actually from the movie or whatever, but they completely built the Higgins Haven cabin and the barn and the lake for this movie. It was all man-made for this movie. And it's still there to this day, I believe. You can go see it. I forget exactly where it is, but it's all old and decrepit now. But they go there for, I think it's either a couple weeks or the summer or something, and Chris meets up with her fucking, I guess her boyfriend. His name is like this big guy. His name's Rick. He's like fucking typical like southern like manly man type character, and like they get there. Well, the movie starts off with a like recap from part 2, and then it shows Jason's still alive, and then he goes and gets buck ass naked and changes his clothes, and then he kills these 2 shopkeepers, and then we get into what I was just talking about.
Yeah.
And then we see Jason like creeping around the fucking Higgins Haven all day, like not really killing anybody at first, just kind of, I guess, stalking them. And then the characters get introduced, like where they're staying and all kinds of shit like that. And at one point they go skinny dipping and Shelly doesn't go, and Chris is like, "Oh, Shelly, why are you sitting here by yourself?" And he's like, "Oh, they went skinny dipping and I'm not skinny enough." And he's just like really down on himself. He's really hard on himself as
definitely.
well. So then there's one part where the one chick, I forget her name is, but the one that Shelly is interested in, she leaves to go to some store or something, and Shelly wants to go with her because he doesn't want to be there. And so they go there and they're like shopping for groceries and all that. And then they introduce these biker characters. One of them was named fucking, what was it that came up in your captions?
Ollie.
I think the other one was Axel. And then there was a female one as well. I don't remember what her name was. I think Fox, I want to say. I don't know. I know that's what she's called in the game, is Fox. But so these biker characters just show up out of nowhere, and they're just like jerks to Shelly for some reason. And then Shelly decides, "Oh, I'm gonna run over their motorcycles," and then fucking the Ali guy fucking busts the windows of the fucking Volkswagen Beetle, and they fucking drive away, and the bikers fucking follow them back to Higgins Haven. And while that's going on, we're seeing some of what the other characters are doing. There's two characters that are obviously, you know, the two like characters that are gonna fuck, and then you have like the whole dynamic with like Chris and Rick, where like Rick is trying to be romantic with her, but she's like super uncomfortable with it for some reason, and she won't say why. They also really try to play up the 3D effects in this movie, because at the time there was a big 3D craze going on, and so they threw their hat in the fucking rink. And so when you don't watch this in 3D, there's a very obvious scenes of them holding stuff up directly to the camera for the 3D effect, and when it's not shown in 3D, it looks kind of silly. But really, that's how the movie is for a bit until Jason starts killing people. It's just kind of slow, you know. Chris and Rick, they drive somewhere to fucking talk for a while, and when they leave is when the killings start happening. The bikers fucking get there, and they start to like, I guess their whole revenge plan was, oh, we're gonna siphon the gas out of the tank of the van or whatever. I don't know why that was like their revenge tactic, but fucking they start doing that, and then the Fox chick sees like somebody go in the barn, so for some reason she's like interested in going in the barn, and she starts messing around, and then she like sees somebody go up to the top floor of the barn. She follows him up, and then the fucking Axel guy is trying to look for her. He can't find her, so he goes in there and he sees her fucking pinned up to one of the beams with a fucking pitchfork through her neck, and then he turns around and gets a pitchfork through the gut, and then fucking Ali goes to look for him, and he Axel's body falls down on him, and then fucking Jason knocks him the fuck out with a wrench. And then I'm trying to remember who died after that. Do you remember?
Fucking damn. You see, the kills happen so fast in this movie. I genuinely can't remember who died next.
Yeah. I want to say that it was it the fucking yeah, okay. It was fucking I think it was Shelley that died next, because that's where, because basically Shelley tries to play a prank on the chick he was trying to get with, and she tells him that he's going too far with this stuff and he's being a jerk, and he said like that's the only way he knows how to like fit in or whatever. And then Shelley gets his fucking throat slit, and that's how Jason gets the hockey mask. Shelley was wearing the hockey mask, and then Jason, we see him walk into frame for because the chick had Shelley's wallet and she dropped it in the quote unquote lake, even though it's not a fucking lake. And
it looks like a pond.
She goes to, yeah, like they literally had to like excavate like the ground and shit and like put their own water in it, because they're like, for some reason, wherever they decided to film, wherever it was, just was like this fucking just remote like land that just had nothing there. So they literally had to build the cabin, build the barn, make their own lake, build the bridge, everything. I don't know why they didn't just choose to film by a lake. It probably would have been a lot easier. But so she goes to get Shelley's wallet. She turns around and we see Jason walk into frame for the first time of the film, just full-blown Jason, and first time we ever see him in the hockey mask. Dude looks like a hulking beast, and he has this harpoon gun and shoots that bitch straight in the eye, and then the killing spree has officially started after that, because then Jason, he excuse me, he the couple that fucked, the chick is getting a shower, and the other guy, like, his whole thing is that he can like handstand and shit, and so he goes to get her a beer or something, and when he's like handstand walking, fucking Jason just slices him right in the fucking dick and kills him. And then after she gets out of the shower, she goes and lays in the hammock, and she like is reading this magazine. I noticed in the magazine there's some article in there talking about Godzilla, and fucking like you see like blood drip down onto it. She looks up and the guy is like all chopped up in the ceiling, and she starts screaming, and then Jason like stabs the machete through the hammock, kind of reminiscent of how Pamela did it to Kevin Bacon in part 1. So then they're dead, and then the only two characters left alive that are there, because Chris and Rick still aren't back yet, and I'll get to them in a second, is the two stoner characters named Chili, and I think the guy's name was Mitch, I want to say.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
So their whole thing is that they're hippies that fucking get high and smoke weed, and basically, the power goes out, because I guess Jason cut the power for some reason. I don't know why he chose to do that, but so Mitch has to go into the shed basement thing, whatever that was, and go turn the power on, and then fucking Jason pops up behind him, and Jason grabs him and fucking choke slams him into the breaker thing, and he starts getting electrocuted to death. So Mitch is dead, and then fucking the fucking Chili.
Worst acting.
I'll let you
I've
talk
ever
about
seen,
this,
bro.
'cause this was your favorite.
Nah, bro. So fucking Chili sits there, and she's like discovering everybody, and it's the worst acting, bro. Oh my god, like it's some like Asylum, Full Moon Pictures-esque acting, like I'm not even capping. It's so bad. Like,
yeah.
And then she dies from a fire poker because she's an idiot.
Bro, her acting is literally like she finds Shelly's dead body, and she's like, Shelly's dead. Like, it's so bad. But yeah, she dies, and then so the Chris and Rick thing I want to talk about is this very weird scene that's in this movie that I don't understand why they add it in, because the scene is basically Chris implying that Jason raped her in the woods, because she tells Rick like why she's being how she is and why she's like uncomfortable being back there, because apparently she says that one night like she got in an argument with her parents or something, so she like ran away from home and decided to run into the woods like an idiot. And so after a while she says she got tired and fell asleep in the woods, and then she got woke up by a sound, and then she said this like grotesque man attacked her, which it turns out to be Jason, obviously. And in the flashback they show Jason like grabbing her and shit when she was trying to get away, and then she just talks about how she like blacked out after that, and then the next thing she knew she woke up like in her own bed. So it was very weird, a very strange thing, and she basically made it seem like Jason fucking sexually assaulted her or whatever, because she was like very uncomfortable. Like when Rick would like try to kiss her, like grab on her or whatever, she's like very like super uncomfortable with it. So I don't know what they were trying to fucking do with Jason here, man. Honestly, I don't know what their fucking idea. You know, I thought he was, you know, clumsy and whatever in part 2, but then this one is like he was even more clumsy, and they imply that he's a rapist and shit. So I don't know
They just
what
did
their
not
idea
know.
for Jason was.
They did not know what the fuck, bro.
So they come back, and Higgins Haven is like all quiet, and they go in the fucking cabin, and they don't see anybody, they don't hear anybody, and the power is like out, and Rick's like, oh, I'm gonna go take a look at it, and then fucking he leaves before she can even say anything, and then she can't fucking find him, and then she looks outside for him, and we see Jason fucking death gripping this man to where he's like not letting him go, and fucking as soon as she goes back in the cabin, fucking the most ridiculous looking kill of the film is and I believe it's the last kill of the film as well. Jason grabs Rick's head on both sides. He does kind of like the Great Khali vice grip,
Yeah.
and he fucking just squeezes Rick's head, and then they switch to this obviously like prosthetic fucking head, and this fucking eyeball pops out on a fucking wire when his head gets crushed. And fucking when we were watching that, Austin was like, he was like, you know, they were actually proud of that. You know, I mean, at the time, it was probably something that people saw and they're like, ooh, shit, that looks impressive. But now, it kind of looks bad.
So bad, bro.
So after that, like, Chris is trying to, like, shut all the doors and windows and shit, and Jason, just being the fucking mongoloid that he is in this movie, just hurls Rick's body through the window, and then he just, like, peeks his head in the window, and he's just like, hi, and fucking just looks at Chris, and she starts screaming, and, like, then he fucking steps in the house, and she runs up the stairs, and then Jason's all fucking bumbling around, not knowing where she went, and then she dumps a whole bookshelf on him, and Jason falls, and he's like, oh, not the books! And fucking... And then she goes and hides in a closet, and that's where she finds the one chick's dead body that got stabbed in the hammock, and she screams, and then she looks through the door hole, and Jason's like hauling ass with a fucking axe, and she like locks the door and grabs the knife, and Jason just busts that fucking bitch open with the door. That was a weak ass door, but then she gets angry and starts like swinging the knife at Jason, and motherfucker starts backing up and like bobbing and weaving, and then she fucking stabs this motherfucker right in his goddamn calf, or not his calf, his fucking like around his knee, and fucking Jason goes "Arr!" and starts grunting and shit, and he falls to the ground. And he's like holding his leg, like it looks so silly. And then Jason like pulls the knife out and tries to throw it at her, and then Chris busts open a window, tries to climb out. Jason grabs her. And then this is where like the whole chase scene really gets underway. She gets fucking away, and she goes for the she first goes back up to the house because she sees Jason like bumbling his way down the stairs, and so she decides to pick up a fucking log, and Jason comes out the door and she fucking bops him in the back of the head with the log, and Jason falls down all comically. He fucking sits there and fucking falls forward and is like all trying to grab at her like he has T-Rex arms. It was really weird.
Bro,
Jason was so strange in this movie.
I'll let you talk. I was gonna talk about it, but I'll let you talk about this next part because I know you're gonna have a hoot with it.
So she goes and gets in the van and starts it up, and she goes to drive away, and fucking so she starts driving, and it's like dark, and then through her headlights Jason's just standing there so awkwardly, and fucking she goes right for him, and Jason fucking throws himself out of the way. It looks so comical. Like I never would have thought Jason would have thrown himself like that, but he throws himself like so comically to the ground, and then fucking she goes on the bridge, and then it runs out of gas because the fucking bikers siphon the gas. So then she tries to use the emergency fuel, but the van, I guess, was so heavy that it broke the bridge and got stuck. And then in the fucking rearview mirror, you see Jason fucking hobbling, running towards her. It looks so silly. And then Jason, like, tries to get her through the window, and she uses the roll-up thing to trap his hands. And then she fucking runs for it. And then we see Jason, like, bumbling down the fucking hill and running after her. And then the next shot, he's hobbling again. And fucking, so she goes to the barn and like locks it, and she goes to like hide, and then Jason just gets in there easily because she used a fucking like shovel handle, and Jason fucking puts a thick ass board in that shit, and then Jason just starts tearing apart this fucking barn, like just fucking throwing everything trying to find her. She's like hiding up on one of the beams.
Yeah, she does this
And
fucking
somehow
like John Morrison elimination chamber fall onto him.
Yeah, it fucking knocks him down and shit. And then fucking she climbs up to the second floor, and she like puts a hay bale over the thing, acting like Jason wouldn't be able to move a hay bale for some reason. And so then she like hides behind the other hay bales, and she grabs a shovel, and I shit you not, Jason like walks up there and she fucking clonks him on the back of the head with the fucking shovel, and Jason like shrugs his shoulders and shit like he's in fucking Looney Tunes and fucking falls to the ground all comically. And then she puts this noose around his neck and fucking hangs him from the outside of the barn, and the motherfucker's just hanging there. And so she goes back down and fucking opens the door, and Jason does the stupidest shit, bro. He fucking pulls himself up on the rope, and he takes off his mask and fucking does this silly like smiling face at her, and she's like, she recognizes him as like goofy. the rapist, and she's like, it's you, and Jason fucking just gets himself out of it. It's so silly. And fucking, so he's about to kill her, and then all of a sudden Ali comes out of nowhere, and Jason just fucking chops that motherfucker's arm off with the machete because he ain't playing around. And he turns around and gets a fucking axe straight in his head, and he like tries to grab her, and then he fucking, I guess because of so much blood loss, he fell down, because this is technically still human Jason, so that's why he was like grunting and feeling pain and shit. He's still human Jason, I guess. but it's very hard to determine that if you go by the fucking logic of this franchise, because there's not much logic in this franchise to begin with. And so Jason is dead, quote unquote, because he's fucking obviously not. And so she, instead of trying to, you know, find some way out of there, she decides, oh, I'm gonna get on a canoe and go into the fucking lake, like fucking Alice from part 1. I don't know why. And she fucking falls asleep and wakes up and is like, everything's like scaring the fuck out of her. And then she looks at the house and you see Jason like smiling in the window, and motherfucker like bursts through the door and like starts hauling ass. And then it turns out it was just a dream sequence. Because at this time, for some reason, in the early movies, they love their dream sequences and their fucking whiteouts and shit.
3 times in a row. Like 3 movies in a row, dream sequence. Like, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and then it gets even dumber because then she realizes, oh, it's just a dream, and she starts floating on the canoe and whatever, and then fucking Pamela Voorhees jumps out of the water and pulls her in like fucking Boy Jason did to Alice, and fucking Austin's like, this is so fucking stupid. And so turns out that was just a dream sequence too, apparently, because the next shot we see is like the cops there. I don't know how the fuck the cops were even called there, but the cops were there and they're fucking investigating and shit. And like they bring Chris out of the cabin and she's acting all crazy and shit, and they put her in a cop car. She's like laughing all crazy. They take her away, and then they show Jason laying there in the barn dead, and they zoom in on him. And then the last shot of this movie is like the Friday the 13th music playing while they show like a shot of the lake, and there's like bubbles coming out of the lake. And I guess that was to say like, ooh, like a twist ending, like, ooh, it might not be over yet. Ooh, what's this about? What's this ending about? Because I noticed that, especially in these early movies, they love their little teaser endings or their dream sequences or twist endings where you think it's over, but it's really not. I don't know why they love doing this so much, but yeah, that was pretty much Friday the 13th Part 3. Next will be covering Part 4, which is a direct sequel. It picks up like right where this movie leaves off. So, yeah, anything you want to say, Austin, about this film?
Not really anymore. It's just there was some terrible acting, and man, this movie had some terrible tropes.
The only enjoyment I really got out of it was just Jason being wacky.
Yeah.
Honestly. Like, honestly, the only part of the movie that's really worth watching is fucking when Jason's, first gets the hockey mask. From, like, that point on, like, all the kills are pretty cool. But really where the movie gets good is when fucking the chase scene starts. It's so just fucking wacky and absurd that it's just fucking hilarious to watch.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even scary, bro. It's just funny. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, if I was being chased through the woods by Jason in real life like that, obviously it'd be terrifying, but fucking just the way it looks on film is just like, I mean, I assume people who seen this in the theater in the 80s were probably fucking terrified of Jason, but fucking just seeing it now is just so silly to me. But thankfully in Part 4 they take Jason a little more serious in that, so I'm excited for when we watch Part 4, because Part 4 is what some people say is the best film in the franchise, so we'll see.
Definitely
about that.
what James A. Janice thinks. That's
Yeah,
his
fuck him.
favorite. That's his favorite Friday movie.
Yeah, motherfuckers reviewed it twice already.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll be back in like 0.5 seconds for the final chapter.
Quote unquote, because it's not really.
Yeah. See you in a bit.
Three times before, you have felt the terror, known the madness, lived the horror. But this is the one you've been screaming for. Friday the 13th, the final chapter. Jason is back.
Hello, final chapter, Friday the 13th. I'm tired.
Oh yeah.
God damn it.
It's 3 a.m. when we're recording this review. But
Hours.
yeah, the next movie in the franchise is Friday the 13th, Part 4, the final chapter. Or what everybody was led to believe was the final chapter, but it really wasn't, because these movies made so much fucking goddamn money that they said, you know what, we like money, let's keep making these fucking things.
Like
So,
Eugene Krabs, maybe.
he said, I like money. But, fucking, I guess I'll take the helm for this review, because Austin's tired. Part 4 picks up right after Part 3 ends off, where it has Jason laying in the barn with the axe in his head, and they show, like, police and EMTs and shit there. And then, basically, it goes to, like, the hospital, and then goes right back to fucking Crystal Lake, because there's this fucking pervy-ass dude at the hospital that tries to have sex, like, in front of Jason's quote-unquote corpse. And then Jason tries to get a handful of fucking ass, and the chick gets all scared, and then Jason slaughters both of them. The kills in this were brutal again, and that's thanks to Tom Savini, because he returned to this, and the only reason that he returned to this was because Tom Savini was told Austin that this was the final film, and they said they wanted Tom Savini to come back and do the kills for the final film. And Tom Savini said, okay, as long as it's the final film, and it wasn't. So, that's why Tom Savini came back, and that's why the kills in this movie look so brutal and gory, because Tom Savini is a fucking goat when it comes to special effects. And so, Jason, it's weird, right? The movie goes from Higgins Haven to the hospital, back to Crystal Lake, like, within a few minutes. And then we meet the new characters for this film, the two new main characters. We meet the Jarvis family, which is Mrs. Jarvis, fucking Tommy Jarvis, and I think her name was Trish, Jarvis.
Trish Jarvis.
And so Tommy Jarvis is really the only character that's going to stick around for more than one movie, because he's going to be in the next two movies, though he's played by two different actors. But nevertheless, fucking this film is where Tommy was first introduced. So we meet those characters, and we also meet the other characters of this film, which are, of course, the teens that are the body count for this film. We have fuck if I know their names. There's two couples, and then we have this guy named Ted, who's like the comedic relief, and then we also have the one, the only, the cursed dancing legend himself, Crispin Glover, who plays this fucking character. Actually, I don't even know what his character's name is in this, so we just kept calling him Crispin Glover. But
all we recall.
And we also meet these other two characters, which are these two twin sisters. And basically they all fucking get slaughtered, as you do in a Friday the 13th film.
But before that, we find out that Crispin Glover fucks, apparently. So...
Oh no, it's not that he fucks Austin, it's that he's a dead fuck. Which means I think that means that you're like terrible at fucking. I think that's what that means.
So he dead fucks.
Mm-hmm. And for the first time in this film, we also see Pamela Voorhees' tombstone, which is the first time she's ever addressed as Pamela Voorhees. So this is where we learn Mrs. Voorhees' first name. But there's a bunch of different iconic kills in this. There's the one where Jason stabs the lady that's eating the fucking banana, which looks fucking weird. And like all the kills in this were brutal. They were especially gory, bloody. Fucking Jason is like, he wears the same thing that he did in part 3 with the hockey mask and all that, but fucking you could tell his skin is more like
Grayish.
How do I put it? Yeah, grayish than because in part 3 he at least looked like he still had like human skin. In this, it kind of looks like his flesh is like. The only way I can describe it is if, like, you know, when someone dies, like, their skin kind of gets, like, more washed out, I guess. Like, it starts losing its color as they're, like, dying. It's kind of like that. That's how it looked, at least to me. But, so, yeah, the whole plot of this movie is that these characters, all these teens are going to this house in the woods that's, like, right across from the Jarvis house. Apparently it's like this summer house they can rent out or whatever, and they're going there to, you know, drink and party and do drugs and have sex as teens did in the 80s. You know, typical, oh, let's go in the middle of the fucking woods to smoke weed and drink beer and have sex, because that's what people did in the 80s all the time. And so that's what they were going there to do. And then obviously the Jarvis family lives there. And then Jason's there because we need Jason to kill people. You know, canonically in this fucking timeline, the official timeline, they say part 2, 3, and 4 take place over the same fucking weekend. Like, they say like part 2 takes place on Friday, part 3 takes place on Saturday, and part 4 takes place on Sunday, is what they say. Holy shit, Jason goes through a lot in 3 days. My man lost all his fucking red hair. He fucking took so much punishment, and then his skin got all washed out and looked like he was dying on fucking Sunday.
Not to mention,
Jesus Christ.
He changed faces like 3 times.
And not to mention, he fucking... From Friday to Saturday, my man fucking bulked up like goddamn Popeye eating some spinach.
Yeah.
And fucking... Which, by the way, Jason was played by Ted White in this movie, who... He did have a pretty scary portrayal of Jason in this. But... So, pretty much... And they also introduced this Rob character, who he is the brother of Sandra, who was the fucking underage girl from part 2. And basically he's on this whole revenge plot because Jason killed his sister, and so he's coming to Crystal Lake to kill Jason.
I didn't say it in the live commentary, but I noticed how he was saying, like, oh yeah, Sandra was a good kid. And I'm like, yeah, she was definitely a kid.
Yep.
So
the fucking directors must have thought so too, because they wanted to put her in a sex scene. But yeah, so that's his character, and he has like this kind of like romantic tension with Trish because the main character needs a love interest, I guess, every one of these movies. So pretty much from that point on, it's just fucking your typical teens getting slashed in the woods. Jason starts fucking killing them one by one. He kills one of the twins outside. Mrs. Jarvis has an off-screen death. Fucking Crispin Glover ends up fucking the chick and proves he's not a dead fuck anymore. And we also got the cursed dancing scene where he danced like an epileptic, and Austin found on the special features that there was actually outtakes of that, which was even more cursed. Crispin Glover died by getting a cork screwed through his hand and then a fucking meat cleaver to the face. The Ted guy got high and was watching like old like porn, and he got stabbed through the fucking screen. The one guy, I know his name was Paul, and the other chick, basically Paul cheats on her by dancing with one of the fucking twins, and fucking, so she gets mad and is like, oh, I'm gonna get naked and go in the lake in the middle of the fucking night, and then she goes on this raft, and then Jason stabs her through the raft and kills her, which you would think would pop the raft, but it didn't. And then Paul goes out there to see where she is, and he discovers she's dead, and this might be the most brutal kill of the film. Jason fucking shoots this man in his fucking dick with this harpoon gun, or whatever the fuck it was. Got him right in the fucking dick, bro. Oh, I couldn't imagine the pain of that. Oh, and fucking... You know, I've even seen some people say that they're like, oh, that's a symbol because they're like, you know, Paul was cheating on his girlfriend and that's what he gets. He should get it right in the dick for trying to cheat or whatever. But, yeah, then the other twin fucking dies because Jason fucking pulls her through a window and throws her off the balcony, and she fucking takes a nasty back bump on the car. Then there's this other couple. One of them was named Sarah or whatever. The guy dies because Jason, like, grabs him through the shower and, like, crushes his skull. And then Sarah fucking dies by fucking, how the fuck did she die? What the fuck was it? Oh, yeah, she fucking tried to, so she was the last one alive in the fucking house, and she tried to go out the front door, and for some reason she couldn't open it, and then Jason, when I tell you, this man threw that axe so hard that it busted straight through the door and went right into her fucking stomach or whatever. Like, Jesus Christ. And so everybody in that house is dead, so now it's just Trish, Tommy, and Rob.
You saying Rob just makes me think of Rob Walker. You were saying the last people left was Trish, Rob, and Tommy.
Yeah, because Austin's trash ass, garbage ass, booty stank ass internet.
I genuinely don't want to hear it.
I'm fucking sorry, okay? It's goddamn 3:21 a.m. I'd like to go to bed, and your fucking internet.
I would like to too, and it's fucking my internet, man.
So I was saying, Trish and Rob go over to the house to see like what's going on, and Rob goes into the basement, and fucking Jason fucking grabs him and slams him against the wall as there's fucking killing him, and this motherfucker he's like, oh my god, he's killing me, it's so bad, bro, and he dies. And then Trish is fucking stupid because she leaves the basement and goes right back down there, and it's like, are you stupid? Jason is down there still. And then he grabs her and she starts hitting him with a machete. And this bitch is so dumb. She opens the front door and the one twin's body's laying there. She's like, oh, I can't just step over it. Goes to the back door, and Crispin Glover is like nailed up like he's Jesus on the cross. And so she doesn't go that way. So she's like, oh, I'm going to bust this window out and escape that way. It's so stupid. And then she goes back to her house with Tommy, and fucking Jason follows her there, and fucking then Jason starts attacking them there, and they hide in Tommy's room, and they all this shit. They put the shelf on the door. Jason just fucking moves out of the way anyway because he's fucking Jason. He's fucking strong. And Trish fucking puts a goddamn TV on Jason's head and it shocks him. And fucking, but then Jason's still alive because he's Jason. And he decides he has to choose between Tommy and Trish, and he goes after Trish, and fucking, so he chases Trish back to the other house, and then right back to fucking Tommy's house, and they do this back and forth, and it's like the scenes in Scooby-Doo where they like go to through one door and then back out through the other. That's kind of what this reminded me of. And fucking Jason sneaks up behind her, and fucking she puts a machete into his fucking fingers. It looked nasty. And then fucking he chases her around the house, and fucking Jason catches up to her finally and starts fucking choking the bitch. And fucking then Tommy shaves his head bald, and he's like yelling at Jason, and Jason looks at him, and I guess his goal with it was to make Jason think that he was looking at like a kid version of himself. And he's like, "Oh, Jason, don't you remember? Don't you remember?" And then fucking Trish fucking knocks Jason's mask off, and we see Jason's ugly face again. And so Jason tries to fucking choke a bitch again, and Tommy fucking swings this fucking machete and lands it right in the fucking side of Jason's head, and Jason falls down onto the machete, and you hear bones crunching and shit, and Jason fucking
nasty.
Yeah, and Jason like falls to the floor, and then Tommy and Trish hug, and then Tommy sees Jason's fingers start moving, so Tommy just goes sicko mode and fucking grabs the machete and starts fucking stabbing Jason over and over and over, and he's just screaming, "Die! Die! Die!" And fucking then it like does the typical Friday the 13th whiteout, and we go to a hospital, and fucking Trish is in a hospital bed, and then Tommy comes to visit her, and they talk about how Tommy's traumatized or whatever, and then like Tommy hugs Trish, and then he like looks directly at the camera with like this evil stare, and it's just this like ominous ending where they make you go, "Oh, is Tommy gonna be the killer now?" or whatever. And so that was how Friday the 13th Part 4 ended. And that was the original ending of that. Apparently there's a lost ending as well, where they had a dream sequence and shit, and it was really stupid.
Yeah, it was fucking irritating.
So, yeah. And now all that will lead into the next movie, which is Part 5, which wasn't even supposed to exist, but, you know, money talks. So fucking Paramount said, "Fuck it, even though we killed off Jason, we're still making another Friday the 13th, because this was supposed to be Jason's actual legit death, and we were never supposed to get another movie after this." But Paramount saw how much money it made, and they said, "Well, fuck it, we're making another one." So that's why we got Part 5 and the rest and so on. So yeah.
Whoa.
That was the final chapter, or so we thought.
If only. Well, we will get to that movie in like 0.2 seconds. But this was the final chapter, Part 4 the final chapter, or so we thought. And
we'll be back in a couple seconds with a new beginning.
The memory of Jason still haunts you. You're not alone. Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning.
alright. Fucking Part 5.
Austin, You're just a copycat reviewer. You're not the real Austin. You're fucking Austin Burns.
Ew, that sounds so gross. That sounds like a
So-
ripoff of fucking Austin Jones.
Oh god, Austin Jones. So, Friday the 13th Part 5 came out in 1985. Don't know if we said this before, but they're literally pumping these things out almost every year because they were making so much money in the 80s, and Paramount was just loving the money. They didn't care what fucking people thought because they were trying to get these films banned, and Paramount said, fuck you guys, we're making fucking... Pretty much these movies were like low budget as well. They did not really spend a lot on these movies compared to other films in the 80s, so Paramount was like, fuck it, if we can make these cheap and make a fucking massive profit, we're gonna keep making them. So that's why there's so many. But yeah, so Friday the 13th Part 5 picks up after Part 4, where we see Tommy fucking give this like weird look. And so it starts with fucking Corey Feldman, which is his only scene in the movie, going through the woods and on a rainy night, and he walks up to Jason Voorhees' grave because for some reason they're like, oh, let's bury Jason and give him a tombstone and everything for some reason. And Tommy, I don't know what the reason was that he went there, and then these two guys show up and they dig up Jason's grave, and then Jason kills them, and then he goes after Tommy, and then it turns out it was just a fucking dream sequence, because these movies love their dream sequences. And so we now see Tommy. I don't remember what the fucking time jump is here, but Tommy's a lot older. I mean, going off of this franchise, it's probably like 5 years. That's probably what they say, but it looks like about 10, honestly. I don't know, honestly. If you really want to know the exact timelines, there's a video out there I recommend. I forget who it's by, but the guy literally explains the timeline the best that he can. So if you really want to know, I would suggest watching that. But so Tommy is like a mental patient now, and the trauma has affected him so bad that he sees Jason, he has visions of Jason, and he has like rage outbursts, and he's being taken to this place called Pinehurst, which is like this mental institution slash, like, I don't really know what, it's like a farmhouse, and I guess it's a place for like people with mental problems to go to like work on themselves or whatever, and that the place is meant to be a way to reintegrate them back into society eventually, I guess, that's what they make it seem like. So he gets there, and Tommy's like uncomfortable at first, and then eventually he goes in, and then we start meeting the characters of this film. We meet the kid in this film. His name's Reggie the Reckless. He's one of the more memorable characters in this film, because there's not a lot. A lot of these characters in this movie are forgettable.
Yeah, because they die so fucking fast.
Yeah, honestly, the only characters you really get to know well enough, or that are even important, is Reggie the Reckless and Pam, really. And Tommy, obviously. But, so, basically, Tommy's just struggling to fit in at this new place, and we see fucking... the purpose of this film was they wanted to make another Friday the 13th, but Jason died in part 4 because that was supposed to be the last one, so they said, fuck it, we're gonna have a copycat killer storyline. And so they put in all these red herrings of people who will make you think, oh, could they be the killer? So basically, there's one guy at the Pinehurst place, his name is Vic, and he's chopping wood, and then there's this fat kid named Joey. He's like really annoying. They don't really say, besides Tommy, they don't really say what any of these other characters' problems are, because they don't even bother giving half of them names, I don't even think. So, like, that's why I said they're so forgettable. Uh, so he basically is being annoying to the other people there, and he asks Vic if he wants a chocolate bar, and Vic for some reason is like really angry, and Joey just pisses him off more, so he fucking kills him by putting an axe in his back, and he chops him up. And so we see the cops and stuff there, and the fucking sheriff and paramedics, and they show the paramedics who is the one that got killed, which was the Joey kid, and the paramedic Roy Burns. They weirdly keep the shot on him, and I mean, obviously you can tell it was but later in the movie you'd be like, oh, I remember earlier they zoomed in on this guy, so he could be the killer. That's really all they did it for. And fucking after that we meet these other characters. Fucking, oh god, I don't remember what their name is. I know the guy's name was Junior. I think the old lady was Ethel or some shit like that. Some old person name.
Yeah. Oh, fucking
and
no.
Basically, they're like hick ass people, and they call the cops because two of the people from Pinehurst were having sex on their property or whatever. And this fucking, like, even Austin will tell you, he was getting mad at these characters. Austin did not like these two characters at all.
Because they were fucking annoying, bro. Oh my god. Like, I swear to you, like, those are the type of people, bro. Like, I've seen types of people like, there genuinely is not that many, like, types of people like that in Missouri. I'm telling you, but when you see them, they're fucking annoying. You want to slap the fuck out of them. I swear to God. You have no idea, bro.
There's several times when we were watching this, and Austin was like, "Did these characters die? Please tell me they die."
Like, oh my god, because like you have, like, I don't know if you've ever ran into people like that in Ohio. But oh my god, just a couple times in my life, only like a couple times in my life, I have ran into people that are so goddamn obnoxious, annoying, don't fucking have no goddamn shame when they're fucking just sitting there, like, yelling and hollering and all that bullshit, bro. Like, oh my god. So it makes me want to slap a bitch, bro.
I've seen people like that. I mean, they're not like hick or anything, but I've definitely seen people like that.
Definitely hick, bro. They're always definitely hick when I see them, and it pisses me off even more.
Yeah, so basically, to describe to you these forgettable characters real quick, there's one guy, I don't know any of their names honestly, but there's the one guy that his whole character is that he stutters.
I think that his name was Jake. I remember it was in the subtitles.
I think so. Then there's this goth chick named Violet. I remember her name because she had a whole fucking dance scene. And then there's
she was
the
hot
redhead
until
chick.
She started dancing.
Yeah, and then there's the red-haired chick that rejected Jake. And then, I mean, there's the guy who runs the place. I think his name's Mike. I want to say he's really forgettable. He's barely in the film. And then there's Reggie the Reckless's grandpa. They just call him Gramps.
Yeah.
And then I think, honestly, that's all the characters they really even put any sort of time towards, honestly. Well, actually, no, there is two other ones. They don't say their names, but basically they're the fucking horny couple that they just have sex.
Was Eddie, I believe.
I think so.
And the guy was.
And then the other one, I don't know her name, but she was played by Deborah Voorhees. That's all I know. And her character was that she had big tits.
Yeah,
and
I was
she
gonna
liked
call
to
her
have
Tits
sex.
McGee.
Yeah. So those are all the people that live at Pinehurst, and obviously, you know, you got Reggie and Pam and Tommy there as well. So, I mean, the movie starts off slow, where like not much is happening. It's just showing like kind of the effect that stuff is having on Tommy, to where he has to like take pills to calm himself down, and he's having visions of Jason being there, and even like Reggie tries to scare him with a spider, and then it doesn't work. And they try to keep some of Tommy's character traits, like he still has the masks that he made, and he has like pictures of like his sister and his mom from part 4, so they do keep it connected, which I do appreciate. Like the continuity is there.
They don't do that for long.
So we said this in a lot of commentary, but so this movie was actually supposed to have Corey Feldman play Tommy again the whole movie, but he's only in the opening scene because he was filming The Goonies at the same time, and he just was not available to do this film, so that's why someone else is playing Tommy, and that's why they did the whole time jump and everything. So literally The Goonies, if you think about it, The Goonies is the reason that this movie went in the direction it did. But yeah, nevertheless, we see like random characters start to get killed. Like there's the guy, I think his name is Billy. He was the driver that dropped Tommy off at Pinehurst. We see him a little bit later where he's going to pick up this chick named Lana at this diner. This was so fucking cheesy 80s. And he goes to pick her up, and he looks like this greaseball dude wearing a leather jacket in his fucking hot rod car, snorting cocaine and fucking waiting for the chick to come out. And she's like prettying herself up in the mirror. She legit just fucking rips her shirt open and is like, and has bare tits on the screen. And she's like, "It's showtime." And and they fucking die with a fucking axe to the head and an axe to the stomach. And then they randomly throw in these two greaser characters just for body count, and their car breaks down, and then the one dies in the car and the other one gets a flare shoved in his mouth. And basically they start finding bodies, and they're not like, the sheriff is like under all this pressure to figure out what's going on by the mayor. And while that's going on, fucking what was I gonna say? There's this one scene where like they're all eating breakfast, and Tommy comes in there, and the Eddie guy scares him, and he legit picks up the Eddie guy and AAs him through a fucking table. But what else? Oh yeah, they add this other red herring guy in there. It's just this random bum that shows up to the fucking the old lady's house, the one we were talking about earlier. He randomly shows up, and she legit says, "Who the fuck are you? What the fuck do you want?" And he's just like, "Oh, I want to earn a meal or whatever." And they try to make you think that he could be the killer, and he ends up getting killed anyway. And then the two characters that love to have sex going to the woods, and they have sex, and we see hits from the Voorhees, and then the dude walks away, and the chick is laying there, and the motherfucker just shoves goddamn bolt cutters. I think those are bolt cutters.
Yeah, those are
straight
bolt
into her
cutters.
fucking eyes, and fucking just cut this bitch's face wide open.
Yeah, fucking Roy Burns. He was on some fucking Black Christmas 2006 shit, bro.
Yeah, especially with this next kill, because the guy comes back and he puts like look like a leather belt around the guy's head, and puts like a stick through the loops, the latch of the belt, or whatever the fuck it's called, and he starts twisting it to make it tighter around the dude's head, like around the tree. And somehow this man has superhuman strength to like crush this guy's head, and we're like, okay, like I think the reason they did that was because they wanted to really make people believe that it was Jason. So it seemed like they're trying hard to make people think, oh well, it's Jason because look how strong he is.
Yeah, nah, bro.
Like, like, I get maybe for first time viewers, but when you're somebody that's seen this and you go back and watch it, it's really obvious how hard they're trying to make it seem like it's Jason, or that it could be one of these random people they add in the movie. Like, it's really obvious. So they both die, and then all these bodies are piling up, and the sheriff's under this pressure, and the mayor tells them, like, to figure out who it is. And the sheriff is like, oh, I know who it is. It's Jason Voorhees. And then the mayor said, oh, well, his body was cremated. Which I'm like, that, I mean, for this movie, I guess I could get why they would say that, because they want to, it's weird. It's on one side of it, they want you to believe so hard that it's Jason, and on the other side, they're like, oh, well, he was cremated, to try to make it, like, definitive that he is dead. But then they say the line, oh, well, were you there when he was cremated, or whatever, like, but nevertheless, the mayor's like, oh, your ass is on the line, so you better, like, figure out who's doing this. And then, like, later on, we see fucking Reggie. It's like nighttime all of a sudden, and like Reggie and Pam are going to visit Reggie's brother Demon, and fucking they're like, oh, why don't you take Tommy with you? And so they take Tommy, and they drive to a pretty obvious trailer park, because, I mean, if it wasn't obvious enough with the trailers that it was a trailer park, they put a big ass neon sign that says trailer park.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, Demon's not even living in the trailer. No, he's living in his van. And let me actually look up the actor who played him real quick. Miguel A. Nunez Jr., that's who played Demon, which is Reggie's brother. And honestly, he's more of a memorable character than half of the cast, and he only gets like one scene, well, two scenes technically, like this scene and then his death scene. So fucking he has a reunion with Reggie, and then like Reggie sees his girlfriend, and then Reggie starts pretending that Pam is his girlfriend and shit, and they're just catching up and whatever. And then Tommy starts having visions about Jason and shit, and then all of a sudden it's fucking Junior on the fucking dirt bike, and he starts bullying Tommy, saying, oh, you're one of the loonies from the loony bin, or whatever, and saying, oh, my mama said she'll chop you up into bits, or whatever. And then he gets mad because Tommy won't answer him, and then what proceeds to happen is he tries to punch Tommy, and Tommy kicks the ever-living shit out of this guy.
Hello? Oh, I think he fucking...
You say?
The last thing that I heard you say was he kicked the shit out of that guy.
Did you start the fucking thing again?
Yeah, it's not paused anymore. Yeah.
Okay. So, apologies, my fucking controller died, but I was saying Tommy kicks the absolute shit out of this fucking guy, and like he's in such a rage that like Pam has to yell at him, and he like realizes what he's doing, and he snaps out of it, and then he just fucking runs into the woods like a little bitch, and he's just like, ah, he screams and then runs in the fucking woods. And I get why they did that, I guess, because they wanted to make it seem like, oh, look how Tommy can beat the fuck out of this guy, like he's more than capable of killing someone, and trying to be, they're making him a red herring as well. But after that, Pam and Reggie are like, oh, we gotta go find Tommy, so they leave, and then it's just Demon and his girlfriend, and his fucking stomach starts hurting. We get the famous line, fucking, those damn enchiladas, and he fucking goes to the bathroom, and we get this whole scene where he's taking a shit, and his girlfriend starts shaking the outhouse, and he gets mad, and then they start singing this duet while he's on the toilet, and he's like, ooh baby, ooh baby. So it's so fucking just why, like, and then the outhouse starts getting shaken violently, and he opens the door and sees his girlfriend with her throat slit, and then this fucking metal sharp pole keeps getting jabbed through the side, and it gets stabbed through Demon's knee, and then it gets stabbed through his chest, and he dies. And then after that, Pam and Reggie get back to the Pinehurst house. Actually, no, they're not. They're not back yet, because while that's actually no, yes they do. They do get back. I got confused for a second. They get back, and they can't find the Matt guy, or they can't find Gramps either. So she leaves Reggie with the stuttering guy and the redhead chick and Violet, and basically says, "Oh, I'm going to try to find Tommy and the others." And so while she's gone, fucking the stuttering guy is like watching this horror movie with the red-haired chick, and he's like stuttered. He's like, "Oh, I want to make love with you," or whatever. And she like laughs at him, and he gets all upset and goes upstairs. And then he tries to talk to the Violet chick, and she's just too busy doing her dance and listening to this movie's theme song. And so my man just gets a fucking machete to the face, or whatever it was. And then fucking the red-haired chick goes upstairs to go to bed, because Reggie fell asleep on the couch. She goes upstairs to go to bed, gets in bed, turns over, and then sees the stuttering guy's dead body there, and then she gets stabbed. 'Cause she was on the top bunk, she gets stabbed from the bottom bunk. And then the killer goes into Violet's room while she's dancing and fucking stabs her in the stomach. And then he puts all their bodies in fucking Tommy's room, because the way they're making this seem is either it's they're trying to make it seem like, oh, it's in Tommy's room, so it has to be Tommy, or the killer's trying to make it look like that it's Tommy doing it, or whatever. And then after, I also forgot to mention the scene that made Austin happy, because the junior guy goes back to his fucking shack, and he's all mad that he got fucking beaten up, and he's like riding his motorbike like a crazy fucking dickhead, and the killer just fucking chops his head off with a meat cleaver. And fucking then the Ethel chick, or whatever the fuck her name is, the old lady's like cooking stew, and the killer just fucking meat cleavers her in the face through the window. So those characters died, and Austin was happy about that.
Yep.
Then Reggie, back to what I was saying, Reggie wakes up, and he's trying to find like where these other characters are, and he finds them all dead, and he starts screaming, and then Pam shows up, and she's like, "Oh, what's the matter?" And he's like, "Oh, in Tommy's room." And she goes in there, and she sees the dead bodies, and she screams, and they run downstairs. As soon as they run downstairs, the fucking door explodes open, and here we see the killer for the first time in the movie, and it looks like just a bald dude wearing a Jason mask, except the chevrons are blue instead of red, and he's wearing like a Michael Myers boiler suit, and he has a machete, and he starts chasing Pam and Reggie, and they fucking run through the woods until they get to this fucking road where they see an ambulance, and they go up to it, and the ambulance driver is dead, and then the fucking killer just pops up out of nowhere like he fucking teleported somehow, and Austin was like, how the fuck does that work?
Yeah.
And keep in mind, during this whole time, it's like storming bad, and it's like pouring down rain, thunder, lightning, and fucking Reggie sees the killer and he just takes the fuck off. He doesn't even wait for Pam. He just says, fuck this shit, I'm out. And he takes off through the woods, and then Pam runs as well, and she ends up running back to the Pinehurst house, and she goes inside, and then fucking the killer tosses Gramps' body through the window, and fucking Pam keeps trying to run away from him, and she runs back outside and runs towards like this barn area, and she fucking slips and falls in the mud, I guess, and for some reason she can't get up. So the killer gets closer and closer, and then he's about to fucking kill her with the machete when fucking the barn door explodes open, and this fucking big yellow tractor comes out on some fucking Austin fucking riding on my big green tractor.
I knew you were gonna fucking do it, you dick.
Austin said, my international harvester. But anyway, so it's Reggie the Reckless on the fucking tractor, and he fucking rams into the killer, and he goes flying backwards. It looks so silly. And he fucking lays there like he's dead, and you can obviously tell, oh, the killer's not dead. And fucking, they stupidly walk up to him, and he grabs them, and fucking, so they run into the barn, and they try to hide from him, and he walks in there, he's looking around for him, and then Pam busts out of this fucking closet or whatever with a chainsaw and starts going after him, and doing some combat with the chainsaw versus the machete, and fucking the chainsaw fucking stops, and so Pam has to fucking run again, and then all of a sudden, while all this is going on, Tommy shows up just out of nowhere, and the killer turns around and looks at Tommy, and it's like this moment where like the killer's eyes get big for a second, and then Tommy's eyes gets big, and they lead you to believe that it's Tommy and Jason recognizing each other. That's how they play it off. But obviously it's not, because it's not Jason. And then Tommy is having this whole thing where like he doesn't want to believe it's real. He just thinks it's another vision, but it actually is a killer coming at him. And the killer fucking hits him in the chest with a machete, and then fucking Tommy has to try to fucking fight the killer off, so he gets this little dinky knife and stabs the killer in the thigh, and it looks silly because it looks like he's grabbing his groin like he just got nut-shotted. And then Tommy climbs up to the second floor of the barn where Pam and Reggie are, and Tommy, once he gets up there, I think he passed out, and the killer thought he was dead or something, and then Pam and Reggie are hiding, and then somehow Reggie ends up getting found, and the killer tries to go after him, and then Pam starts fighting him, and Reggie does this fucking crossbody into the killer, and they think they sent him over out the door of the barn, the fucking door of the barn on the second floor onto like these spikes, but he's still hanging on the edge of the roof or whatever, and he grabs Reggie, and he's trying to fucking, I don't really know what he was trying to do. He should have been trying to pull himself up, not trying to grab the kid, but fucking Pam is trying to pull Reggie back up, and the killer's trying to pull Reggie to where he is, and then Tommy comes to, and he grabs a machete, and he fucking he I guess hits the killer. They don't really show where he hits him at, and
I would assume the face because it knocks off the mask.
Yeah, and then the killer falls from the barn onto the spikes, and all the spikes impale him, and his mask is off, and we see that it was Roy Burns the whole time, the paramedic, and it was kind of obvious that it was Roy Burns the whole time. And then after that, we go to a hospital where the sheriff walks up to Pam and Reggie, and we get the not backstory, but we get the motivation for why Roy Burns did this. And apparently the reasoning is that the Joey kid that got killed by Vic earlier in the movie, that was apparently his long lost son. And when he fucking saw that his long lost son got killed, it sent him into this rage where he wanted to go on a murder spree for some reason. And then he wanted to use the whole Jason Voorhees legend to cover it up so he could get away with it on some Scooby-Doo shit. And then he also, I guess, was trying to pin it on Tommy as well. And so that was like the motivation. And then Pam goes to see Tommy, and she walks in the hospital room, and Tommy all of a sudden grabs a knife and stabs her, but it turns out it's just a dream sequence, because like I keep saying, this franchise loves their dream sequences. And then Tommy wakes up, and he's freaking out, and he's laying there trying to calm himself down, and his eyes look like at the foot of the bed, none other than Jason Voorhees. He's back. He's alive. I'm just like, it wasn't really him. It was another one of his Jason visions, and Jason was standing there, but this time Jason faded away, and he wasn't there anymore. And at first, did Tom finally?
Did you say he faded away and classified himself as obsolete?
I thought you were gonna make a fucking Thanos joke. I didn't think you were gonna say that.
Your favorite fucking Matt Hardy and Jeff Hardy with the broken gimmick.
Fuck you. Anyway, so at first they make you think, oh, Tommy's finally over this trauma and he's not seeing visions of Jason anymore because he conquered his fear or whatever. And then as soon as they make you think that, all of a sudden Tommy gets out of bed and goes to this drawer where for some reason he has the hockey mask, even though that would be something the police would need as evidence in the case, but somehow he has it. And then we see Pam going to check on Tommy, and she opens the door. Well, she hears like a shattering noise. She opens the door, and there's like a hole in the window. She thinks Tommy jumped out the window, and then the door shuts, and we see Tommy standing there wearing the hockey mask, and he holds up a knife and goes to stab Pam, and that's where the movie ends. And basically, that ending was they were going to make Tommy the killer in part 6. That was the direction that they were going in. This was the setup for it, and then it didn't end up happening because people got so angry that it was a copycat killer and not Jason, and that they're going to make Tommy the killer, that they fucking got fucking pissed, and Paramount was like, you're going to fucking bring Jason back so we can make more money. And so that's what they did for part 6. But yeah, that was Friday the 13th, part 5 from 1985. Very interesting entry in the franchise. Not the worst, not the best. This is definitely the last one that has that Friday, that like OG Friday the 13th vibe to it, because after this, things are going to start to get weird, man.
Yeah, too weird.
We're entering the point of no return with this franchise now. So
yeah, sadly. But we will get there. And the video is going to be like 2 seconds, but whenever we record this, it's probably going to be like a week.
Yep.
Maybe longer.
We'll be right back for part 6, Jason Lives.
Obsolete.
Alright, Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives.
Yes, sir, from 1986. At this point in the franchise, Jason had pretty much taken over the 80s when it came to the slasher films. So this was like when Jason was like the most popular slasher. He just made his return in this movie, and also around this time is when Freddy was also starting to pop off as well. So things were starting to heat up in the 80s when it came to slashers. So Friday the 13th Part 6 takes place a year after Friday the 13th Part 5. The continuity is a whole fucking fuckload of fuckness.
If you want to hear us talk about it, just fucking go to live commentary, man.
Yeah, we read the whole continuity and like the fucking years the movies take place in and all this shit. So that'd be the fucking best way, or look it up yourself, whatever you want to fucking do. But Friday the 13th Part 6 continues the Tommy Jarvis story, even though in this one he's played by a completely different actor, fucking Tom Matthews, who's the most iconic Tommy. He's the Tommy that's in the Friday the 13th game, so sorry, Corey Feldman. But so basically the film begins with Tommy and his friend. Apparently they're coming from the mental institution from Part 5. I guess they're still there, and fucking Tommy for some reason wants to drive to where Jason is buried because he wants to burn Jason's body so he can never come back, even though in Part 5 they show that Tommy stops seeing Jason. And that whole thing that they did in Part 5, setting Tommy up to be the killer, was all fucking for nothing.
It's gone
because because they got a shitload of fan backlash because of the copycat killer shit, and then nobody wanted Tommy as the killer. They said, we want Jason, we demand Jason. So Paramount said, alright, you're gonna get Jason. So they brought back Jason in this movie. So just forget everything they tried to do in Part 5, because it doesn't fucking matter anymore. So Tommy and his friend go to the fucking graveyard where Jason's buried, and they dig up his grave, and they open the casket, and Jason's in there rotting away. He's been in there since Part 4, and so all they had to do is just put the gasoline on him, burn him, that's it. For some reason, Tommy just loses his shit and grabs a fence post and sticks it into Jason's chest over and over and over, just they tried to do like a repeat shot of like the ending of Part 4 where Tommy was hitting him with the machete. I guess that was supposed to be like a callback to that, whatever. But so inadvertently, Tommy, being a dumbass, inadvertently is the one who brings Jason back to life, because he leaves the pole in him, and I guess the horror gods or Paramount themselves sent down these fucking lightning bolts from the sky, and it shocks the fucking pole a couple times, and Jason gets reanimated on some Frankenstein shit. And so
because
Tommy tries to burn him with the gasoline. Yeah. Fucking. So Tommy tries to burn him with the gasoline, but that doesn't do shit because it starts raining, and Tommy just gets the fuck out of there, and Jason kills Tommy's friend and like throws him in the casket, so they just think that Jason's still in the casket, even though it's clearly not Jason. But so, and for some reason Tommy brought a hockey mask with him, which is clearly not the one from Friday the 13th Part 5, because that one was blue and this one was red. And I think they were trying to act like this was Jason's mask from Part 4 because it has the axe cut in the head. Very weird continuity thing there. But as I said, when these movies go on, continuity just goes out the window. So, and we'll see that in the next couple movies. But Yeah, so Jason puts the mask on and grabs the spear, and we get the iconic look of Jason from Friday Part 6. And yeah, that's how the movie begins. So then we see the town of Crystal Lake, or it's renamed now to be Camp Forest Green because they want to get away from being known as Camp Blood and Camp Crystal Lake and all the bad shit that's happened there. So they decide to rename the town. Because I guess back then they didn't think anybody would be able to figure out that it's the same fucking place, I guess.
They're all stupid.
So we get...
I mean, especially the sheriff. He saw beheadings and all this shit and thought it was Tommy. Motherfucker's arms were ripped off. Nah, it's Tommy. Dumbass. Bro.
Yeah, because Tommy tries to tell the sheriff that Jason is alive, and he tries to warn him, and the sheriff thinks that he's just crazy because he was in a mental institution and had like the childhood trauma and all that, so he thinks he's just crazy and arrests Tommy. And then we see the sheriff's daughter, who's a main character in this film. Her name's Megan, and she's like a love interest for Tommy, which is really fucked because we deciphered the timeline and found out that Tommy is supposed to be 16 in this movie, if you follow the timeline. But he's played by Tom Matthews, who is fucking like 29. So it looks very strange. But nevertheless, fucking he just treats Tommy like he's crazy, but Megan likes him for some reason. Because I don't know. And also there's never any mention of what happened to fucking Pam and Reggie the Reckless from Part 5. They're just lost fucking history now. So I guess they never fucking mattered. So pretty much we get a scene where like Jason kills these two people in a fucking Volkswagen Beetle with the spear, and fucking Jason's back pretty much back to fucking killing and doing his thing. And then we also see that this is the only Friday the 13th movie, the only one still to this day. They never did it before this, and they never did it after this. The only one where they have actual kids at the camp. This is the only time. I don't know why this is the only one, but nevertheless, we meet these fucking counselors. I don't even remember half of their names, but I know the one guy. Yeah, one was Sissy, and then another one I remember, the one who's like driving the camper. His name was Court. I know that.
Yeah.
But the other ones, I fucking have no clue what their names were. But they're I guess, if you want to say the main fucking... they're not even the main characters. They're just there for body count. Like,
yeah.
Fucking... honestly, fucking... usually when they have counselors in these films, at least one of them survives, but all the counselors die in this.
Yeah.
But they're being counselors at Camp Forest Green, and they're reopening it because this used to be Camp Crystal Lake in the first fucking 4 movies, and now that it's called Camp Forest Green, they want to reopen it and bring children there and whatever. And I guess the reasoning they give is that, like, because in Part 1 they were trying to remodel the camp to get it ready for the kids to come, and then because of everything that happened in Part 1, it stays shut down, and then everything in 2, 3, and 4, it stayed shut down still. So I guess that's why in Part 6 it's finally opening. But nevertheless, pretty much Tommy in this movie does anything and everything he can to try to prove to the sheriff that Jason is alive and that he's killing people. And then people start dying, and the sheriff thinks that it's Tommy doing all this, and he thinks that Tommy is so crazy from all this Jason shit that Tommy has went insane and started murdering people and then trying to blame it on Jason or whatever.
Because you could easily decapitate somebody and throw their head in the car.
Yeah. He also doesn't want his daughter around Tommy at all. because he's crazy, but Megan doesn't really give a shit. We get one scene where, like, there's, like, this paintball game going on, and Jason just comes in there and fucking wrecks everyone. There's this one shot where he fucking beheads 3 people in a row. Fucking, and then Jason rips somebody's fucking arm off, and he, like, looks at it. And so now we've evolved from, like, humanoid man-child Jason to fucking zombie super strength undead Jason.
He's still a man-child, though. I mean, I don't think fucking him, like, being zombified changed his mind in any way or made him mature.
Well, nevertheless, fucking Jason just starts fucking slaughtering people, and more bodies keep piling up, and the sheriff just thinks it's all Tommy, and then they try to kick Tommy out of the town, and fucking Tommy ends up going to the graveyard to try to prove to the cops that Jason's body isn't in the grave, but they stop Tommy before he can prove it to him. And then they show the caretaker is like this drunk old man. He fucking ends up dying later because of fucking alcohol. But yeah, pretty much that's just the movie. Like, it's just Tommy trying to prove to the sheriff that Jason's alive, and the sheriff doesn't want to hear it, and then meanwhile Jason's killing people, and the sheriff thinks it's Tommy doing it. And that's pretty much all that goes on in this movie. There's not, like, much outside of that. Like, none of the counselors or anything excuse me, really get that much development in terms of, like, individual characters. Like, they're not bad actors or anything. They're not bad characters. You could just tell they're there for the body count. Like, it's kind of obvious. Like, that you don't get any attachment to any of the characters. And I think that was done on purpose, because there's there to pile up the body count, as you do for a Friday the 13th movie.
Yeah, there is a reason Jason's known for the most fucking kills.
Yeah. Fucking, but so there's this one cool scene where Jason goes to this fucking camper in the woods that fucking Court and his girlfriend are in, and we get a sex scene, and then Court starts driving the RV really fast and jamming the rock music, and somehow Jason was able to get in the camper and hide in the fucking bathroom, and the chick, like, goes into the bathroom, and fucking Jason fucking strangles her and then shoves her face through the wall. And then fucking while Court is driving, Jason, like, sneaks up behind him and then fucking just knifes him right in the fucking throat. And so the fucking camper ramps up on this fucking thing on the side of the road and flips and, like, explodes. We get this badass shot with Jason standing on top of the flaming camper.
Which I do like that shot, but I will point out, how the fuck did Jason get a tool belt?
I'm trying to remember. I want to say he got it from the paintball people. I don't know, though, because he has, like, a whole... Not only that, he has gloves as well.
Yeah.
And he has, like, a whole utility belt
well,
with,
I
like,
think
a hunting knife and everything on it.
I think I saw him put on the gloves at the graveyard, so I think that's where he got the gloves.
This is the only movie where he wears gloves as well. Actually, no, he wears gloves in Part 8 as well. Fuck that movie. Well, we'll get to that when we get to that.
You gotta wear gloves when you're swimming. I mean, I don't wear gloves when I'm swimming, but you gotta make some sense out of it.
I like the look of Jason in this movie. I think the yellow gloves actually complement him pretty well. I think it's a nice it's a nice contrast to how, like, Jason's usually, like, a lot of dark colors. So a bright color on him actually doesn't look too bad. My man, though, fucking still, all this time later, still rocking the green button-up shirt and the tan slacks. He hasn't fucking changed his look.
Hey, he knows
But
what he likes.
He does in the next film. Well, in the next couple movies, he fucking changes his look every single movie, so I don't really know. I mean, in one of the movies, he fucking gets an upgrade, which we'll get to. But,
Yeah.
Excuse me. But, yeah, after that, like I said, they keep finding dead bodies, and then Jason winds up finding Camp Forest Green. He gets confused at first because he thinks it's Crystal Lake, and he doesn't, like, he looks confused if it's, like, the same place. Then he figures out that it is. So he just goes there, and he starts killing the counselors. And the one fucking, I think her name was Sissy, she fucking gets pulled out of the window by Jason. Oh yeah, they also made up this fucking card game where, like, you take a deck of cards and you take the Joker card and you split it into like 4 or 5 separate decks, and then you put the Joker card in one of the decks, and they're like, oh, the object of the game is to figure out like the cabins, the fucking decks represent cabins, and the Joker card represents Jason. And they're like, the aim of the game is to figure out what cabin Jason's in. So they made up this whole fucking card game that actually people tried to make into a real thing. And it also is, like, very similar to kind of how the plot of the Friday the 13th game is, because in that game you're supposed to figure out, like, well, not figure out, but, like, sometimes Jason will appear in, like, a random cabin and you have to fight him. But, I'm talking about the NES game, not the fucking console game. That's actually, as of this recording, we found out they're going to be completely shutting down that game next year, so that's sad.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yep, they said December 2024, the online servers will be shut down forever, so...
Which I think I read something about...
Right,
apparently, like, there's some company, studio that wants to make a different Friday the 13th game. Or something.
Fucking, I'll take anything at this point. They've just been doing nothing for years. Like, I'll take anything, bro. Fucking, I don't care what it is. I'll take anything Friday the 13th. Just do something. Like,
yeah,
it's kind of like
Friday the 13th game is in development as of June 8th, 2023, with composer Harry Manfredini.
He's the one that makes all the music for Friday the 13th. He made all the music in, I think, all the movies, I want to say, or at least most of them.
Yeah, so apparently it's going to be in a different style to Friday the 13th, the game. And it's unrelated to Gun Media's multiplayer game. Apparently, it's going to rely on horror, and basically, it's going to be like a horror game, pretty much. It's not going to be like a multiplayer type game.
Well, hopefully it's fucking good.
He says he doesn't know any more details, but that's other than those elements. But that's what he's been involved in.
Yeah. Well, fucking Gun Media is working on the fucking Texas Chainsaw game that's coming out soon, I think.
Yeah, and I don't even look that good, to be completely honest.
Yeah. But anyway, back to the fucking movie. So fucking Sissy gets killed because Jason fucking completely rips her fucking head off. And this one fucking chick that was a counselor, she, like, Austin did not like her, man. Like, she was fucking, like, the way she acted about stuff, and then, like, the way she was, like, sleeping on the bed and shit, and just thinking, like all this obvious shit that would tell you, oh, something's wrong. She was just like, oh, it's a joke, it's a prank, bro.
Nah, bro, because, okay, I could deal with all the jokes or what, it's the prank or whatever, you know. I could deal with all that. But what really pissed me off, and I'm going to ask you, do you know anybody
that's not fucking psycho, that sleeps on their bed with their bed done and ready for the next day. Like, she wasn't using the blankets, wasn't even using like anything. Had normal like jeans on to sleep. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what psycho, bro? Like, I can't, nah. She was the real villain. Fuck. No, she was the real villain. Fucking Jason.
The real villain.
She was the real villain. There's no way. Jason killed her for a reason. There was a reason she got the most fucking dirtiest fucking death, because Jason knew, what the fuck are you on? Like,
Jesus Christ, yeah, when Jason kills her, he, like, my man just walks in there and grabs her, shuts the door, and it just turns into a fucking bloodbath.
And that's what she deserved.
And fucking Jason, like, throws her into the window. She, like, busts the window out, and Jason, like, grabs her and is like, get the fuck back in here, and just starts fucking hacking her some more.
He better have messed up those sheets, too.
Well, I mean, they show later in the movie when they find her dead body that, like, the entire room there's just blood everywhere.
Good.
So she got fucked up bad, bro.
Fucking psycho.
Jesus fucking Christ. So there is a couple scenes where there's like this one like little girl, and she's like afraid of Jason. And fucking she has like this whole thing about God or whatever, and fucking so Jason, like, I mean the kid characters in this don't really play a big role. They're just kind of there. They don't do anything really that important. There is the one line in this movie that Dead Meat uses for their fucking intro. It's like where the two kids are under the bed and they're like, the one's like, he said, I think he says like, we're dead meat, real dead meat. But other than that, the kids don't really do anything else important in this movie. The little girl's the one that takes a bloody machete that she found. She took Jason's machete to that chick, and she was just like, oh, it's a joke. It's just a prank. Like, what? What are you on? What do you mean it's a prank? But, fucking, I don't know. Jason had, like, this weird, like, thing with this little girl where he kept, like, looking at her. It was like he was, like, fascinated with her. And people theorize about it that, like, Jason was intrigued because he, like, saw himself in her or some weird shit people were trying to come up with. I don't know. It's very weird how they did that in this movie. And there's also the fucking theory I told Austin about how they said Jason is like a super Christian, and that's why he kills people that have sex and shit.
Which, if we go back to part 3, I don't think Christian people rape people. Yeah.
So fucking Tommy tries to devise a plan of how to stop Jason, and he teams up with Megan to try to go to Camp Forest Green, and fucking the sheriff and the other cops are already there, and they try to go there, but they get stopped, and then Tommy gets thrown in jail, and the sheriff makes his fucking deputy watch over him. And then they end up just fooling the deputy anyway and locking him in the fucking jail cell. And then they just go back to the camp anyway. And like while the sheriff and them are at Camp Crystal Lake, like Jason starts killing the cops one by one. Like he kills one with like an arrow to the head and shit. And the sheriff starts finding the dead bodies of the cops. And then finally the sheriff runs into Jason and finally realizes that Tommy wasn't bullshitting, and goes one-on-one with Jason Voorhees and fucking shoots him several times with his shotgun, and Jason just gets up. Then my man pulls out a pistol, shoots Jason, and Jason still gets up like it's just fucking nothing. headshots him, Jason just fucking looks at him like, bitch, I'm fucking Jason Voorhees, and just charges at him, and fucking, I really like just how imposing C.J. Graham looks as Jason. Like, he looks so threatening.
You know, and the thing is, he looks so threatening, but he's like a fucking teddy bear in real life. Legitimately.
Didn't you say he's tall as fuck?
He's tall as fuck, but he is like the nicest dude I've ever met.
Yeah, Austin actually got to meet him.
Yeah.
And take a picture with him.
Yeah. But super fucking nice.
So Jason chases after the sheriff, and then fucking Tommy and Megan get there, and Tommy has this whole plan where he's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking use this chain and tie it around a boulder, and I'm gonna drown Jason in the lake. And fucking Megan goes to find her dad because she starts finding all the bodies of the counselors, and so she goes to find her dad, and then Jason hears her yelling for the sheriff, so Jason goes to chase her, and the sheriff is like, nah, you're not gonna mess with my daughter, and fucking hops on Jason and my man starts hitting him with a tree branch and a rock on some caveman shit, and then Jason's just like, bitch, and he fucking snaps him like a pretzel, and fucking then Jason goes after her anyway, and then fucking Tommy has to get Jason's attention to come to the water, and then fucking Jason starts going after Tommy. He's like, come on, maggot head, it's me that you want. And then then Megan like screams for Tommy, and then Jason turns around and starts going for Megan and fucking tries to kill her, and then fucking Tommy starts calling Jason a pussy. And I guess it really pissed off Jason because Jason let her go and fucking charged into the fucking water. So I guess being called a pussy really pisses Jason off.
Yeah.
And so Jason like walks into the water and goes under the water, and Tommy like can't find him. So Tommy legit pulls out a gas can, a whole fucking jerry can, and starts pouring gasoline around the boat and like lights a match and creates a ring of fire around the boat. And Austin was like, I don't think you can light water on fire. And I was like, well, Tommy just did.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure they did a whole fucking Mythbusters episode on that. I'm pretty sure you can't fucking do that.
Well, they've done it in a lot of movies. They did it in Jurassic Park 3.
Let me just look it up. Can you light water on fire?
Well, I assumed you could, because if you put gas in water, like, the gas would, like, stay at the top. Okay. 'Cause I don't think the gas can just dissolve in water, right? And you can just light the top.
So,
that's what I thought.
You can't burn pure water, which is why we use it to put out fires instead of starting them. However, you could break it down into hydrogen and oxygen by putting energy into it in the form of an electric current. I don't think gasoline is an electric current. So, you call me a Mythbuster, you can't light that on fire.
No, Tommy can, because he did it. So it gets like real quiet, and he can't find where Jason is, and then Jason just comes up out of nowhere and starts grabbing him, and Tommy is like struggling with him, and he ends up getting the chain over Jason's head, and then Jason fucking does a fucking Hulk smash onto Tommy and completely breaks the little boat in half, and they both sink into the water, and fucking the boulder sinks down to the bottom, and since the chain is around Jason's neck, it keeps Jason at the bottom of the lake, and Tommy tries to swim up, but Jason grabs him and legit fucking chokes Tommy out, which would kill him, and Tommy floats up to the surface, and everybody thinks Tommy's dead.
Which he
and
should
then
been.
Fucking Megan fucking gets in the water and tries to save Tommy, and then Jason tries to get her, and she fucking turns on the propeller of the boat that's still floating, and the propeller like cuts into Jason's face and shit and cuts into his neck, and we see a bunch of blood, which doesn't make sense because Jason wouldn't have had any blood since he's been dead for 5 years, but whatever. So I guess that killed Jason because Jason just stops after that, and they just act like that kills Jason. And then Megan brings Tommy to the shore and does fucking CPR on him, and my god, Tommy Jarvis is alive.
There is absolutely no way, but okay.
Yeah, and then literally after that, like, they just show a shot of, like, the next day when it's, like, sunny outside and the lake is all quiet, and it's supposed to be like, oh, Crystal Lake is at peace, and then it just abruptly ends and the credits roll.
Well, it ends with
that's
Jason's
Friday the
eye
13th
opening.
part 6. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, his fucking eye opens, and then fucking the credits roll, and that's Friday the 13th part 6. Jason Lives from 1986. Very good film. Also, I do want to mention before we end this review, the soundtrack of this movie was done by Alice Cooper. Fucking awesome soundtrack. Fucking love Alice Cooper. And also, this movie, for some reason, they decided for the intro, they decided to do a James Bond intro, but with Jason, because they thought it was cool, is what they said. But, yeah. Overall, really great film. One of the best Friday the 13th movies. One of the best sequels. And the last good movie in this franchise, honestly. So, yeah. Anything you want to say, Austin?
No. I think we should just get to the next movie, on to part 7. The New Blood?
The New Blood. Or Jason versus Carrie, quote unquote. And we'll get to see Kane Hodder for the first time as well, so yay.
That is something we'll have to judge. Which is like the best Jason? Is it CJ Graham or is it Kane Hodder? Because
a lot of people like to throw Ted White in there as one of the best
Ted
Jasons
White
as well.
too.
I don't know. I see a lot. I don't agree with this personally, but I see a lot of people say that they really like Richard Brooker from Part 3 as Jason.
Nah.
Well, fucking Kane Hodder seems to be the one that everyone loves because they act like he's the only one that could fucking play Jason.
Which I don't think so, honestly. Because I mean, if we're going by how this was with C.J. Graham, I do think he's up there.
Yeah. Well, if anything else, Kane Hodder is the only person to play Jason in more than one film.
True.
Nobody else can say that.
Yeah. Even if the films are all pretty much bad. So.
Yeah, he kind of got the short end of the deal. Like, he got to play Jason the most, but he played Jason, like, the most awful films of the franchise.
Oh my god.
He played Jason in part 7, 8, 9, and X, I think.
Yeah.
And then for Freddy vs. Jason, they're like, nah, fuck you, we want someone taller. And so they picked fucking whoever the fucking guy was, I don't remember.
I don't know. At least Freddy didn't get done dirty like that. You know, even though, like, I that's one thing good I could say about Freddy. He didn't get done dirty. At least his actor, Robert Englund, was there for every single movie until the remake. Yeah.
I was about to say, don't forget the remake, because they did him pretty dirty there.
I know.
But I mean, to be fair, they wouldn't have had anybody else play Freddy in Freddy vs. Jason because New Line are pussies, and they don't trust anyone else to play Freddy. That's why they don't make any more Nightmare stuff now, 'cause they're too afraid that it's gonna flop. Like,
which honestly, I do think I was looking at it, and Devon Sawa from the Chucky series said he wanted to play him, and I could see it.
Honestly, I could see it,
Yeah.
but
But I've seen people saying they want Kevin Bacon to play Freddy.
God no. With how he
Not
was
after
in,
they
no,
slash
not
them.
after they slashed them. Nobody wants to see
Jesus
that.
Christ. Jesus Christ.
All right, well, let's get to part 7, The New Blood.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, it's time for our intermission.
You know, I think this is this the first time that we've done an intermission together?
To be fair, it's the first time I've done an intermission in general.
You should do them more. They're fun. I like doing them.
Well, here's the thing, like, it's, when it came to That 70s Show, or Clone High, or Nut Shack, or I Babysitter's a Vampire, I already kind of did a lot of the shit. So, especially with That 70s Show, I did not feel like doing an intermission.
Well, I would fucking... Whenever I put my Scooby-Doo video out, I would love for you to do an intermission for that.
I'll do an intermission for that, but I don't know if I'll ever do another intermission unless it's me and you doing it for mine, because I do, when it comes to those, like, at least with this one, I had your help editing. For the other ones, I edited it pretty much all by myself, so
Yeah.
and everything. So
We're taking a brief intermission here between the franchise reviews because, you know, Friday the 13th isn't only about the movies. There's much more. There's, you know, fucking cons of Friday the 13th. There's fucking meet and greets with the fucking cast, whether it be people who played Jason, people who played the campers, whatever it may be. But that's not what we're here to talk about. Because not only did they make movies, they made Friday the 13th video games. They made 2 of them. And first we're going to talk about the original NES game. Yes, there is an NES game if you didn't know. It was just called Friday the 13th. Fucking, I've never played it personally. I've seen videos on it. It's basically you pick a camper and you have to try to stop Jason from killing your friends. I'll just read the plot here so you can get more of the gist of it. It's a pretty typical summer at Crystal Lake. There's a group of happy children staying in the camp. You and your 6 camp counselor friends are watching over the kids while enjoying the lake and the wilderness. The days are bright and sunny, the nights are cool and clear, but Jason is on a rampage, and it's up to you to stop him, but it's not going to be easy. You must first fight your way through the forest filled with man-eating wolves, caves covered with blood-sucking bats, and hordes of mindless zombies everywhere you turn. You must also help any friend who is in danger, or else you can just kiss them goodbye. Hiding in a cabin or staying adrift in a canoe won't keep you safe, and Jason will find you. The only way to survive this summer is to challenge Jason face to face and destroy him. In the video game, players take the role of any one of 6 camp counselors, switching between them as needed. As they explore the Camp Crystal Lake area, they are continually and randomly attacked by Jason. So, yeah, you pretty much go around the map, protect your friends, and sometimes Jason will randomly pop up in a cabin that you go to, and you have to fight Jason off, and you keep doing that until you defeat Jason, pretty much. It's a pretty simple game. It is kind of dumb how they added, like, bats and, like, zombies and shit, because obviously that's not in Friday the 13th. And also, this game is, which is kind of why I wanted to talk about it, because it does have something to do with the newer game. Because this game is where the whole NES Jason look comes from.
Yep.
Because in this game they made Jason purple and blue. I don't know what made them go with that color scheme, but yeah, so that's pretty much the original Friday the 13th game. Actually, when did it come out? Does it say? It was made by Atlas and LJN, and better known as the Angry Video Game Nerd said, Laughing, Joking, Numbnuts. It came out in 1989, so actually came out fucking a year after Friday the 13th Part 8, or it was the year it came out, I forget, one of the two. Fucking
One of those, yeah.
So, yeah, that's pretty much the original Friday the 13th game. Not a super hard game. Like, you really just go around the map, try to fucking save your friends. I could read out the counselors' names. The counselors' names are George, Mark, Paul, Laura, Debbie, and Chrissy. But none of them are, like, based off of any of the characters from the movies, so it doesn't really matter. Some of them are fast and slow, but really it doesn't change the gameplay too much. There's different weapons you can use to kill Jason as well, but yeah, pretty much once you kill Jason, you win the game, and that's really all there is to it. So, I mean, that's pretty much it when it comes to the NES game. Not too much to talk about there. I guess it could be considered a classic game. The crazy thing is, though, it came out in 1989, and there was not another Friday the 13th game until 2017. Think about how long that is.
Over 20 years, I would think. Maybe
almost fucking damn near 30 years, about 28 years.
Ah, damn.
Yeah. So, now we jump from the NES Friday the 13th all the way to the 2017 Friday the 13th The Game, created by Ilphonic and Gun Media. Now, I can tell you from personal experience, I remember when this game came out, they originally announced it on Kickstarter, and it had nothing to do with Friday the 13th. I think it was called like Summer Camp of Blood or something like that. It was something like that. And basically, the point of the game was to either you could play as the killer and kill all the survivors, or play as the survivors and either kill the killer or escape, pretty much. And I forget who currently owns the Friday the 13th license. Well, at the time, I know who owns it now, but who owned it at the time. But they approached the developers, Gun Media, and said that they wanted them to be able to use the Friday the 13th. I believe it might have been Sean S. Cunningham. It might have been him that did it. But nevertheless, they said, hey, we want you to use the Friday the 13th property for this, and we're really going to make sort of... The game was supposed to be like a love letter to the franchise, and for people who were fans of all the movies. So, since they had the licensing, they got things going and created Friday the 13th, the game. And it originally launched on Kickstarter 2016. I remember because I backed them on Kickstarter. And when you backed them on Kickstarter, you were supposed to get an exclusive DLC thing, which was Savini Jason, which is a Savini. It's a Jason that they created. That Tom Savini himself created, actually, for the game. And his story is actually really badass too, because Savini Jason's story is that when he was in hell from Jason Goes to Hell, he fucking killed Satan and stole his fucking pitchfork and came back to Earth. That's kind of fucking badass.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's in the game. If you go to like if you beat the virtual cabin, like you'll see like the Savini Jason in like the showcase room, and it says like his story and stuff. But so I never ended up getting that for some reason. I don't know why. But people who originally backed it on Kickstarter got a digital copy early, and I was one of those people. And so I got the digital copy. And then there was supposed to be a physical copy, but it got delayed. So a year later, and it wasn't until 2018 that I got my Friday the 13th physical copy. Which actually, do I have it on hand right now? Is it down here that I could see? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Alright, so here's my physical copy. I'll tell you about it. I ended up getting this in the mail a year later. So it came with, I never did anything with these because I figured one day I might need it. So it came with this, holding it right here, a Friday the 13th the game magnet. I'll probably put that on my fridge. And it came with a Friday the 13th the game sticker, and it's part 4 Jason from the game. Then it came with this little booklet, which I don't even think I ever opened. So it's a mini poster of the game. It has the game art, and on the back it has part 2 Jason squeezing somebody's head, and that's all you would get with the physical copy. But I just thought maybe that was interesting because people who got the game digitally wouldn't have got this stuff. So I don't know if you got physical copies when it actually came out, if they gave you this stuff or not.
No,
actually,
they didn't, because I have the physical copy as well.
Oh yeah, so you didn't get like the magnet or the sticker or anything?
Nope.
Did you get the poster?
I did not.
Damn. Well, maybe I should consider myself lucky. I'm going to put this magnet on my fridge now. There we go. It's on my fridge next to my Killer Clowns magnets. The sticker, I'm probably not going to do anything with that, or the poster. But, I wonder, does this say this on yours? On the front of mine, it says, includes exclusive Bloody Jason skin and counselor clothing pack.
Let me fucking actually check.
But that's pretty much everything on my physical copy. I never actually put the disc in either. It's brand new because I didn't have a reason to, because I had it digitally. So
I'm trying to find out. There it is. Yeah, it does. It never did include the Bloody Jason skin or the counselor clothing pack, but you know. Okay then.
Yeah. Well, so the game itself. Let's talk about the game itself. It came out May 26, 2017. And it's been released for all the major consoles, at least the last gen ones. But the game itself, let's talk about that. So, what do you do in Friday the 13th the game? What is it about? Well, compared to the NES version, it has a lot more depth. It's kind of a little bit of the same concept, though, where basically you can play as one of the survivors. It's online, though. You can only play as survivors online. And basically you pick a survivor and you can level them up or give them certain perks or whatever. And there's different perks, like you could start the game with a map, start the game with a baseball bat, perks that make you run faster, perks that give you more stamina, perks that make it quieter when you walk so Jason can't detect you, perks that make your fear level go down when Jason gets near you so you can fucking see the goddamn screen. There's a bunch of perks. There's perks that make it easier to get out of Jason's grasp. I think there's one where you start with a pocket knife as well. There's a bunch of different perks.
I know, I always use the one where I start with a fucking map.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter now, though, because you can pretty much have every single perk, because They gave everybody. I'll talk about that in a minute. But so you pick your counselor, and you can go into any of the maps. The maps that are in the game, you have Higgins Haven, which is based on Friday the 13th Part 3. You have the Packanack Lodge, which is based on Friday the 13th Part 2. You have the Jarvis House, which is based on Friday the 13th Part 4. And you have Pinehurst, which is based on Friday the 13th Part 5. Then you have Crystal Lake, which I think it's supposed to be based on the original Friday the 13th, but also based on Part 6 as well. It's weird. There's also small versions of each map besides the Jarvis House and Pinehurst. And there's also different Jasons in the game that you can pick from. There's Part 2 Jason, Part 3 Jason, Part 4 Jason, Part 5, which was added later, Part 6, Part 7, Part 8, and Part 9. And Jason X was supposed to be in the game, but he's not. I'll explain that here in a bit. Those are the Jasons you can pick from. All of them also have bloody variants as well. And this is why I brought up the NES version also. Part 3 Jason, in particular, has an alt you can select, which actually turns him into NES Jason, which is pretty fucking cool. And his chase music, yeah, his chase music is this really sick NES style beat, which I really like.
Which we always hear. We always hear when we play because the game just has a fucking boner on making me Jason every time, even though my preferred thing is counselor. But
So each Jason has their own abilities. Some can teleport, some can run, some can't run. It depends which Jason you pick. All of them have different weapons like pickaxes, axes, machetes, spears, fucking shears, all kinds of different weapons. And if you get, they had a thing, like I said, it doesn't matter now, but at one point in time they had a thing where if you got to level 113, you could mix and match any weapons with any Jason that you wanted. But when you either pick your counselor, pick your Jason, and you pick your map, or if the fucking whoever's the host picks the map, rather, you load into the game, it randomly decides who's Jason, and basically the game is, if you are Jason, you have to kill everybody, and the more people you kill, the more XP you get. And for the counselors, you are supposed to go around the map and either try to find the fuse for the fuse box so you can call the cops, find the radio to call Tommy Jarvis to come help you, which Tommy Jarvis is basically a second chance. When somebody dies and you call Tommy Jarvis, whoever dies, it'll pick a random person that dies to come back as Tommy Jarvis, and you have a shotgun and a pocket knife, which is pretty cool. Tommy is based on Tom Matthews from Part 6 as well, because they got his likeness for the game, which is cool. Yep. Then you can either do that, or you can look for the car battery, the gas, and the car keys to repair the cars, or only certain maps have the boat. It depends. There's also a boat you can escape on, which for that you need to get the gas and the propeller. So those are all the ways you can escape. You can either escape by the cops, escape by car, or escape by boat. So, and also, what the counselors can do, you can fight back against Jason. You can pick up different weapons from machetes, baseball bats, pipes, shotguns, all kinds of different stuff. You can pick up fucking pocket knives to help you get out of Jason's grasp, all kinds of different stuff. And everything you do also gets you XP as well. And if you survive, you get extra XP. But one thing that you can also do is you can kill Jason if you know how to do it. Basically what you're supposed to do is, I think you need 2 people to do it. One has to go to Jason. They have to go in Jason's shack, and they have to put on Pamela's sweater. And then the other person, I don't remember if they have to be Tommy Jarvis or not, but you need somebody with the Pamela sweater, and basically they use that to stop Jason, and it'll make him drop to his knees. And I believe you need a machete and a baseball bat, I think. And so you also you have to make sure Jason is damaged enough that his mask has come off, because if you don't, it won't work. So you have to make sure his mask is off. Then you activate the fucking acting like Pamela shit, which drops him to his knees. Then you hit him with the baseball bat, and then one person does the final blow with putting a machete or axe or whatever in his face, and you can actually kill Jason, which is pretty cool. And I believe you get even more XP if you kill Jason as well.
I think that was the case, yeah, because I think I've only killed Jason once. I think.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much all you do in the main online modes. There's also other modes. There's single player challenges where basically it's they created all these different scenarios that they're like based on scenes from the movies. I'm not going to go into each one because I don't remember them off the top of my head, but basically they're where you play as Jason, and they're kind of like reenacted scenes from the movie, but you play them from like Jason's perspective, and basically whatever scene the movie's from, it'll be on that map, and you also have to play as that Jason as well, which is cool. And they actually have like custom made like cutscenes and everything for it. But yeah, so they have single player challenges. They also have offline play, which you can play against bots, but you can only play as Jason. You can't play as Survivor, which sucks. And the bots are really fucking bad as well. They more often than not get killed because they're stupid. Unless they have pocket knives, then they'll fuck you over. But then there's pickups in the game you can get that are... You'll see them around the map sometimes. They're Pamela tapes and Tommy tapes. They're like little Easter eggs that they like made these little like interview segments with like saying they were interviewing Pamela, and like Pamela kind of giving more, I guess, story to Jason. And then with Tommy, he also has some with the Tommy tapes where he talks about his experience with Jason and shit. It's pretty cool. I think you get an achievement or something if you get all of them. You get a lot of achievements. The way they did the game, whether you're on Xbox or PlayStation, you get achievements or trophies where if you do things in like 13s, like if you kill a counselor 13 times, you get an achievement. If you escape 13 times, like if you escape by car 13 times, you'll get an achievement. If you kill a counselor 13 times with a specific kill, you'll get an achievement, stuff like that. They really played into the whole 13 aspect. Then the other big mode in the game is called the Virtual Cabin, or Virtual Cabin 2.0, or whatever 2.0, or whatever .0 it is on now, I don't know. But the Virtual Cabin was a thing, it was mostly made for people who backed the game on Kickstarter. Basically, what the Virtual Cabin is this virtual world you go into. You're inside one of the Friday the 13th cabins, and you'll see all the different counselors from the game, which I'll say who they are here in a minute. But basically, in the Virtual Cabin, you can walk around, look at the cabin. There's certain walkie-talkies you can interact with, and you'll actually have like some of the developers talking about the game, talking about how they made certain things. It's pretty cool. That you can go up to like the different counselors, and it'll tell you like their stories and shit. There's also one counselor named Eric J.R. LaChapa who was actually made based off one of the people who was one of their highest backers on Kickstarter, which is pretty cool. Which tells you that they really like did care about the game a lot.
Yeah.
It sucks how it ended, which I'll get to, but besides that, there's like an actual like sort of story you can follow where you have to like solve puzzles and shit. Like there's a puzzle where you have to find all the Jason masks. There's a puzzle where you have to find badges. There's a puzzle where you have to fucking find these like fucking things you have to put on the wall to open a secret door. There's like a bunch of Easter eggs to all the movies all over the map. It's a really, like, if you are a Friday the 13th fan and you've seen all the movies, I recommend playing it because it'll take a couple hours to get through, but it will definitely, like, feed your need of Friday the 13th content for sure. I definitely recommend playing it. Once you do get to the secret room, though, it's this really cool room that has it's like a showcase room of every Jason, and you can go up to every Jason. It'll give like the story of that Jason and what happened to them in whatever movie they're from, and like I said with the Savini Jason, and then it goes to the next part where one of the Jasons breaks out, and then you get to leave the house, and then you do puzzles outside of the cabin. You get to see Jason's shack from part 2. You get to see the graveyard from part 6. You get to see the docks from part 1. There's a couple different places you can go. There's more Easter eggs littered around the map. And your ultimate goal is to just find all the Easter eggs. Sometimes, if there's one part where you can go into a forest, and if you go in there, fucking Jason jump scares you and kills you. Then once you figure out every puzzle, there's also a computer you have to do some puzzles on as well. But once you do all the puzzles and get all the Easter eggs and everything, you get to escape on the boat, like Alice tried to do in part 1. And I think like Boy Jason actually comes out of the water and gets you too, which is pretty cool. And that's pretty much the virtual cabin. Also, this is where I kind of want to talk about the rest of the stuff kind of as like a transition, because that's really all you can do in the game. There's some DLCs of like costumes for the counselors, which I guess I'll say who the fucking counselors are. Let me look up a list of them real quick. Friday the 13th, the game counselors. Alright, so I'll tell you who each counselor is and what movie they're from. So you have Adam Palomino. I'm not really sure what movie he's from. Jenny Myers, who she's based off of Chris from part 3. Tiffany Cox. I think she's based off of one of the twins from part 4. Chad Kenningston. I think he's based off one of the people from part 7. I could be wrong. Kenny Rydell, I actually don't know. Mitch Floyd, he's the fucking hippie from part 3. Eric J.R. LaChapa, he's the guy that was their highest backer on Kickstart. Brandon Bugsy Wilson, he is based on Julius from part 8. And Sheldon Shelley Finkelstein,
my boy,
he's based on obviously Shelley from part 3. I thought there was more. Is there? Hold on. I feel like there's more than that. Yeah, there's AJ Mason. I think she's based off the chick from part 5, like the goth chick. There's Deborah Kim. I think she's based off of one of the characters from part 7. I think like the chick that tries to get like a makeover or whatever. There is Vanessa Jones. I think she's based off of one of the people in part 6, I want to say. One of the there's Fox, who's based on the chick biker from part 3, and Victoria Sterling, who is the blonde chick that's a cunt from part 7. So, and then obviously there's Tommy Jarvis, like I said. If this fucking thing loads, I don't know why it's not loading now. What is this? Oh yeah, fucking, that's another thing. So, with all that being said, that's Friday the 13th the game. That's everything it has to offer. But let me get into the kind of shit with it. So, if you play the virtual cabin, you'll know that there's a door that says coming soon, and when you go into it, it takes you into the Grendel spaceship from Jason X, right? And you can walk around the ship, there's some like Easter eggs, and at the end, Uber Jason comes out and fucking kills you. And it was supposed to be a teaser because Jason X was going to be the next DLC that they dropped. Because Gun Media had this whole thing planned out. It was this picture thing they would put out. I don't know if you ever seen it, Austin, but it was this picture thing that they would put out on like their Twitter and stuff, and it was like a Friday the 13th map, and like the map would say like, oh, clothing DLC, emote DLC, and then the first Jason DLC was Roy Burns. Actually, no, I think it was Part 4 Jason, and then Roy Burns, Jason, and Pinehurst was the DLC, and then it would go like another clothing pack, another emote pack, and then another Jason. Well, that Jason was supposed to be Uber Jason in the Grendel map, and apparently something I didn't know that I just found out, apparently there was also going to be a new survivor added, or counselor, of KM. Well, if you don't know who KM is, you'll recognize her as the android chick from Jason X. Apparently, she was going to be a counselor when they were going to add the Jason X DLC. Didn't know that, but now I know that. So yeah, they were going to add Uber Jason, the Grendel map, and apparently KM as a counselor. Well, and before I said this, also, the rest of their plans were, I believe they were going to do another clothing pack, another emote pack, and then they said there was 2 more Jasons that were going to come out.
Well, I can already assume...
What?
I can already assume what the other Jasons would have been. Probably Freddy versus Jason, and then remake Jason.
Yeah. And, which, that always made me wonder when they were going to put Freddy versus Jason in the game, because it made me wonder if they were going to have something with, like, if it was going to have anything to do with Freddy in the game at all, like if he was going to have something to do with it, or if they were just going to not put him in.
You know what I'm pissed about? We could have fucking had Danielle Panabaker in the fucking game. But no, the fucking lawsuit. Alright. Fuck you then.
Oh yeah, I'll get to that. So, yeah, basically what happened was all that was supposed to come out. Never happened. Never happened because Victor Miller... You might be wondering who's Victor Miller. This is where we're going to talk about the lawsuit. So that's pretty much the Friday the 13th games. So there's that part. But now let's get into the lawsuit, which is another important thing in the history of Friday the 13th, because not only does it affect the game, it also affects the movies, which is why no fucking movies have been made either. So I need to take a drink of water real quick. Oh, my fucking throat hurts from talking so much. But, because we fucking, recorded our podcast right before this, so my fucking throat hurts. But anyway, so the lawsuit, Victor Miller, you might be saying, who's Victor Miller? Well, in the original Friday the 13th, it was created by Victor Miller and Sean S. Cunningham. Now, the original Friday the 13th was the only Friday the 13th that Victor Miller had anything to do with, because Sean S. Cunningham went on to do second one, third one, and so on and so forth, the rest of the franchise. Well, what ended up happening was right when Friday the 13th, the game was booming, Victor Miller decided to be an asshole and say, you know what, I wasn't paid the correct amount of money that I should have been paid for the original Friday the 13th, and I should be paid royalties for the rest of the franchise. So he creates this lawsuit against Sean S. Cunningham and whoever had the rights to the franchise at the time. And so the lawsuit was basically Victor Miller saying that he was owed money that he wasn't paid, and that for some reason this asshole wanted the rights to the Friday the 13th name, and basically he wanted to own the rights to the whole franchise, but they said no. So what ended up happening, this lawsuit went on for a couple years until it got settled. So there was like no progress on the game, no progress when it comes to movies, nothing, absolutely nothing. And so what ended up happening was Victor Miller won the lawsuit, and which means Victor Miller has the rights to the Friday the 13th name, and I believe he has the rights to Pamela Voorhees.
Hello.
And so because that happened, they can't do anything with the game anymore. Because I guess if they did, it would be against whatever the fucking law was of it in the lawsuit. So the game died, and so none of these things ever happened in the game. And there still has not been any more Friday the 13th films. There's been some discussion about a TV series or whatever, but not much has come out from it since the lawsuit ended. Larry Zerner, who is the guy that played Shelley in Part 3, he's actually a lawyer. And I don't know if you knew this, Austin, but he was actually covering a lot of the Friday the 13th lawsuit. That's how I found out so much, because he had like a YouTube channel where he was like covering the lawsuit and shit.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so it sucks, and Victor Miller is a cunt, because now I'm pretty sure whatever they want to do with Friday the 13th, I don't know if they're allowed to even use the name or if they have to use something else. I know that they can still use like adult Jason with the hockey mask, because he doesn't have the rights to that, but really I don't think they have much else to work with now, which sucks, you know.
Yeah, I don't think they could do they can't do like Boy Jason or anything, could they?
Probably not, and they probably can't do anything with Pamela either. So Jason's whole backstory is pretty much gone. So they would have to make up either a new story or just like mention that it happened briefly, I guess. I don't know, but like it just sucks, because it put the whole franchise on hold, and now the game has died, so much so that Gun Media, they started working on a new game called the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game, which actually came out in August last month, and when we're recording this, because it's September. And so they completely left Friday the 13th the game, and they came out and said officially that in December of 2024, the Friday the 13th the game online servers are completely shutting down. So pretty much got one more year left to play this game online, and after that the game is going to be completely dead, and you won't be able to play online on it anymore. And which sucks, and it makes me sad, because I backed it on Kickstarter and I was so hyped for the game and had a lot of fun times on the game, and it sucks to see it come to such a sad ending, because Victor Miller wanted to be a cunt and fucking ruin everything with the lawsuit. And so that's pretty much the lawsuit, and that's kind of where Friday the 13th is at right now. It's just kind of dormant. Nothing with the game, as I said. The game's getting shut down next year, and nothing with movies, absolutely nothing still. It's just, it's dead pretty much at this point, and it sucks. You know, especially because you have stuff like Halloween that had movies recently, Chucky and his movies recently, and TV series, and then fucking the Scream movies, and even Texas Chainsaw had a new movie.
It wasn't good.
Hellraiser.
It wasn't good.
It just like, it sucks. Like, I'm not gonna go too in depth about it, but it just kind of sucks, and it always made me feel sad. Like even like Ash versus Evil Dead and shit like that, the series and everything.
Well, I mean, fucking Nightmare is kind of in limbo too, if you think about it too.
That's what I was gonna say, because like it sucks seeing all these slashers come back, and it feels wrong without Freddy and Jason being there too, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like it just feels weird to see all these slashers: Michael, Chucky, Jason, Michael, Chucky, Ghostface, Leatherface, Pinhead, all these Ash, all these fucking famous slasher icons, and just Freddy and Jason, who were the two biggest titans of horror back in the 80s, are just nowhere to be seen. It sucks. I don't know what the deal is with Nightmare. It seems that New Line just doesn't give a shit. So, but with Friday the 13th, I don't think they can make anything.
It's because they don't give a shit, because they just care about, like, The Conjuring and all that shit. I genuinely... See, I'm kind of nervous because, honestly, I feel as if... I don't really want to go too much into Nightmare because this is a Friday the 13th video, but I feel like if they even do a Nightmare movie, they would probably try to give it to Blumhouse. And I really, really don't want that to happen. Like, I really don't. Because they did good with, like, Halloween 2018 and Kills to an extent, and then fucking dog shat on ends. And when it comes to, like, all the other franchises they've worked on and shit, like, I'm worried about fucking Five Nights at Freddy's. I really am. Like, I'm terrified. It's only a month away now, and I'm terrified. Because I plan on seeing it in theaters, and I plan on doing a live commentary with you. But, like, I am absolutely fucking terrified about it. Because I just don't know. I really don't know. So, but, yeah, that was our intermission on our Quentin shit.
Yeah, that was pretty much the games and the lawsuit, pretty much the only other important things we could talk about. We were thinking of talking about the movies that never were made that were going to be, but we kind of already talked about that, and really there's not much else to talk about besides, like, fucking behind the scenes stuff, I guess, but none of that really matters.
And we can't really do a merch segment, or we would really be like Quentin, because there wouldn't be... that we would have to make a whole ass, like, 10-hour video on just merch in general. So...
Yeah. The amount of generic hockey masks that I've seen that just says Friday the 13th or Jason, even though it's the most generic hockey mask, like, we would be here, it would be like a fucking... It would be longer than all of Quentin's fucking Nickelodeon sitcom series combined, with just how many there is.
Bro, there was, like, a foam, terrible looking Jason mask at Walmart. Like, yes, the other day.
Like, I suppose the only other thing that would be worth talking about is talking about the fan films of Never Hike Alone and Never Hike in the Snow, but I don't want to talk about that only because that franchise isn't finished yet, because Vincent DeSante, I think that's the director's name, he's planning on putting like 2 or 3 more of those out, so I would rather do kind of maybe like a different video on covering those, I guess, because I just would feel like it would be dumb to cover the first 2 and then have the other fucking 2 or 3 come out in a couple years. So, but really outside of that, there's not much else to talk about with this franchise, so that's pretty much it. Just thought it would be a nice little intermission, nice little break from the films.
Yep. But on that note, thank you guys for listening to this intermission. And we will get back to Friday the 13th Part 7, because I'm putting this in the middle of the movies.
So. Yep, we've had the good, now it's time for the really fucking god-awful stinkiness of the franchise.
And Daniel Panabaker.
Downhill from here, Austin. It's all downhill from here.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's get to it.
Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. Opening Friday, May 13th, the deadliest day of the year.
There goes the neighborhood.
Alright.
Alright.
Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood from 1988.
What a fucking disaster.
Yep. This is the, as I said in the live commentary, this is the point in the franchise where pretty much all Paramount cared about was the money, and they just completely stopped giving a fuck about continuity and story and characters, and that just all went out the window for kills and nudity. So this is the point in the franchise where we're taking a nosedive, because it all goes downhill from here. The good part of this franchise is over with, unfortunately.
I know.
But with that being said, this movie was so fucking ridiculous. So if you want to know, if you somehow don't know what this movie is about, so first of all, when we looked at the timeline, I don't even remember when it says this takes place, but it takes place after Part 6, because they show fucking Jason in the water still after fucking Tommy put him there, which we'll get to that in a bit, because we have to start off with fucking recap from the past, like, I think they showed like Part 4, 5, and 6, I think, because apparently we found out that this company called, it only lasted for these 4 movies, Friday 4 Inc. Only apparently made Friday Part 4, 5, 6, and 7. So
yeah. So, you know, curse shit.
Yeah, and we also fucking found out, before we even watched this, Austin found out that the girl, you want to tell him what you found out about young Tina?
Okay, so let me go back to what her name was. I think it was Jennifer. Let me see real quick. Yeah, Jennifer Banco, who plays young Tina.
Mm-hmm.
Is the highest billed actress and actor in the whole fucking movie, because she's billed higher than adult Tina. She's billed higher than Kane Hodder as fucking Jason Voorhees.
Mm-hmm. Why? We don't know. We really don't know.
I looked up, like, Jennifer Banco, and there's nothing about her that's relevant, man. Like, I don't... Let me look her up on Google. Let's see.
Maybe they thought she was going to be like this child star or something. I don't know.
Bro, even when I look up the, like, Jennifer, I don't even get her as a, like, what I get is Jennifer Aniston, Lopez, Lawrence, Tilly. Like, okay, let's see. Jennifer Banco. Who is Jennifer Banco? She's only known. Like, she's not even known, bro.
Jeez, man.
She don't even have a Wikipedia.
I'm pretty certain that in this movie, Part 8, Part 9, and X, like, all the people that are in it, I'm pretty sure none of them are, like, well-known actors, and they really haven't been in anything, like, that substantial. So, you could tell this is definitely... When I tell you these characters were just, like, expendable characters just there for kills, like, I'm not joking. They introduce at least 4 or 5 characters that die, like, 10 seconds later.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, pretty much, this movie was originally supposed to be... I'm going to say this first because it's going to make sense of why the movie is like this. So, this movie was originally supposed to be a crossover film. It was supposed to be a versus film of, for some ungodly reason, Paramount wanted to go the direction of Jason versus Carrie. I have no idea why. I don't know why that was their first option. We talked about that in the live commentary of, like, you had Freddy, Michael Myers came back at that time, Chucky came out at that time. Like, why Carrie, of all things? Like, you would have thought that Freddy would have been like, that's the fucking one we gotta collab with, but no. Carrie, for some reason. I don't understand. Like, did Paramount just want to fucking see Jason fight a teenage girl, like, that bad? Like, I don't understand. But, nevertheless, it didn't end up happening because what did Stephen King say about that when they asked him?
That's fucking stupid.
And indeed it was. But that didn't stop Paramount, because they still made the movie, and it's pretty much Jason versus Carrie, except instead of Carrie, we get this character named Tina, who, her entire character is that she has telekinesis, and no one knows why, and in the beginning of the movie she kills her dad, and she has all this trauma, and she just runs away from everything and everyone. And she's the one that ends up resurrecting Jason and causes this whole fucking movie to happen. And then acts like nothing is her fault and gets upset and runs and cries from everything. So, yeah. So, the movie starts with, obviously, the recap, like I said. And then we get this scene where, like, we see this little girl, young Tina, the highest paid actress in the film. I'm sure Paramount that was well worth the money you spent, because the only scene she's in also.
Hang on. She's in the recap.
Well, we'll get to that. But, and to be fair, it's the exact same scene, so it's not like she was in another scene.
She still got paid double.
How does a kid that's only in one scene get paid more than the guy who plays Jason in the whole movie? I don't understand. Where are Paramount's priorities here? Like, I don't... But anyway...
Money.
Anyway, so... It starts off with young Tina, and she's hearing her mom and dad fight, and, like, her dad's being, like, abusive towards her mom, so she runs out onto... Apparently they live on Crystal Lake for some ungodly reason, and she runs out onto this dock, and is all crying and boo-hooing, and then gets in this boat and goes on the lake, and her dad comes out to try to stop her, I guess, and then she just gets angry, I guess, and so she starts, like, making the dock, like, shake back and forth to where it, like, collapses and her dad falls in the water, and apparently he just falls in the water and just drowns, I guess, because he just goes, like, straight to the bottom of the lake and just fucking drowns. And keep in mind, this is also something that's confusing, Austin, is they show Jason as well.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Because when Tina was young, I'm pretty sure in the scene with young Tina, they show Jason in the lake, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that means that fucking... After Tommy put Jason in the lake in part 6, around that time... Tina had to have been fucking young to fucking have all this happen, and then all these years later, oh, this is so stupid. So,
can I ask something?
What?
Why exactly would somebody be living there right after Tommy Jarvis stopped fucking Jason?
I don't know. I don't know. You could ask the same question of why in part 6 they were so adamant that they had to change it to Camp Forest Green, only for part 7 it's back to being called Crystal Lake with no explanation. I don't know. Put up a brand new sign, brand new design too. They not even like the old wood sign. They put out a whole new design for it. But so they show Jason underwater, and my man is not even wearing like what he was wearing in part 6. In part 6 he was wearing like the green button up with the tan slacks that he's been wearing since part 3. And then for some fucking reason now in this he's wearing like a blue shirt and like blue pants, and he's wearing a completely different mask. And I was just like, okay. It's giving me a headache trying to explain this continuity. We're only at the beginning of the movie. So, pretty much, her dad drowns, and then that's when we find out she has telekinesis, and then it says present day, and we see fucking Tina and her mom driving back to the fucking house they used to live in on Crystal Lake, and they're going to see this doctor, which his name is Dr. Cruz, and he's gonna try to apparently to help her with her telekinesis because apparently she can't control it or whatever, and she's been dealing with it her whole life, and also has childhood trauma because she killed her father or whatever. Which, by the way, was stupid because when she killed him, like, she realized the dock was about to fall, so then she's just like, she's just like, Daddy, no! Daddy, no! That's gonna get taken so out of context now that I think about it. But,
It's like,
but, like, she starts, like, saying, like, no, no, no. I'm like, why don't you just fucking stop it, then? But apparently she had, like, no control over it. But whatever. This movie's so fucking stupid. So, they get to Crystal Lake, and of course there's already fucking a cast of fucking, I was gonna call it characters, but they really ain't even much of characters. I'll just say they're victims for the body count. That's pretty much all they were. And so they fucking get there, and you can already tell something's off about this Dr. Cruz guy. Like, the second you see him, you can tell he has other intentions. And so Tina is like trying to, like, he's trying to get her to control her telekinesis, and the doctor's like fascinated that she can do that, and he's like obsessed with her. And then there's this fucking so basically what the teens are doing at the other house is they're setting up a surprise party for this guy. I forget his name, but the main guy I seen in the credits, his name is Nick, and so he's like this jock looking guy, and for some reason, like, Tina is like getting her luggage out of the trunk, and like as soon as he sees her, he's like enamored with her and goes into full like horny fucking teen mode. And it's just like the second he lays eyes on her, he wants to get in her pants so bad. Like,
yeah, pretty much.
I don't understand why. And fucking so pretty much most of the movie is just Tina getting angry and running away at like everyone, but she tries to control her telekinesis, but she's just getting so fed up, and fucking everybody thinks that she's weird and crazy. And then fucking we meet all these teens that are setting up for the surprise party because it's for Nick's cousin or whatever. And fucking so the only one I remember the name was, I think you said the name was Melissa or something, right?
Yeah, that was the chick who was like Victoria was based on Friday the 13th, the game.
Yeah. All the other characters, there's a guy that dresses up in an army outfit. There's a fucking chick with brown hair that her only notable thing is that she had a topless scene. There's the other chick that wears glasses, where her only notable thing is that
I think
died.
her name was Maddie.
I don't fucking know. Her whole thing is that she got a makeover and then fucking died, and that was it. Then there was like this guy that had like his hair slicked back, and he was like dating the chick that had the topless scene, and they showed him like drinking beers and stuff. And then I think there was like another guy there. I don't fucking remember. Then they had this other couple that is like this black dude and this black chick, and fucking Austin was like, why do they have to have the two black characters dating? And I was just like, I don't know, man. Fucking Paramount, that's why. I don't know. I don't even think they said their names at all. Their whole character was just, oh, they sat on the steps together, and next time we see them, they're fucking in the back of a van, and then they die. So, really, I don't know. But, so that's all the teen characters. They're just there for a body count. But that doesn't even matter. That doesn't even matter because 5 minutes after we get that opening prologue with fucking young Tina, we get 5 minutes of present day, and then Tina fucking gets angry at the doctor and fucking runs out on the dock, right? She runs out there and she fucking stares at the lake, and we get a fucking flashback of what just happened 5 minutes ago in the prologue. Legit, they play the exact same scene, and I was like, why?
Because young Tina is the GOAT.
Well, that's the last fucking scene that she's in, so apparently not. Highest paid for 2 scenes, I guess. But nevertheless, fucking Tina starts fucking doing this shit with her telekinesis where she like starts boiling the water like she's about to cook some fucking pasta or something in Crystal Lake, and fucking somehow, I couldn't tell you, somehow her using her telekinesis on the water makes the water fucking do this weird like whirlpool shit where we see like the water and like bubbles going around like a SpongeBob transition, and it like the bubbles and like the water go around fucking Jason as he's just floating there at the bottom of Crystal Lake, is somehow the water, which is the same thing that killed Jason, is the same thing that revives him, and I don't fucking understand how this works. And I don't understand how telekinesis doesn't... telekinesis is just you can move things with your mind. It's not telekinesis. You're not God. You're not Jesus. Like, I don't understand. Even Carrie couldn't fucking do that. Carrie killed a goddamn whole fucking dance fucking ballroom full of people on fire. She didn't fucking bring people back to life with her telekinesis. So I don't know what they were thinking when they wrote this fucking... whatever the guy's name was, John fucking Buechler, or whoever the fucking Beaker from the Muppets fucking thought when he was directing this fucking movie, when apparently telekinesis can resurrect Jason Voorhees. I don't know how this man gets resurrected by fucking electricity. That makes more sense than fucking fucking water. Like, you heat up water and then that... Okay, the next time you see fucking someone drowned or whatever, you see a dead body, just fucking boil some water and fucking throw it on them, and apparently they'll resurrect Jason.
Hey, disclaimer, don't actually do that. Don't. There'll be some stupid people that actually try to do that. Don't actually, just call the police.
What good's that gonna do? Because the doctor had fucking articles about Jason in his drawer, and it said, oh, Crystal Lake killer, body never found. So you're telling me in part 6, where Tommy put the fucking chain around Jason's neck and put the fucking boulder in the lake and Jason sunk to the bottom of the lake, you're telling me Tommy and Megan didn't sit there and fucking tell the cops and the FBI and the CIA and the Secret Service and the military and the SWAT and the fucking everything else, you're telling me they didn't say, oh, Jason is in the lake, I put a chain around his neck with a fucking boulder and he's in that fucking lake. You're telling me they couldn't find the body. They couldn't find the fucking body. How the fuck did they not check the water? Like, it's a lake, it's not that deep. Like, holy shit. What good did the police do? You realize, I'm pretty certain, if this is serving me right here, I think this is the fucking first Friday the 13th movie that didn't have any sort of police in it, I think.
Oh my god, I think you're right.
because I don't remember a single scene that had a cop. At the end, they just have fucking fire department and EMTs. I didn't see not one policeman. I didn't see not one police car. So what use were the police in this? They had no use in this. They couldn't find a body in the middle of the lake, even though he's obviously chained there, fucking floating. Like, and you know, they actually made like a fucking. I think it's based on the when he's like under the water in part 6, so it's not based on this. But they made like this cool like lava lamp type thing with like Jason, where he has like the chain around his neck and like the boulder, and he has his look from part 6. And it's like this really cool like water lava lamp. I really wanted to get it, but it's fucking expensive. But anyway, so. Before this review goes on too fucking long, Jason gets resurrected by fucking Aquaman and fucking sits there. I mean, it makes sense because the guy who plays Aquaman, his name's Jason, so maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't fucking know. Maybe fucking Jason and Aquaman put on their fucking Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy rings and fucking reunited, and that brought Jason back to fucking life. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Maybe the fucking Ken-made John Cena was swimming by in the fucking water and used his goddamn fucking mer powers to bring Jason back to life. I don't know. Anything would have been a better explanation than just, oh, she heats up the water and it goes around Jason and resurrects him. Like, is Crystal Lake the fountain of youth? Like, I don't understand.
I mean, it wasn't youthful because it did a number on Jason.
I don't know. Fucking, the way she heated up that water, you could have fucking chopped up some vegetables and probably made a goddamn Jason soup out of that fucking lake. But anyway, so Jason gets brought back to life, stupidly, and fucking pops up out of the water and is just sitting there staring at Tina, and Tina's like staring at Jason, and like Jason just fucking has this look on his fucking face of like, you know, you just fucked up, right? Like, you realize what you've just done. That's like the fucking look that Jason had, and Tina's just looking like, oh, I don't know who this is, and Jason's just like, you have no idea how bad you just messed up, like, bringing me back to life. And then, I swear to God, the smash cutting in this was so bad, because we go from Tina literally sees Jason staring at her, and she just faints. She doesn't even know who Jason is, and just faints. For all she knew, it could have been a scuba diver. I don't know. They credited goddamn scuba divers in the credits, so it could have been. I don't know. But she just faints, and then it fades to black, and then it opens with this shot of Jason walking out of the water, fades to black again, comes back with a shot of Tina's mother going, Tina, what happened? I'm like, you didn't fucking see Jason walking out of the damn water right there? You didn't hear the sloshing of his fucking nasty ass walking out of the water? Okay. What happened next after that? I'm fucking,
Oh, all the fucking deaths that fucking they just showed random people.
Yeah. Because we're gonna get like the first deaths of the movie, so they just introduce fucking sorry, I'm fucking tired. We see this fucking these two people, their car breaks down on the side of the road, because apparently in every one of these movies, you gotta have somebody's car break down so they can get killed. And so it's this guy and this girl, and apparently this guy is like the brother of Nick that's coming for like the surprise party or whatever, and their car breaks down, so he goes to fucking take a piss, and then his fucking girlfriend gets killed by Jason, because Jason apparently can fucking sneak up on people even though he just got out of the water, and he would be fucking going fucking walking around, but apparently he can fucking creep around like he's a fucking cat and not be fucking heard with his big ass clunking in them boots, and fucking kills the chick, and then the guy fucking sees her pinned up to the fucking thing with a goddamn fucking a stake thing, and then fucking he's just looking at it, and then Jason just pops up and looks at him and just has this look of like, oh, what do you think, this is my new masterpiece, and then fucking takes the goddamn spike out of her and then starts chasing him, and I'm like, bro, you literally just did that to show off. like I don't understand what the direction of Jason in this movie is. So stupid. So then fucking Jason chases this dumbass through the woods, and this guy's just running, and Jason's just walking all nonchalantly, like he's not even really that interested in fucking killing him. Jason just has this walk of like, bro, I'm gonna kill you, like, why are you even running? And so then Jason just gets fed up. Like, it's like Jason was so lazy in this movie. Like, this man is so like bro, he didn't even chase this guy. He took like 3 steps and he's just like, you know what, fuck it. He just threw the spike because he couldn't be bothered. Like, and then that guy dies, and then and that's the first couple kills of the movie. Just like that, we get introduced to these characters and they're dead. Just for a body count. And so then fucking after that, fucking Tina is like trying to fit in with these other teenagers because Nick is like forcing her to do it because he's so goddamn horny. And fucking the other teens think that Tina is like weird or whatever, and she doesn't really like being around people, and then she starts having like these premonitions of like the people who just got killed getting killed, and so she like freaks out and runs away, which she does a lot of in this movie. It's just so bad.
It's so bad, man.
Oh, and the amount of times this movie goes from night to day to night to day to night to day. I swear this movie took place over a fucking week with how much it was going night to day, night to day, night to day. Like, oh my goodness. Oh, I'm trying to remember what happened after that. This movie was all over the fucking place.
Man, I don't even know, bro. I don't even know at this point.
Oh, fucking, it's
I
goddamn...
was trying to keep up, but we were
It's goddamn 2:14 in the morning. I'm fucking tired, and we're goddamn doing this review, and this movie's scrambled my goddamn brain. Because it was just so all over the place. Fucking... I didn't get to know any of these characters. You wanna know why? Because they didn't give a shit. They're just like, hey, this chick is horny. This guy is a fucking greaser dude. This guy is a military guy. This chick is a stuck-up cunt. This chick is the ugly chick. This guy is the fucking cuck. Fucking, like, that's just what they have, the most basic characters, like, no depth, like... And for the fucking 2 other people, they're just like, literally their only character development was just, these are the 2 black characters. Like,
and
there
fucking,
was...
And Jason's development was just so fucking weird because he was like a Looney Tunes character, bro.
Yeah.
Like...
Yeah, because fucking Tina runs back to the fucking house, right? And she sees the fucking stake sticking out of the house, which is the fucking, we thought was the fucking same one that Jason used, and she starts freaking out, and then she like is freaking out to her mom, and then the mom and the doctor come outside, and then the stake is gone, and then they think Tina is just going crazy, and like in the moment where like, bro, you're telling me Jason put that there, waited for her to go inside, walked over, took it out, and then was over there tee-heeing in the bushes like he just pulled a fucking prank on Tina. It turns out that it was the fucking doctor that did it, but still, like...
Let's not forget to mention fucking Jason's, like, Elmer Fudd fucking walk like...
It's so dumb. Like... Oh, I completely forgot about 2 characters. There's also another couple that's like this generic looking guy that I'm pretty sure that's who they based Chad Kenningston off because he had a fucking sweater wrapped around him, and the other chick was this random blonde chick, and they go fucking skinny dipping, and Jason just fucking kills the guy, fucking, and stupid because Jason just sneaks up on him. And it's like you don't hear the twigs breaking, and then the guy sees Jason, and he doesn't even try to run. The guy just sits there and like starts crawling backwards like he's trying to do a fucking spider walk on some Bray Wyatt shit. I don't know what the fuck he's trying to do.
He gets fucking paddled to death.
Yeah, Jason hits him in the face with a fucking paddle that they would use on school children back in the day. Like, Jason also just gets the most random weapons out of nowhere in this movie. It's like he put in a fucking cheat for, like, weapon set 1. Like, I don't understand.
He uses a paddle, a spear, a spike, and then randomly, out of the fucking blue, just pulls out an electric saw.
And don't forget the fucking axe as well.
Oh, and the axe. Yeah, just an axe just sitting on the ground. He's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking take this.
Yeah, like, so then after Jason kills the guy, the chick sees the guy's dead body, and then Jason just pops out the water, and I'm like, you didn't hear Jason cannonball in the fucking water next to you? Like, I don't understand. Even if you walked back into the water, you would hear that shit. Jason's not quiet. Like, I don't understand how he's so quiet. Like, being that size. Like, how is he that quiet? Like, there's no possible way. But, so they die. They meant nothing to this movie. The fucking spike meant more to this movie than those characters. Fucking... So, the fucking one Melissa chick is like... For some reason, she's like jealous of Tina, because I guess she likes the Nick guy and wants to fuck him, but he doesn't want to fuck her because she's a cunt, and he wants to fuck the crazy telekinetic chick because he likes to live on the wild side. Like, what's gonna happen? No, what's gonna happen if they're fucking and she gets mad at him? She could fucking, like, snap his cock and shit, bro. Like, why would you want to fucking try to be so horny for that, dude?
Maybe that's his kink.
I mean, I guess. Fucking, I don't know. This whole fucking movie, maybe his kink is fucking denim, because I swear to God, this whole movie, all he wore was fucking jean jackets. Every single fucking scene that he was in was jeans and jean jackets.
To be fair, like, Tina did too.
Well, yeah, but this motherfucker was looking like some fucking lumberjack. Oh, I'm gonna fucking wear my denim jacket, my denim jeans, and my denim socks, and my denim undergarments. Like, like every scene, this man was rocking the denim. I don't know why. He's tall as fuck too. Like, but. So then we get introduced to these other two random ass fucking campers that are in the woods. And I think you might have missed this weapon. I don't remember if you said this or not. But so fucking the guy goes, he leaves. Fucking motherfucker looks like Owen Wilson, and he fucking sits here. And goddamn, it's like, oh, I'll be right back or whatever. And the chick stays in the tent. And then this motherfucker gets killed by Jason. And then Jason gets a fucking random machete that's just there. It's the only time he uses it. His most iconic weapon, and he uses it one time in this movie. And so, fucking this dumb ass chick sits there and sees Jason walk past the opening of the tent. Sees his feet and thinks that that's her boyfriend, and I'm like, you could see that he's wearing boots with nasty, torn up, worn out fucking pants. You can see the motherfucker's kneecap bones sticking out of his legs, and you think that that's your boyfriend? I was like, what? Like, oh my god. And then Jason just fucking cuts into the tent with a machete and kills her. And I'm just like, okay. And then that was those characters. came and went in the span of like 15 seconds.
We also forgot to mention that the MPAA, like, heavily censored this movie too.
Yeah, because he drags this bitch out of the goddamn tent in her fucking sleeping bag, and fucking motherfucker slaps her up against a tree one time, and she's dead, and, like, is completely destroyed, which, in reality, what happened was the sleeping bag kill was supposed to be this, like, amazing, iconic kill, where Jason, believe they said Jason, like, smashed her up against the tree, like, 10 times, and the kill was, like, so bloody and gory and shit, but the MPAA said, nah, you're not doing that, and it got censored, and it was actually considered lost media for years and years and years until it was recently rediscovered. So you can, like, see what the kills were originally supposed to be like now, because the footage was found. But fuck the MPAA. But that just makes this movie worse because everything already looks so ridiculous, and then you just have a bitch get, like, knocked up against a tree one time and she's just eviscerated. Like, so fucking, and the thing is, like, right, Jason's out here killing people, and Tina knows that he's doing it because she can see him kill people, but she doesn't tell anybody what's going on because she just thinks everybody's gonna think she's crazy. Like, all these people are dying and she just doesn't tell anyone about it, and she's more concerned about having a crush on this Nick guy and fucking running away all the goddamn time from this fucking creepy doctor. Like, that's all she's concerned about. So stupid. So the whole dynamic with these fucking teens is that the ugly chick wants to be like the fucking topless chick, that she wants to have fucking sex, and fucking the chick is like suggesting that she gets a makeover or whatever, and then fucking so she goes to get a goddamn makeover, and she puts makeup on and puts this dress on and all this shit, and is like gonna try to meet up with one of the guys or whatever, and fucking sits there and does all this fucking getting dressed up and looking all nice and whatever, goes outside, can't find anyone, and fucking, oh, she fucking dropped her earring, and then Jason just fucking creeps up on her and fucking kills her. But not before, because Jason apparently really just loved to fucking show off, because he had to, like, put this fucking dead body on display, so she screamed at the top of her lungs, and it didn't even look like Jason was expecting her to be there, because motherfucker just popped out and looked at her like, bitch, shut the fuck up, you're so loud. Like, that's the look that he fucking had, and, like, oh. So then she fucking dies because she runs away from Jason, and Jason chases her into this, because for some reason she thinks it's a good idea to hide in a shed when a killer is after you. And so she hides in the shed and decides to crawl under this fucking thin ass wall so Jason can't find her. And then Jason, oh yeah, you didn't even say this, Austin, this is a weapon you forgot, because Jason fucking walks around the cabin and he grabs a fucking sickle. He grabs a whole ass sickle off the wall and fucking cuts this bitch's goddamn neck with the fucking sickle.
Like, what the fuck, man?
Like, what the fuck is this movie? I don't even understand. Why is it called The New Blood? What does that even mean? The New Blood from WCW? Like, I don't understand what the fuck.
Oh.
Ew, now I'm just imagining Jason wearing a New Blood t-shirt. But, so, I'm trying to remember what happened next, because, so the mom and the doctor keep trying to help Tina out, but she just can't control her telekinesis, and the mom just doesn't understand why her daughter's acting like this and why the doctor's acting so creepy. And then we see that like the doctor has other intentions of trying to get like fame and fortune off of Tina and her like powers or whatever and all this fucked up shit. And so the mom gets all pissed and shit, and Tina like hears them arguing, so she runs away. And meanwhile, while all this is going on, Jason starts killing all the other teens, fucking, because fucking I'm trying to remember what happened. Because after the ugly chick dies, fucking Jason just goes to the fucking house, and apparently he can just walk up in there like it's nothing. Wait, who was the person that he fucking chased like Elmer Fudd? I'm trying to remember who it was.
It was the fucking, I think it was the fucking Owen Wilson guy.
Yeah, because he creeped up behind him and Jason literally was like tiptoeing like on some Scooby-Doo shit. It looks so stupid. And so Jason just like, first of all, these people are sitting here, like all the teens are sitting there, and Jason walks up to the window, and I'm like, how do you not see this hulking figure standing outside your window? You could literally see him through the blinds. And so then like some of the teens go upstairs to have sex, and the other ones go to the van and whatever. So then Jason just takes it upon himself to walk into the house and just start walking around, and he gets his nasty like sludge everywhere on the floor. And excuse me. So then we get some fucking sex scenes with the two people in the vans, which are the black characters, and then the fucking chick that gets the topless scene with the fucking greaser dude. They have a fucking sex scene. And fucking at the end of it, fucking Austin was simping for the dude and this fucking what color underwear he was wearing.
Hang on, no. It's not what I know. No.
Fucking. But Austin got caught being fruity. But so.
Nah, bro.
So the guy gets up to go downstairs, and they pull a fucking Halloween, because she's like, oh, can you get me a beer or whatever. And so he goes down to the fridge, and he starts like stepping in this like water sludge on the floor, and he just doesn't pay any attention to it. So that he gets in the fridge. Keep in mind, at this point, Jason he fucking rips the power lines out, so the power is out, so there's no light in this fucking house, right? Absolutely no fucking light. And so it's dark, but this guy opens the fridge, and the fridge light is on. Can I ask, I don't even understand how that works. Like, how is a fridge light on if the power is out? But he's just looking for shit in the fridge, and then, I shit you not, Jason walks up behind him and kind of peeks over his shoulder, like Jason's like wondering like what kind of snacks they got up in the fridge, like looking to see what's in there to eat. And then like then the guy sees, like, I don't even think Jason was gonna kill him. I think Jason was just hungry. Like, cause he didn't even look like he wanted to kill him.
Years.
Yeah. Like, Jason didn't look like he wanted to kill him. He looked like he was just seeing, like, what was in the fridge. And then the guy turned around and saw Jason. And then Jason, like, realized that he was fucking exposed and fucking had to kill the guy. But I think... Oh, yeah, Jason also... Don't forget, Austin, he used another weapon in this scene because he grabbed a knife and stabbed him in the fucking gut. So, that's yet another weapon that Jason used.
Jesus Christ, man.
So, and then they cut from that scene, but I'm pretty sure there's got to be like a lost scene out there somewhere where Jason just goes in the fridge and like starts getting like a bunch of snacks out of the fridge and like putting drinks in his pocket. Like, this was so ridiculous that we started making jokes about Jason like getting Capri Suns and Sunny D and Kool-Aid jammers out of the fridge and like shit like that.
We made so many jokes, bro. There was at one point where we started talking about That 70s Show, because I'm working on my That 70s Show video right now, and Yeah, because all the fucking teens were getting high, and I was like, just imagine like how on that '70s show they do like where they sit in a circle and like it just pans to all of them high off their ass, and then it just pans to Jason sitting there crisscross applesauce with a fucking blunt. Like, or just how stupid that would be. Like, it's because you can't take this movie seriously. You really can't. Like, the story's stupid. The continuity is nowhere to be found. The kills are ridiculous. Jason just looks like he's on some type of drugs, just wandering around Crystal Lake, and just fucking. He looks like he's not even trying to kill anyone. He looks like just when he sees, like, when someone sees him, he just freaks out, and that's like his reaction. Like, but then at the same time, he looks like he's like trying to show off and like play pranks on people and like sneak up on people like he's a Scooby-Doo villain. Like, I don't understand what, like, Mr. Buechler, like, what were you doing directing Jason in this movie? But anyway, so after that, Jason decides that he's gonna go into the living room, and while that's gonna happen, fucking the Melissa chick, for some reason, doesn't want to have sex with the army dude, because she's just wants to have sex with the Nick guy, and she's just a bitch, and fucking pretty much tells him that she's not gonna fuck him. So then the guy just gets mad at what did he say about the USA again? He said some corny ass line, bro.
He said rejection I could take. I've been rejected by every science fiction magazine in the United States.
So then he goes downstairs, and I shit you not, this motherfucker sits on the couch and starts opening the dude's birthday presents, and fucking finds this like penis enlarger thing. And so, you know, I feel like Jason is a bit of a party man, because he looked like he saw that there was like a party going on in there, and he looked like he's seen all the birthday decorations, so I bet you Jason was like having a fucking hankering for some cake, and fucking went in there, was like looking to see if the cake was in the fridge and maybe like some sodas or something, and fucking then got scared by the people fucking seeing him, so he had to kill him, and then just kept wandering around, and then seen the dude opening the birthday presents, and it was like, oh hell no, not at my birthday party. He probably thought it was for him. He probably thought that it was his birthday.
See, I think
you imagine if Jason fucking put a little party hat on.
The real villain here was the teenagers, right? The real, like, dastardly villain was Tina.
Imagine, like, after Jason, like, kills him, he just fucking sits on the couch and fucking puts a little party hat on and, like, grabs the presents and grabs one of those fucking things where you blow and it's like... and he gets, like, a piece of cake and shit, and fucking the fucking teens just come downstairs and all they hear is "Happy birthday, dear Jason." Bro, they make it so obvious because there's a fucking thing on the goddamn one of the cabins or whatever it is that says Friday the 13th, and I'm like, wow, you couldn't be any more on the nose with that. So maybe it was fucking Jason thought it was his birthday. I don't know. It's a better explanation than what the fuck this movie explained. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
This is so fucked, man.
I don't know why, I'm just imagining, like, Jason lifting up his mask like he did in Part 8, and, like, putting the cake in his mouth, and he's just like, ice cream cake. Or so, I don't know.
I just imagine Jason being disappointed because they got, like, a cookie cake or some shit.
I wonder what Jason would have done if he seen the penis enlarger. What's that for? Well, keep in mind he has the mind of a child, so I don't know what he would think of that.
He probably doesn't know what his penis is called, bro.
Bro, like, they legit have all these party decorations, and they show Jason walking around, and he like looks at all the decorations, and he has this look on his face. He's like, "Ooh, balloons!" Like, it's so bad. Like, he's like, "Ooh, balloons, streamers, confetti." Like, it must be my birthday. Like, he seemed like he was just like waiting for his mom to come in and be like, "There's my special little boy." Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking.
Oh man.
They don't even treat Jason like he's the villain in this movie. Like, they really don't. Because they treat Tina like they try to say that she's like the hero, but they really treat her like she's the villain.
I mean,
Jason,
she killed her father. So
Jason just seems like this fucking child trapped in a man's body that's just wandering around Crystal Lake, and he's just getting himself into all these like wacky, awkward situations that the only way he can get out of it is by killing the person, because he doesn't know like what to do, because when they see him it's like so awkward. Like, they legit have a scene where like the Melissa chick opens the door and Jason's just standing there, and he just looks at her with like this look of like, well, this is fucking awkward. Like, but so after Jason like celebrates his birthday, he fucking goes upstairs and fucking so the topless fucking chick starts walking around and goes into this one room and fucking finds this random cat that's in there that was not even in this movie before. Just all of a sudden there's a cat, and then the cat's just like, "Bitch, get away from me." And fucking, so then she like is sitting on like this bench, and she looks over and there's just like a severed head of the greaser dude just sitting there, and she fucking screams.
and here comes Jason out of fucking thin air.
Yeah. And then like he fucking throws this bitch out of the window, like just no effort. Like Jason would like, bro, it's not even like Jason was like throwing people. He literally just like pushed people down. Like, there's like at least 3 or 4 times where they show Jason just pushing someone down, like they were fucking. It was almost like they were bullying him, and he was trying to fight back against the bullies. Like,
you think Jason would be a part of the Be a Star program?
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I'm pretty sure all this man wanted was just some fucking birthday cake and someone to fucking just have a celebration with them. And then all these fucking people were just like screaming at him and getting so scared and probably scaring him half to death. So he just fucking thinks that they're like making fun of him or whatever. So that's probably why he's pushing him down. Like, imagine if Jason could talk and he just is like shoving these people down and he's just like, "Quit it, you bully." Like, he says, "Stop it, you meanie." Like, oh. So she pretty much dies from getting, and this is stupid, right? She gets thrown from the 2nd story window to the fucking dirt, and she dies, right? But fucking Tommy's sister, Trish, from part 4 gets thrown from the 2nd story onto the dirt, but she gets up and runs the fuck away. So, explain that logic, Mr. Buchler. But fucking, I guess if you're fucking... The thing is, though, she had bigger tits than Trish, so they should have had some cushion on the impact, because she landed face down. So, but whatever. Fucking... What do you think Jason thought of her fucking tits? Like, do you think he even
like,
knows what those are?
Those?
Oh my god. He said, "Ooh, balloons."
Oh, no, bro. He said, "Oh no!" He said, "Ooh, mommy milker."
Oh my god. But fucking so she dies, and then Jason fucking goes back down the stairs, and then
But the weird thing is, after that, like, then fucking Tina, like, finds Nick and is, like, saying, oh, all these people were fucking whatever. Actually, no, I forgot. Because after she hears the doctor and her mom arguing, guess what she does? She doesn't just run away, no. She grabs the keys to her mom's car and pulls a Grand Theft Auto and steals the car and drives away, drives down this fucking road, down this desolate road, doesn't know what the hell she's doing, then has a vision of Jason killing her mother in the middle of the road, which causes her to swerve into a tree and crash the car. Then she gets out of the car and runs into the woods. and then somehow fucking Nick finds her. And I'm just like, how? And then she's like explaining that, oh, people are dying, and then her and Nick find his brother still in the fucking tree dead and whatever. And then while that's fucking going on, the doctor and the mom pull up in the station wagon and they see the car, and then they run into the fucking woods to try to find fucking Tina. So now on this road you got 3 fucking abandoned vehicles just sitting there, and fucking the mom and the doctor are running through the woods like a couple idiots fucking screaming for Tina. And oh, it's just so fucking stupid. By this point, pretty much almost everybody is dead. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Jason then goes outside, right? Jason goes outside because that's where the black characters are having sex in the van. And fucking Jason walks up to the back of the van and looks in and sees them having sex. And then Jason, like a fucking kid, fucking squats down because they fucking look at the back of the van and he has to go like, oh shit, to like not get seen. And then he keeps walking around the van, so then they think it's like one of the teens messing with them. So the guy, even though they just had sex, gets up and already has his pants on and fucking gets out of the car and says, oh, stay here, I'll be right back. And then is like walking around the van saying like, oh yeah, I know you're playing a joke on me. And then Jason fucking grabs him and starts squishing his fucking skull and is making all this noise. And then the dumbass chick is sitting in there not hearing nothing. She sits in the fucking front seat, looks out the window, and nowhere to be found. No dead body, nothing. And she's just looking, and all of a sudden Jason appears in front of her with a fucking party horn and shoves it in her eye, and the horn legit goes when he fucking shoves it in her fucking eye. Like, I don't understand. This movie is so ridiculous. Like, was the director on something when he made this?
I don't know. Like, Devon kept saying, "Oh, this movie is like the last decent movie," and
it is.
I mean, it's bad, so bad that it's good. But like I kept thinking during the movie, I even said it in the live commentary, I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure this is the last decent one? Because it's so bad, man.
Like, after that, fucking Jason, like, walks away, and pretty much all the teens are dead at this point. And besides, like, Melissa and Nick and Tina, and then the mom and the doctor, like, that's everybody that's left alive at this point. And so Jason just walks away, and next thing we know, fucking Tina and Nick are, like, running around trying to figure out what to do, and then they fucking, like, start finding the dead bodies and whatever, right? And fucking while that's fucking happening, the doctor and the mom are running through the woods, right? And then the doctor, like, she's yelling at him, calling him a coward and a bastard and all this shit, right? And so she fucking starts yelling at him, and then for the first time in the goddamn movie, Jason snaps a twig, and fucking the doctor hears it, and he's like, oh, be quiet, and she's just like, why, what's going on? You're nothing but a bitch, and all this shit, and it's like going off on him. And then fucking Jason just walks up fucking out of nowhere, and this man has a full-blown fucking spear, and I don't know where the hell he got it, but this man has a full-on, like, long-ass, like, fucking fishing spear, and fucking they see him and they start running, right? And they fucking start running through the woods, and Jason's just slowly going after them. And it looked like Jason wasn't even trying to kill him. It looks like Jason was just like, oh, look at this cool thing that I found. Like, it wasn't even like he was going after them with, like, murderous intent. He was just like, guys, look, isn't this cool? And fucking... and they run away, and then fucking the doctor ends up tripping, and then the mom fucking runs into him, and then Jason walks around the corner, and fucking the doctor legit uses her as a meat shield when Jason fucking stabs her, and fucking he gets blood all over himself and fucking runs away. And then while that's going on, Tina is like running, and she runs into the doctor, and she's like, oh, where's my mom? And she sees the blood on him, and she's like, what did you do to my mom? And thinks that he killed her, even though she knows Jason's fucking doing it. But for some reason, she thinks that he did it, and I don't understand. And so she fucking runs away from him to go find Nick, and then fucking, all of a sudden, all we fucking hear is a fucking power saw start, and here comes Jason with another fucking tool that he found, and he's just like, dude, look at this awesome saw I found. Like, like, I don't know where he's finding this shit.
I don't think he would even know what a saw is. He would probably just be like, oh, look at this spinny thing I found.
Like, I don't know. He said, check out this new toy I got for my birthday. And fucking, so he starts chasing after the doctor, and somehow the doctor, like, holy shit, this review's like an hour. So we're almost done though. So fucking Jason like shoves him down, and the guy, instead of getting up, just lays there and looks at Jason coming towards him. And the MPAA cut this too, where fucking Jason like puts the power saw onto the guy's like chest, and it does like the slightest littlest fucking paper cut, and the guy dies because the MPAA cut the kill, and it looks so bad. And then that's it for the power saw, because Jason just leaves it, I guess. And so now the only people left is fucking Melissa and Nick and Tina. So Nick and Tina go back to Tina's house, and fucking Melissa is there, and they all have this interaction or whatever, and then fucking like Tina and Nick are trying to explain about Jason and whatever. And then so Jason, oh wait, hold on, is that no, wait, hold on, no, okay, so fucking so Tina, okay, I got this mixed up. So Tina like keeps running, and she ends up fucking coming out of the fucking in the woods, right? And all of a sudden she starts seeing all these dead bodies, and it was like Jason set up like this whole fun house of like the way all these bodies were set up, because they were set up like they were supposed to be fucking gags. And fucking, it looked like Jason was like trying to set up like guests for his birthday party, and fucking so she sees all these dead bodies, turns around, and Jason's standing there in the middle of the fucking road, and Jason's just looking at her like he's like, surprise, it's my birthday. And fucking so then Tina starts using her telekinesis and starts making the water do weird shit, and then these like tree branches come out and like wrap around Jason, and Jason's just looking like, what in the fuck is going on? Like, he looks genuinely terrified. And then Tina grabs these power lines and puts them in the water, and we see Jason get shocked, and then he like falls face first in the mud, and he just gets right back up. And then he starts chasing Tina to the fucking house, where fucking Tina ends up fucking finding the dude's body, and she fucking screams, and then Jason starts chasing her, and she's like, she legit fucking she fucking, it goes in the house, and Jason fucking, Kane Hodder, I think specifically wanted to do this stunt, but so Jason just jumps through the fucking window like he's Super Mario, and
fucking just looks at her and he starts smoldering like The Rock, and like just looks at her and starts walking towards her, and then she fucking throws a couch on top of Jason. He just gets up, and then she hits him in the head with fucking Mitch the potted plant, and then she just goes out the door and then runs outside, stands there, and then Jason like slowly opens the door and comes out onto the porch and just looks at her, and then she fucking causes the porch to collapse on Jason, and then she just runs away to where Nick is, and then we see the shot of like Jason's hand coming up through the porch, and then she's like telling Nick about Jason and whatever. Then Melissa like walks in and they start having an argument, and she doesn't believe him about Jason, and then fucking she opens the door and she opens the door and Jason's just fucking standing there like a delivery boy, and fucking like he's standing there like a pizza delivery man, and fucking just looks at her, and she like screams, and Jason's just like, well shit, this is awkward, and he just randomly grabs an axe and fucking buries it in her fucking face.
Yeah.
And then the chase is on, as now we're getting to the final chase scene where Jason starts chasing Nick and Tina, and fucking they do the stupidest shit. So Jason fucking starts chasing both of them up the stairs, and so they go up the stairs and they realize the doors are locked for some reason, and Jason's like slowly coming up the stairs, and so Tina, the only thing she can think of is to use the light that's hanging above, and Jason like looks up and sees the light shaking, and she legit swings the light down like it's a paint can from Home Alone, and it smacks Jason in the head. And Jason falls back, and because he's so fucking hulking massive, he falls through the stairs fucking to the basement, or not the basement, like to the fucking first floor, and fucking so then Nick and Tina like walk around the big ass gaping hole in the stairs, and they're trying to figure out what to do, and then Jason just busts out the wall like he's the fucking Kool-Aid Man. And fucking so he grabs fucking Nick and like slams him against the wall, and then like goes to put his fucking foot on him like he's going for a pin, and fucking then Tina gets angry and starts using her telekinesis and starts like squeezing Jason's head, because we see this stuff oozing out of his head, and Jason turns around and his fucking mask like breaks in half, and we see this ugly ass fucking face.
Yeah. It's fucking terrible.
And then like fucking and then Tina like uses this broken light where she like makes the wire come out of the light, and it like goes down, it wraps around Jason's neck and lifts him into the air, and Jason has the most like shocked, like terrified expression with his mouth like wide open. And he like is like hanging in the air, and then I shit you not, the dumbest thing I have seen in this movie, Tina like lets him go, and like she opens the floor with her telekinesis and lets Jason fall all the way to the basement. I shit you not, when they show Jason laying on the basement floor, he's all sprawled out with one of his legs like to the side, like he's in a fucking cartoon. It looks so silly. And then they, to make it worse, they do a close-up of Jason's face where his eye opens, like they really thought that people were gonna think Jason died from that they really had to do a close-up of his eye opening. And then Jason pulls Tina into the basement. At this point, Nick is just knocked the fuck out. And so he pulls Tina into the basement, and they start fighting, quote unquote, because Tina just starts throwing random shit at Jason. She throws nails at him, and Jason's just like, the fuck, it's just nails. And then she fucking starts shooting gasoline all over him. And she put like way too much gasoline. and then fucking she ends up lighting Jason on fire, and fucking then as soon as the fire starts, Nick wakes up and fucking goes down there, and they wait for Jason to collapse in the fire before they're like, okay, let's get out of here. And fucking
Because
they get
they're fucking stupid.
Yeah, because she started the fire because apparently telekinesis can activate fire in a furnace, and so they get out of there and they run out to the dock on the lake, and they fucking like lay down on the dock, which I don't know why they wouldn't have just went in the water, but they lay down on the dock, and fucking a few seconds later, the biggest fucking scene of this movie happens, where this was like, they said it was like make or break for the movie, and so they legit blow this house the fuck up. Like, this is no special effects, no editing, like, they genuinely blew this house the fuck up in the middle of the woods, and it looked cool, but it's like, why the fuck would you blow a house up in the middle of the woods? You're gonna cause fucking deforestation and forest fires. But apparently, from what the credits say, they got permission from the state of Alabama to do that. So, big ups Alabama, I guess. So does that mean Crystal Lake is in Alabama then? Because if so, that means Jason's kind of hick then.
I guess.
So after that blows up, they're like laying there and they're like, oh, it's finally over, and they're so happy, and all of a sudden Jason just pops up. He's not on fire, he's just chill, and he's just standing there, and he's like, fuck yeah, I'm not fucking dead. What the fuck do you motherfuckers think? I was gonna fucking die? I'm Jason Voorhees. And fucking he grabs fucking Nick and like throws him down, and he goes to fucking kill Tina, or to kill Nick, and then Tina starts trying to use her telekinesis, and fucking then fucking Nick all of a sudden just has a gun out of nowhere and pulls out a Glock on Jason and starts unloading the clip into Jason, and Jason's just like, bitch, and throws him down. And then Tina uses her telekinesis. I swear to God, the ending of this movie is Tina uses her telekinesis to resurrect her dead father from Crystal Lake. He busts up through the dock. He's not a zombie. He's not a corpse. He looks like the same spry young man that he was when he died. And he grabs Jason and pulls Jason down into Crystal Lake. And then the next thing we know, it cuts to fucking Tina and Nick being taken away in an ambulance, and then the credits roll, and that's how the movie fucking ends. That's really how it fucking ends. It's so stupid. And then it's just credits, and so it's like, what the fuck? This movie was so what the fuck, bro. What the fuck? And so that's pretty much Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood. This is the longest review yet on this fucking retrospective.
Yeah, it definitely is, because the longest before this is only 35 minutes.
Yeah, this is over an hour. Because this movie is just so what the fuck. It makes no sense. I never realized it before because I just didn't like really pay attention to it that much. But oh my god. Like, to take a page out of AVGN's book, what the fuck were they thinking? What was Mr. Buechler on when he was making this? What was Kane Hodder on when he was playing Jason? What were they thinking, paying a little girl more than Kane Hodder? Kane Hodder did his own stunts and jumped through a window and survived an explosion, and he didn't get paid more than a little girl who's in one scene. I'm so done with this, man. Oh my god. And the worst part of it is, this isn't even the worst movie in this franchise. This isn't even the worst, because the movie after this, Part 8, is so much worse. It's so much worse, it makes even less sense, Austin. And Austin told me he's never watched Part 8 all the way through, so I swear to God, when you see the ending of Part 8, you're gonna be so fucking just pissed and what the fuck is this dumb shit? Because it's so much worse. You thought this was bad. Part 8 is so much worse. It's so much worse.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid that these reviews are going to start getting longer because of how bad the fucking second half of this franchise is. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, oh my god. It's no wonder fucking after part 8, Paramount was just like, we're done with this. We're just done. Like, holy shit. Bro.
So
and to
bad.
think, if this would have been Jason versus Carrie, you know how bad that would have made Carrie look? You know how bad it would have made Stephen King look? You know how bad this movie makes fucking Friday the 13th look? It makes it look stupid. And at this time, you had Nightmare movies coming out, which were good. You had Halloween 4 come out, which was very good. You had Child's Play come out, which was very good. And then you had this. You had this absolute fucking abomination of a movie. This is what Friday the 13th was using to try to compete with the rest of those fucking slashers.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Like, oh my god, bro. And the worst part of it is like Friday the 13th Part 8 came out a year after this in 1989, and then there wasn't another movie until 1993, which was the fucking magnum opus of fucking the worst of the worst, which that might be longer than this because I'm gonna go on such a fucking rant about that movie. That's why I'm scared for how long these reviews are gonna be. But to keep this from going any longer, we'll end this fucking part of the review of the retrospective here. So yeah, this movie is fucking it's insane. If you want to get drunk and watch this with some friends, it's a good fucking time. But if you're a diehard Friday the 13th fan and you give a shit about the lore and the continuity, please don't take this film seriously, because if you do, you're gonna get a migraine. So yeah, it's gonna cause you to have a fucking aneurysm if you try to put the fucking story of this together and try to make it make sense. So you're better off just fucking getting a couple fucking beers or whatever alcohol you're drinking, or getting high and just fucking having a good old time. You're better off doing that. So, but yeah, so this was also the first time Kane Hodder played Jason. He played Jason in every bad movie. It doesn't make Kane Hodder look good. It really doesn't. He played Jason in the worst movies. Like, come on, man. He's such a good Jason, too. And it's just like, why? Like, fucking, oh. But
He was
yeah.
a cursed Jason in this one.
Yeah. I'd rather have this Jason than the fucking body-swapping demon from Part 9. So...
You know you love that one.
Alright, well, that was the review of Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood, from 1988. Jesus Christ, this movie is fucking so all over the place. This is so all over the place, between the dodgy fucking breakneck fucking editing that they did with the jump cuts and the time difference of night and day, the continuity of like certain scenes not making any sense, because they legit have a scene where like Nick walks into the house and then they cut a different scene with like Tina and her mom, and then they cut back to the same scene with Nick still walking in the fucking same scene in the house. It makes no sense. Like, I don't know who edited this, but it was fucking bad. And the fucking every time they would like jump cut to a scene, they would have a black screen before that, and so they didn't even have good transitions either. But this was a complete train wreck of a fucking movie. Like, fucking, the setup was so good for Part 6, and they went so off the rails. Like, and the movie doesn't even have a good soundtrack. It's just the most generic Friday the 13th music. And fucking Part 6 had Alice Cooper. Alice fucking Cooper. And Part 5 had fucking No Life in His Eyes. And fucking, like, bro, how do you make a soundtrack so lame? Even fucking Part 8 has a really good song in the credits music.
How does that movie have a better song than Part 7? That movie's worse. For Christ's sake, I'm pretty sure Jason X even has a better theme. Oh, but yeah, this movie is a hell of a fucking ride. I'll tell you that. My best suggestion is to drink some alcohol and watch this with some friends, and don't take any of it seriously. You'll have a good time. Otherwise, if you care about Friday the 13th, don't watch this, because you're gonna get pissed. That, or you'll just fucking laugh your ass off. But yeah, so that was Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood. So yeah, wonderful. So, I guess with that being said, we're gonna fucking, if you want to transition it to Part 8.
We're about to take Manhattan, Devon.
Bro, the thing is,
and then after that, we're gonna go to hell.
See, the thing is, though, even though we already did the live commentary for Part 9, we still have to review it. So, we're gonna be taking Manhattan in the next one, but when we review Part 9, I might take my own life, man. Like, it's...
let's not do that.
It's so bad. It's so
Let's not do
bad.
that.
But, yeah, so... Let's get ready to fucking take over Manhattan with Friday the 13th Part 8. Jason Takes Manhattan. Or better known as Jason Takes a Cruise Ship. That's what it is. Jason takes a fucking cruise. He can't be bothered.
Can't wait to go to Madison Square Garden.
That's okay, because they couldn't afford it.
There is a maniac trying to kill us.
Welcome to New York.
New York has a new problem.
Come back.
Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. Rated R. Now playing.
Alright, let's get this over with. Jeez, this fucking movie sucked.
Yep. It's time to talk about Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan from 1989. So, just judging by the year, you could tell the time period that this came out, because this is around when fucking Halloween 5 came out and shit like that, and this is when just... Wasn't like fucking Nightmare 5 and fucking Freddy's Dead coming around this time too?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, so this is when main slashers were getting bad. Fucking... And this shows, like... This was the last Friday the 13th made by Paramount, and it fucking shows, because they did not give a single shit. I don't know what the director was thinking. He said, and I quote, "People are tired of seeing Jason kill kids at a camp, so we're gonna take Jason out of Crystal Lake and put him somewhere else." Sorry if you hear my dog in the background. But it's literally like fucking, like Patrick, you said, "Oh, let's take Jason and put him somewhere else." And it's shit. It's bad. It's real bad. Because
it's
straight out of the gate, they give you this bullshit explanation of how Jason is still alive, where like these two kids are on this, well, kids in heavy quotations, because everybody in this movie looks like they're in their late 20s, early 30s, but fucking, especially Charles, he looks fucking old as hell. But so
that's because he was born in 1927.
Oh shit, yeah. And we found out that he actually he did pass away as well, so rest in peace to him. But sorry, was eating some spaghetti. But so it gives us this bullshit explanation because these two kids are on this boat, and it's like this guy and his girlfriend, and they're like making out or whatever. And then of course he's like, "Oh, you've never heard the story of Jason?" And Austin was like, "How the fuck have you never heard the story of Jason?" And we get a fucking recap. But in this movie, they were so lazy that they couldn't even give us a good recap. Like, at all. They fucking couldn't even give us a decent recap.
No, because they decided...
They didn't show footage from any of the movies.
They decided, oh, we're gonna be different. They're like, oh man, they're like that one girl in high school that's like, oh, you know what, I'm better because I'm different. Like, that's what they're like, because they sit there and they decide, oh, we're gonna film our own backstory. It's gonna be the same shit, but it's gonna be filmed with different actors, and it's just like, bro, like, why, man? Just like, why?
Yeah, it's stupid. And then it's funny because right as they're telling this, their fucking anchor of their ship hits this electric wire in Crystal Lake, and the wire somehow is connected to Jason as he's like buried under the dock that fucking Tina's dad pulled him down to. And so the anchor pulls on the electric cable, which makes it have electricity for some reason, and it shocks Jason and brings him back to life again for the second time. So, yeah, Jason has died and lived twice. And apparently, judging by this movie's logic, that means when Tina's dad pulled him under the water, that means he died from that. So, that's an L from Jason right there. But, yeah, and then Jason climbs onto the boat, and he's all fucking, I call him Soggy Jason in this movie because he was all slimy and wet the whole movie. And fucking, he gets on the boat. Excuse me, I'm eating, but he gets on the boat, and then the boyfriend tries to play a joke on the girl by wearing a hockey mask and pretending like he's Jason, and then the real Jason comes in and fucking kills him. And it's so bad. Like, the kills are off screen in this movie. Like, not
every
even
single
on screen.
one.
Like, fucking stupid. And then it goes like right from that's like the opening scene, and then it goes right from that to, oh, now we're fucking going to a cruise ship. So fucking stupid. Fucking, oh my god.
Yeah, it's fucking. And they're at the cruise ship. It's just like, it's them saying, oh, all these grad students are gonna be going on the SS fuckery, and they're gonna fucking sit there and just die like little bitches. So, yeah, fucking. They introduced this fucking one chick, the main chick, who, by the way, her real name is Jensen fucking Daggett. That's what her fucking real name is. But in this movie, her name is Rennie. That's right, Rennie. What the fuck kind of name is Rennie? RENNIE. That's legit how you spell it, because that's how I spelled it on. That's how they spelled it on fucking IMDb, and it's fucking stupid as fuck.
Yeah, and the whole point that they're even going on this cruise is it's supposed to be for like the teens graduating from high school or whatever, and so they make Rennie go on it because her Uncle Charles, who's like the teacher, he wants her to go on it because she has this fear of like drowning and fear of like the water, and she can't swim and whatever. It's like childhood trauma, which they show later in the movie is fucking stupid. So she's pretty much forced to go, but she has a boyfriend on there. I think his name is Sean in the movie. I don't remember, but and he's like the captain of the boat's son as well. And then the only other notable characters in this is Julius, who is the guy that knows how to box, and he also was the inspiration for Bugsy in Friday the 13th, the game. And honestly, I mean, I guess the stuck-up chick, I think her name was, was it like Tamra or something? Some shit like that?
It would be Tamra with our track record with Tamra's, bro.
But
mostly Devon's track record.
So she's like this stuck-up chick that thinks just because she's hot, she can get whatever she wants and do whatever she wants, and she snorts cocaine and all this shit. None of the other characters really matter. She has this lackey who's like the kind of person where they want to like act like somebody to be cool, but they don't want to do the things the person is doing because they're like, oh, that's too far, but I'm going along with it anyway because I want to be cool. But, there goes Austin. But anyway, so they're on this cruise ship, and we see fucking stupidest shit. We see the boat that Jason killed the two teens on floats into the dock, and there's this guy that they have. He's like a Dollar Tree Crazy Ralph. He sees it, and he's like, oh, you're all doomed, and all that type of shit. And then a few seconds later, we see Jason pop up out of the water, and he grabs onto the anchor, and he starts climbing onto the ship. And it's like, why? What is he doing this for? And I was thinking about it, and I was like, so wait, did Jason drive this boat there? Or did he just sit there on the boat with his hands in his fucking lap, just wait and see where the shit was going to take him to? Like, I don't understand.
I don't know, man.
Like, they don't make it make any sense, because, like, if you think about it continuity-wise, which with this movie you really can't, but, like, Jason's thing is he always stays in Crystal Lake because he wants to keep killing the counselors to get revenge for his mother's death. That's the whole thing. And it's like, so why would Jason take a fucking cruise ride out to the ocean to get on a fucking cruise ship that goes to New York? Like, it makes no sense why Jason would even do it in the first place, but fuck it, I guess.
For plot, Devon. For plot.
So, they have this dance club on the boat with like 50 people in there, which we don't even see like 40 of them the rest of this movie. They're just gone. They don't get killed. There's just no explanation of what happened to most of these people. And we see Julius and someone else trying to box. There's this guy with a bowl cut that looks like Logan Paul. I don't know what his name was.
I don't fucking remember.
There's this chick that's like this rocker chick, and her whole character is just, she likes to shred guitar. I'm not saying it as like a joke, like legit.
That's her whole character, yeah.
Like,
he's not wrong.
By this point in the franchise, these characters were so cut and paste that it was like, okay, this character, she likes rocking out on the guitar. That's it. Oh, this character, he's a creep that likes to creep on girls, and he's also wants to go to film school, so he's going to be a creepy cameraman, and that's it. Oh, this Uncle Charles character, he's a strict teacher guy, yeah, and fucking like they're so cut and paste. Like Tamara's like the stereotypical like stuck up girl in high school. Like her lackey is the stereotypical, oh, I want to be friends with her because she's popular. Like, it's so cut and paste, bro.
Did I just realize something? So Tamara and the one chick from the last movie, very similar.
Yeah.
So they just fucking copy and pasted for fucking a character, pretty much. So nice.
Yeah, and those are really the only important characters, because nobody else matters to this movie. Because, like, legit, right after the cruise starts, like, this rocker chick goes, for some reason, down into the bowels of the ship to play her guitar, and then Jason goes down there and hits her with a guitar and kills her. And they also show in this movie that apparently Jason can teleport now. No explanation. Even with how ridiculous Part 7 was, at least we seen Jason walking from place to place, and it made sense. Like, he didn't just teleport all over the place. In this movie, I swear to God, bro, he was legit fucking teleporting everywhere. Like, I don't understand. and when he would teleport, it would make no sense. Like, because there's no logical way to explain how he's getting from point A to point B so fast. Like, but, so he teleports, grabs the guitar, and fucking kills her. And that's the first death of this cruise. And so, that's pretty much that character. She legit got introduced, hey, this is the rocker chick, and then got killed. She had like 2 lines, and then got killed.
Yeah, that's basically it. Like, that's how most of these kills go. They introduce somebody and you're not going to see him again. Like,
yeah, it's so dumb. And Jason kills people with weird shit. Like we said in part 7, it was weird, but Jason killed her with a guitar. At one point, he kills someone with a rock. Like, he kills someone with a spear gun, this weird gun that has, like, tubes on it. Like, and then at one point he slits somebody's throat with a knife, like he's Michael Myers. Like, I don't understand.
And he doesn't really slit him with a knife, though. It's more like a tap, and then somehow it's slit.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like any of it mattered anyway, because they show, like, what, 2 kills on screen? And, like, all the rest are off screen?
That's fair, that's fair.
Like, it's so stupid. But, pretty much, fucking, the Tamra chick wants to pass her class, so she comes up with this plan to get the camera dude, which I think his name was Wade. And so she gets Wade to film this blackmail video where she gets Uncle Charles in the room, and he's telling her that if she doesn't do her whatever project that she's not going to graduate, which is weird because why is she on a fucking cruise for graduates if she's not going to graduate? But okay. And so she takes this robe off and is wearing lingerie, and Charles is like, oh, what are you doing? But he, like, can't look away because apparently she's so hot. And it's fucked when you think about it, because the movie, even though her actor isn't underage, the movie is saying these are teenagers, so basically this makes Uncle Charles look like a pedophile. And so Wade is, like, filming it, and so Tamara, like, starts kissing him, and he doesn't even fight it, and they, like, lay on the bed, and then he, like, after a minute, he pushes her off, and he's like, oh, I'm a teacher, and you're a student, and then Wade walks in with the camera, and then he tries to get the tape, and he throws it to Tamara, and so pretty much they're blackmailing him with the tape, to where if he doesn't pass her to graduation, that she's gonna reveal the clip, and he's gonna get fucking fired for pedophilia or whatever.
Because that's what we want in our Friday the 13th movie.
Yeah, they did way worse in this movie besides that.
Oh, I know.
But so after that, like, Wade tries to hit on her and he gets rejected. So he gets cucked. And fucking then Tamara and her lackey are trying to snort cocaine. Well, they snorted cocaine before that, and Charles caught them and whatever, so that's why she wanted to do that shit to him. But fucking this movie was like, it had scenes of these characters just doing nothing, that, like, not a single fucking thing that you could care about, and then it would be like, oh, and here's where Jason is at on the ship, and somebody dies, and it was just so dumb. Like, it was just so stupid. And then while this is going on, we see that Rennie gets these visions of boy Jason for some reason, and which we find out the reason later on in the movie. But
it's the stupidest shit,
like,
too. It's legit the stupidest shit.
But every time they show boy Jason, it's a completely different boy Jason. And it's like, what the fuck? They couldn't even get that consistent.
They couldn't be consistent because, one, bro, it looks like fucking Scary Movie with how inconsistent this fucking was. But it wasn't for the fucking joke. It was just because they're fucking stupid. It was fucking... There was one random ass kid didn't even look like Jason, wasn't even deformed. Then there was one kid that was deformed but was Asian. There was Asian Jason. Then there was fucking one that was doing the fucking dinosaur.
And then there was one that looked like melting wax Jason.
And there was one that looked like a fucking wrong turn. Yeah, a fucking wrong turn creature.
And then the last one just looked like a fat kid Jason.
Yeah.
Like, you would think they have adult Jason consistent throughout the whole movie, but boy Jason is like they just couldn't decide what they wanted to look like, because some of the boy Jasons have hair, like full blown hair. Some of them have like Amish bowl cuts, and some are bald with no hair. And I'm just like, I don't understand. Like, how are you that indecisive on what boy Jason? Like, Tom Savini in the first movie set the standard for what boy Jason is supposed to look like. Like, how can you fuck it up? It's not that hard, bro. Just follow his design. It's really not that difficult, but I don't know why they wanted to change what boy Jason looked like every scene he was in. And also, it wasn't even just that, because they had him talking too, and like he talked normal. So then that goes against everything, because in the fucking lore they say Jason doesn't know how to speak because he's deformed and he's slow. But then in this movie he's talking because he's saying help me while he's drowning. And I'm just like, I don't understand. Like, can he talk or can he not talk? Like, I don't. It's so unclear. Can he drive boats or does he not know how to drive? Like, what does Jason know how to do? And what does he not know how to do? Because these movies are so unclear. And just, so much more bullshit. But pretty much most of this movie takes place on the cruise ship. And it's like I said at the end of the Part 7 review. The reason being, because these motherfuckers got so low of a budget for this movie that they couldn't afford to film in New York, because the whole movie was supposed to take place. You know what? I'm looking up the budget for this movie. I'm curious how much they got. Friday the 13th, Part 8 budget. I want to see like what they were working with here.
Probably not much.
So their budget was only $5 million for this movie.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Part 7, this had a higher budget than Part 7. Part 7 was only $3.5 million. Part 6 was 3. Part 5 was 2. Like,
you're telling me with a high...
The first Friday the 13th was only $700K. That was their budget. I'm pretty sure they said to do all the crazy shit that they wanted to do in New York would have cost them like hundreds of millions of dollars, and they said that Paramount wasn't willing to give them that much money because by this point Paramount did not give a fuck about Friday the 13th anymore. So they kind of got fucked out of the movie's literally called Jason Takes Manhattan, but he doesn't really take Manhattan. He just takes a stroll through Times Square for like a minute and a half. Like, if anything, he takes the damn cruise ship. That's the only thing he takes. And he couldn't even take that because the fucking thing sunk. So really, he doesn't take anything. Jason took a boat ride. That's what he did. But so fucking stuff starts going wrong on the ship. Like, fucking the Wade guy ends up dying because Jason, he finds the body of the chick in the basement, and then he accidentally shoots someone because his glasses get knocked off, and then Jason pops up and choke slams him onto the generator, and that just immediately sparks and catches fire and causes an explosion. And
because that's how that works.
Yeah, and then fucking Jason is doing all this dumb teleporting where he's like on top of the ship, he's on the deck of the ship, he's in the bowels of the ship, he's in hallways of the ship.
No, that doesn't fucking
doorways of the ship.
That doesn't compare to the fucking the dance club kill, where it's the. I'm just gonna go ahead and talk about it because it don't fucking matter. It don't fucking matter if we're in order. Fucking, this movie doesn't deserve to be in order. But fucking the fucking lackey bitch sit there and she goes to the dance club area, and here comes Jason, and he's just staring at her. And he's just staring at her, fucking panicked in the dance club, trying to get out, and somehow the doors are locked. And then he just keeps teleporting around the fucking dance club.
Yeah.
He teleports like 4 or 5 times, and finally he just chokes her to death.
Oh, don't forget he pulls a Houdini because he disappears for a couple seconds somehow.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
And don't forget, before that, she found the Tamra chick dead, and then she backed up in the hallway, and then Jason was just standing there waiting for her.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Like, oh, now you're supposed to run away. Like,
Jason did not give a fuck, bro. It wasn't the good not give a fuck. It was the bad not give a fuck.
When he would kill people in this movie, he would like kill them, but he wouldn't even like stay around long enough to see their body hit the floor. Or like when Wade got chokeslammed on the thing, like as soon as he started getting shocked, Jason just walked away and was like, I can't be bothered. Like, I don't understand like what they were having Kane Hodder do for this, like. But the fucking captain and his first mate end up dying as well because Jason stabs the first mate with I think it was a spear gun or something, harpoon gun, and then the captain finds him, and then Jason slits the captain's throat. Sorry, Jason paper cuts the captain's throat, and he dies. And then for some reason Jason props his body up against the wheel, and then Sean and Rennie come in, and they find his dad, the captain, dead. And then they freak out, and then everybody else comes in, and they see the dead body, and they're trying to figure out what to do. And shit's just going crazy on the ship. And then for some reason, while all this is going on, while there's a blazing fire and an explosion about to happen, right? While all this is going on, they're trying to figure out what to do. They show Jason go up to the fire alarm, and he punches it and turns the fire alarm on. Now, I ask why.
Devon fucking... What the fuck happened to Devon? What the fuck?
I'm back. But I was saying that, like, they had Jason punch the fire alarm, and I was like, why would he ever do that? Like, why would Jason Voorhees, of all people, try to warn somebody of a fire? Like, how does Jason even know what a fire alarm is? He's been on Crystal Lake his whole life. They don't have fire alarms on Crystal Lake. So how would he know to do that? Like, it's so stupid. And then they all decide to, like, split up to try to find... At this point, they don't know it's Jason. The only person that says it's Jason is Rennie because of all her fucking boy Jason visions. Or as it actually says on the DVD, her... what was it? Her fucking... disturbing fantasies is what they said on the DVD in the scene select. But so everybody at this point thinks that the killer is the fucking discount Crazy Ralph, but it turns out not to be him because he gets a fire axe to the back and dies. And then the Logan Paul guy dies because of this stupid shit where Jason, like, knocks the axe out of his hand, and it lands right in front of Julius, and then Julius is just like, oh, well, I'm going to go in the opposite direction of where that came from to try to find where it came from, because the direction of this movie was so terrible. And then fucking, so the Logan Paul guy starts running from Jason, and he was like the only person in this movie that heard Jason coming towards him, and so he decides, oh, I'm going to climb up this ladder. Well, so there's this funny scene where Jason and him are by the ladder, and he looks at Jason, and Jason looks at him. I shit you not, Jason like jerks forward like he's about to dead-ass sprint for the ladder, but then he stops, and it looks so out of character for Jason to do that. And then, so the Logan Paul guy starts climbing the ladder, and he goes all the way up this fucking ladder, and 2 seconds later, Jason teleports to the top of the ladder and grabs him and throws him off, and he lands on this fucking spike thing and gets impaled and dies.
Yep.
And then in the next Jason scene, he's in the bowels of the ship again, and my man's going to the sauna. I guess Jason was trying to, you know, get the full experience of his cruise and try to get his money's worth, because he went to the dance club, he went to the captain's quarters, he went on all the decks, he got to go on the roof, he went in the kitchen, he went in the fucking bowels of the ship, and now he's going to the fucking sauna. So Jason is just really trying to enjoy his cruise, and fucking, so he goes in the sauna, and one of the only crew members is in there, and he is laying there in the sauna, and Jason grabs one of these hot ass rocks, and the best way I can say this is he takes the hot ass rock and stabs it through the guy's back, and the guy catches on fire from a rock. And they show him catch on fire from a fucking a stone. Like, how could that work? And then Jason just looks at him and walks out. Like, and there's also this dog. I forgot to say, there's this dog that's Rennie's dog. Its name is Toby. And Austin was getting so pissed at this fucking dog. So there's one scene where Rennie's having another flashback, right? And she sees boy Jason standing there, and he's doing like these T-Rex arms, and then the real Jason pops through the window and like grabs her, and it looks so stupid. And then they show scenes of like Jason looking in the fucking windows during the storm, because it starts storming, and Jason has this look of like damn, where's the fucking door? It's really fucking coming down out here. Like, it's so stupid. And so, with everybody dying, and then the explosion happens, the ship starts filling with water, and it starts sinking, and so pretty much Sean and Uncle Charles argue that they need to get off the ship, and so they start lowering a lifeboat, and they all start getting in. The only survivors at this point is Rennie, Sean, Uncle Charles, and whatever the chick's name was. I don't know if that was Rennie's mom or who she was, but like, they're the only survivors. And they get in the boat, and then they look up, and Jason's like standing on the upper deck just looking down at them, and then he just disappears, and while the ship just goes under, quote unquote, because they couldn't even show the fucking ship in the ocean, because they had to do a CGI shot of the boat on the ocean in the storm, because that's how little budget they had. And so they fucking get in the boat, or the lifeboat, and all of a sudden someone jumps out of the water, and they make you think it's Jason, but it's Julius, and somehow he survived, and they all start rowing the boat away into the storm. And then they're just rowing for hours and hours, and then they end up somehow getting to New York anyway, and they show the Statue of Liberty and shit, and then they dock the boat and get out, and you can immediately tell it's not New York, because they filmed different scenes, like these back alley scenes, I think when I looked it up, it said they filmed it in British Columbia, I think. And so all these back alley scenes are not even New York, but they're supposed to make you believe that it's New York because they were too broke to film in New York. And so they get off the boat and they're like, oh, we gotta call the police or whatever. And then Jason pops up out of the water and Austin got mad and he was like, how the fuck don't you hear that? And Jason like...
Bro, it's so stupid!
And then Jason climbs up the ladder onto the dock and they had this scene where Jason like stops and he looks up and there's like a sign, it's like a hockey advertisement, and there's someone wearing a big ass hockey mask, and Jason's like looking at it, like he's looking at himself, and then for some reason Jason turns around and looks directly into the camera and breaks the fourth wall for some reason. And so they try to call the police, and all of a sudden these robbers come out of nowhere. And they hold him at gunpoint, and they take Rennie, and they're like, oh, if you try to do anything, we'll blow her fucking head off, is what they say. And they take her, and these motherfuckers decide the best thing they can do to try to find her is if they legit pull a Mystery Inc. and they say, gang, let's split up and search for her. And so they all go around trying to find her, and the robbers take her to like this couch in this back alley, and all of a sudden they pull out this needle that has some kind of drugs in it.
Yeah, it has fucking black tar heroin. Bro, you can tell. That's what it was trying to be. Like, honestly.
I wonder what they actually used for that. Do you think it was like apple juice or something?
Probably, I don't fucking know. I know for a fact. I know.
They actually used black tar heroin because they were too broke to buy apple juice. So
there was no way they could have. There was no way they could have because she was just walking, fucking perfectly fine. Okay, I know I talk about Breaking Bad a lot. All right, so at some points, but like, have you actually seen? They actually show the actual effects of black tar heroin in the show. It's not pretty. Like, it's really not pretty. You're not going to be sprinting and fucking running.
Why a lot of people die from taking it?
Yes! Legitimately, once you take it, you're fucking done for like a day. You aren't fucking sitting there, like, running and all this shit. So yeah, even if they were using it, they'd be fucked.
Like, they inject it into her, and they're like telling her to shut up, and the guy tries to kiss her, and she's trying to fucking get out of it, and he slaps her in the face, and then fucking he tells the other guy to go do something because there's two of them, and this guy starts getting all fucking rapey towards her and acting like he's about to rape her, and as if it was his bat signal in the sky, Jason appears and stabs this guy with the syringe to stop him from raping her. Which, can I ask, Austin, why is Jason stopping this guy from raping her when this is the same man that in Friday the 13th Part 3 they have a whole scene where it's implied that he raped Chris in the woods? So why would Jason be stopping
because
when he himself raped somebody?
Because who gives a shit about continuity, Devon?
Yeah, you're right. Paramount obviously didn't. The director didn't. Because this has absolutely nothing to do with any of the movies. They try to shoehorn it in, but it still makes no sense. But so Jason kills that robber. I don't even know if they actually had names or not. And then the other one comes back and he's like, who the fuck are you? And Jason just looks at him and he starts unloading a full clip into Jason, and Jason's just taking it. And then Jason grabs him And legit, this is like the lamest kill. He slams his head into a pipe, and that apparently killed him. And then Jason starts chasing after Rennie. But somehow, he goes from chasing after Rennie to somehow, Julius goes to a phone booth and he tries to call the police. And then Jason busts into the fucking phone booth. Jason did a lot of busting in this movie. He busted through so many fucking doors and walls in this movie. Like he was fucking Kool-Aid Man. And, so he starts chasing after Julius and they go onto this fucking rooftop. Well, Julius climbs, Jason just teleports. And so they go on this rooftop and Julius realizes, oh, I don't have anywhere to go. And so the only thing he can do is he starts boxing Jason. Like, he legit squares up with Jason and starts throwing hands with Jason. I'm not making this up. He squares up and he says, come on, and fucking just starts laying these fucking shots into Jason. Like, he's beating the living shit out of Jason with these punches. And he even does like the Rocky, like, fast stomach punches. Yep. Jason's just taking it. And he's just stumbling back. And then Julius gets so exhausted and his hands are bleeding that he just stops and he's like, alright, man. Like, legit, Jason's just looking at him, not doing nothing. And Julius is just out of breath and he's like breathing heavy and Jason's just staring at him and I was like, why isn't he killing him? And he's just staring at him and then Julius like looks up at Jason and he's like, alright, man. Take your best shot. And then Jason grabs him and one punches him and knocks his head clean off. And I shit you not, Julius's head flies off, rolls down the building, hits a wall, goes into a dumpster, and the lid of the dumpster closes like it was some kind of dude perfect trick shot. Like, what the fuck was this movie? I was telling Austin they should have put like a +10 or something when the fucking dumpster closed. Like, and then Jason just looks at it like, oh, that was cool. Like, so Julius is dead. Now we're just down to the final four, which is Rennie, Sean, Uncle Charles, and the mom bitch. I don't know what her character was. And so they end up finding the cop, a cop who's credited in the credits as Irish Cop. So, and they're telling him that they need help. So the best thing he does is put all four of them in the back seat of his squad car, and he gets in the fucking drive, and they see somehow Julius's head is on the dashboard. I don't know how fucking Jason did that without making a sound, but then the cop starts yelling. He's trying to call for backup, and then Jason grabs him and kills him off screen, by the way. And then this weird shit happens. This was like a drug trip, bro. This weird shit starts happening where Rennie gets in the front seat and then she sees Jason standing in front of the car, so she speeds up and hits Jason with the car, and then Jason gets back up and she goes to hit him again, and then like Jason turns into a vision of boy Jason who looks completely different, and then she crashes straight into a wall and the car fucking catches on fire and explodes, and I guess the fucking mom bitch died in that because she wasn't in the rest of the movie after that. And they don't even acknowledge it. Like, her character just meant nothing to this. And so now
it didn't truly matter. She's just there for body count at this point.
Yeah. So now we're down to Sean, Rennie, and fucking Uncle Charles. And so they're standing there, and Rennie is looking at this puddle of water. And so finally we get the backstory of why she has these visions of Jason. And it turns out that one summer on Crystal Lake, which, if you want to be the one to figure out when the fuck in the Friday the 13th timeline this takes place, be my guest, because I can't be bothered. This timeline is so fucked. But if you have enough time in your day to figure that shit out, please let me know what it is, because I would like to know. I just can't be bothered trying to figure it out myself. And I don't think the director even fucking knew. I think he just wanted to have some way to fucking make this main character connect to fucking Crystal Lake and Jason somehow and shoehorn it in. But anyway, so one summer on Crystal Lake, her and Uncle Charles are out on this boat, and he's telling her about how she can't swim and all this stuff, and she needs to learn how to swim, and he's like being a dick. And then all of a sudden he just starts telling her the tale of Jason, and I'm like, bro, we already fucking seen this at the beginning of the movie. Like, how many recaps do we need of Jason's story? Like, I'm so sick of hearing Jason's backstory. Like, oh my god. And so he goes over the backstory and like scares her, and then legit picks her up and throws her into the lake and says, oh, you're on your own, you gotta swim, oh, don't let Jason pull you under the water. And Austin was like, what the fuck, dude? And then apparently Jason did pull her under the water, which I don't understand if that was supposed to be around the time of the first movie where Boy Jason was in the water. I don't know. Like I said, if you want to figure this out timeline-wise, go ahead. I can't be bothered. So that pretty much is the explanation of why she's afraid of water and why she has these visions of Jason and all this trauma. And then she gets all mad and is like saying, oh, Uncle Charles, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. And she walks away. Keep in mind, this is like right after Jason killed somebody, so you would think they'd be worried about fucking Jason being there. But no, let's just get in an argument over a flashback and then walk away like... And then Sean like yells at fucking Uncle Charles and is like, oh, stay away from her. And I shit you not, 2 seconds after that, Jason walks up and Uncle Charles is like, oh, it's you. That's impossible. Because this whole movie, like, they were trying to tell him it was Jason and he just wouldn't believe it for some reason. And now that he's seeing Jason, he's like, oh, it's not possible. And he gets up and does the most cartoonish run I've ever seen in my life.
It looks so bad.
And he runs into this random building. Well, keep in mind, he looks behind him like Jason is chasing him. Goes into this building. 2 seconds later, this man goes flying out the second story window, and somehow Jason is on the second story, even though he was just chasing him outside, which makes no fucking sense unless he teleported. But even then, why? And then he picks up Uncle Charles, takes him over to this fucking acid barrel that has Chucky the Rat in it, and fucking picks him up and puts him head first into the acid barrel and drowns him in the fucking Nickelodeon slime. Motherfucker just got slimed, and so Uncle Charles is dead. So now it's just down to Rennie and Sean, and Jason starts chasing them. And fucking they go through all these back alleys and shit until they fucking go to where are they at?
Subway,
yeah. They go to like this back alley where they get trapped, so they have to go into no. They go into the subway. That's later on. They go into the subway and they get on this subway train. And apparently Jason also gets on the subway train, and they start running from Jason. At this point, this is when the movie was getting somewhat entertaining, because it was boring as fuck through most of it. And so Jason's chasing them through this, I almost said submarine, through this fucking what the fuck ever it's called, the goddamn subway. Fucking eat fresh, Jared Fogle. But anyway, so he's chasing them through the subway train, and fucking the people in there just aren't even batting an eye at Jason. They just act like they couldn't even be bothered being extras in this movie. And when they get to the back of the train, like, they even look at a guy and they're like, help us, and he just looks at them like, why? Like, and so Jason's like coming towards them, and they decide to pull the emergency brake, and Jason goes like flying down the submarine. He slides across the floor, and because he's so slimy and dirty, he legit leaves a whole ass skid mark down the subway train. It looks so silly. It was like a cartoon. And then Jason got back up, and it was kind of funny because when he got back up, he kind of looked around a little bit like he was embarrassed that he fell down. And then they go out of the back of the subway train, and Jason goes out there. All of a sudden, Sean cross bodies him out of nowhere, and Jason falls onto the tracks and gets electrocuted to death, quote unquote. And then 2 seconds later, Sean is sitting there touching the same track that Jason's on that says 6,000 volts, danger on it, but he doesn't get shocked for some reason. And Austin said it was because of plot armor, so I guess that's why, but fucking, so they go from down the subway, and they end up coming up through this subway station, and they come into, finally, New York. It's about time. And they come up into Times Square, and they legit do a 360 camera shot of Times Square, because you know these motherfuckers did the most they could with the budget they had. So they were trying to get all of New York that they could in this fucking one shot. And so they show Times Square, and Rennie and Sean think that Jason's dead, so they start walking through Times Square, and all of a sudden Jason walks up from the subway. No one's batting an eye to this fucking slimy, deformed, grotesque dude walking up out of the subway in a hockey mask that probably smells burnt because he just got shocked. New York people are built different, I guess. I guess they see this shit all the time because Rennie looks back and sees Jason, and they start running, and then they have this shot. To be fair, it is a pretty cool looking shot of Jason standing there, and he's looking around at Times Square. But so after that, Jason starts chasing them, and they go into this little diner, and they're telling them they need to use the phone to call the police, and they're like, oh, you don't understand, there's a psycho trying to kill us, and she's like, welcome to New York. And then on cue, Jason says, oh yeah, and busts through the fucking door, and so Rennie and Sean run, and then this big ass tall dude who's the cook, and he fucking gets angry, and he's like, now hold on a second there, bub. And it turns out this guy, Jason grabs him and throws him into a fucking mirror. Turns out that guy is the guy who plays Jason in Freddy vs. Jason. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
So everybody starts fucking panicking, and Jason just walks past everybody, and fucking they go out of the back door of this fucking diner into this alleyway, and Jason comes out there, and they're trapped. So they're like, oh well, let's go down into this sewer. So they go in the sewer, and excuse me, and Jason starts chasing them through the sewer, and they run into this worker guy that has a hazmat suit on, and he's like, what the hell are you doing down here? And they're like, oh, can you help us out of here? And he's like, you came just in time, because apparently at midnight, I don't know if this is a real thing in New York, but he said at midnight in New York, a bunch of toxic waste, flows through the sewers. Don't know if that's a real thing.
I don't know, and I don't really want to know.
So he's like, oh, we gotta get out of here before it, comes or whatever. He's like, we got about 10 minutes. And they start walking, and out of nowhere, Jason fucking ambushes them and, slams Sean up against the wall and knocks him out. And fucking then he takes the worker guy off screen and hits him with a wrench and kills him. And then Jason walks back up, he's about to kill Sean, and then Rennie does a Dead by Daylight flashlight flash in Jason's face, and he starts chasing her, and then she goes around this corner, and there's a bucket that says toxic waste on it. Now I'm not sure why these workers are keeping a bucket full of toxic waste just sitting there.
I don't know,
toxic waste is going to run through there anyway. But nevertheless, she opens it, and she throws the toxic waste onto Jason. This is where it starts getting abhorrently bad. So she tosses it onto Jason, right? And Jason starts acting like he's burning. And his mask comes off, and we see what Jason looks like for the first time. He's like this weird, like, gray-looking creature. And, like, the toxic waste is, like, burning him. And he starts, like, wailing in pain. And he sounds like an elephant. It's really weird. And so Jason, I don't know how he doesn't feel pain from gunshots, but toxic waste makes him fucking do. Okay. Anyway, not gonna try to make any logical sense out of it. But so Jason starts stumbling around the tunnel, and Rennie gets Sean up, and they climb up a ladder, and Jason somehow gets to them and like grabs her legs, and then all of a sudden the sewer starts rumbling, and Jason does this really it's really funny like head turn where he like sees the toxic waste coming, and he looks all terrified. And the toxic waste hits him, and to describe this, when he hits the toxic waste, he starts doing all this weird shit where he's like kind of turning into Boy Jason, and then it's like this really, really bad editing and CGI where Jason's like somehow on fire and burning. It's really...
The fuck? Oh. I guess I'll go and take the... It's basically like fucking Jason's just sitting there in the toxic waste, and he's like turning back into fucking Boy Jason kinda, and like Devon was saying, there's like the CGI fire type shit. And then once it's all said and done, he's coming up trying to get out of the fucking toxic waste, and it looks cursed. And then fucking he succumbs to it basically. For some reason
My controller died.
Oh, you're good. I was just saying how I got to the part where you said like for some reason fucking Boy Jason he turned into fucking Boy Jason for some fucking reason, and it was stupid as fuck.
Yeah, and it was funny because Austin had never seen this part before, so he didn't know what was happening, and I knew full and well what was happening, and I was just enjoying Austin's reaction, because when he turned back into Boy Jason, Austin was like, "What? Excuse me?" And he's just laying there as Boy Jason, and that's how he dies, apparently. I guess, because that's it for Jason for the movie. And then they climb out of the sewer, and they're back in Times Square again, and they start walking around, and then all of a sudden we see this POV shot, and this pissed Austin off because somehow the fucking dog survived, and Sean and Rennie start petting the dog, and they start walking into Times Square, and then we get like this camera shot of Times Square, and then the credits start playing.
This movie was trash. Yeah, fucking...
The only thing I can give this movie is the fact that for some reason it has a decent theme song. For some reason they gave it a decent theme song. I don't know why. It seems like the theme song was the only thing they put effort into for this movie. Everything else was so bad. This was so bad. And the thing is, Jason Goes to Hell is so much worse than this, but like this movie just reeked of, we don't give a fuck about Friday the 13th anymore. People don't want to see it anymore. Paramount didn't want to make it anymore. They didn't want to put money into it anymore. Nothing. Like, they said, fuck it, we're done. And so that's why this was the last one that they made. And after this is when New Line picked it up, because New Line had the vision. As soon as Paramount was done with it, New Line swooped in and took that because they wanted to make Freddy vs. Jason. That is the sole reason that they picked up the Friday the 13th rights, is just so they could do that. So, and then they unfortunately made the worst Friday the 13th movie. So fuck you, New Line.
On that note, do you want to get to the worst Friday the 13th movie?
I guess we have to. As much as I'm dreading it, it's the worst of the worst. It's one of my most hated movies ever that I've ever watched. It's so bad. Because now that we've went to Manhattan, I guess now it's time to go to hell, Austin. That's where this fucking franchise went after this movie, I'll tell you that much.
On that note, let's get to Friday the 13th Part 9, Jason Goes to Hell, Devon's favorite movie.
Oh, don't forget the tagline. Don't forget the tagline also. The
Final Friday.
Yeah, the second movie in this franchise that says final, and neither one of them was the final.
But let's get to it. Devon's excited.
Yep.
Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday.
Just gonna let Devon take the part of this one. just gonna let him. I'm not gonna talk much in this. Devon, this is your moment, your big giant burial. Oh God, my fucking ear! Oh God, Jesus! Oh my fucking shit! Oh, I think that was about as loud when I told Chris Jericho to die.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to talk about the worst Friday the 13th movie. One of the worst horror movies I've ever fucking seen in my life. It's time to talk about Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday from 1993. Oh man, we didn't do a live commentary on this because we did it years ago, and I was pissed watching it then, as I'm pissed even fucking talking about it now. I didn't go watch the whole movie because I can't be bothered to watch that shit ever again. So I watched the trailer, and the trailer just all the memories came flowing back into this movie. So we're just gonna get straight into this review. We're gonna get straight into this review because you know what? And I don't even give a shit. I don't give a damn if I go in order or not. I don't care because I hate this goddamn. This is the worst. I have been dreading this review ever since we started this retrospective. I knew this shit was coming every damn fucking time we did a fucking review. I knew it. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Every review, I was like, oh, part 9 is coming soon. Part 9 is coming soon. Jason Goes to Hell is coming soon. And last time we did part 8, which is so fucking boring, and it was fucking trash, and now I gotta talk about this shit again. So. Jason Goes to Hell. Where do we begin? Well, I'll tell you where we begin. Camp Crystal Lake. Even though it makes no fucking sense, because the last goddamn movie was in fucking New York, where Jason was fucking had toxic waste on him. He turned back into a child. But sure, let's go back to Crystal Lake, where apparently now this fucking random woman is going to Crystal Lake all by herself. She's a fucking retard going to Crystal Lake all by herself in the middle of the night. Goes in this cabin and takes a shower, and then you got fucking Jason looking like he sucked a whole bunch of goddamn air. Looks like a fucking airhead. I don't know what they were thinking, you know. And the director of this movie was Adam Marcus. You cunt ass bitch. Austin. You know, this fucking guy, Austin, are you there? Or you better fucking be there, I swear to God.
I'm here. Calm down.
So, this guy, Adam Marcus, this little bitch, he fucking sat there. He said, you wanna know why this movie's so bad? You wanna know why? I'll tell you why. Because New Line wanted to buy the goddamn rights to Friday the 13th after Friday the 13th Part 8 because it was so goddamn bad that nobody gave a shit about it, and Paramount didn't give a shit about it no more, so they said, fuck it, we'll sell the rights, and New Line, all they wanted to do was do Freddy vs. Jason, right? But they're like, oh, well, we can't just do Freddy vs. Jason. No, we have to do our own Friday the 13th movie first. We have to. You didn't have to do shit. You could have just did Freddy vs. Jason, and nobody would have cared fucking less.
But they had to build suspense, Devon.
What suspense? What suspense did they have to build? Tell me.
10 years, apparently. I mean,
yeah, because we'll get to it. But so when they made this movie, they couldn't go to a good director. No, you couldn't think. A New Line had many directors. They had Wes Craven, they had all these other people that they could have went to make a Friday the 13th movie. Who'd they go to? Somebody who never directed a fucking movie in their fucking life, that came out of fucking college. This guy never directed a film before. He didn't know what the fuck he was doing, and he directed this fucking shit. So fuck you, New Line, for doing this shit, because this motherfucker never directed. And what makes it worse is the guy that directed this, Adam Marcus, he never ever watched Friday the 13th. He said there's a fucking interview with him where he said, I never watched Friday the 13th, so when I made this movie, I had absolutely no idea what the previous films did and what happened in the previous films, so I just said, fuck the continuity, I didn't give a shit. Yeah, it shows, because the movie was fucking terrible. It's terrible. It's so goddamn bad. So, anyway, besides that, fucking, oh my god. So, fucking, this movie starts off with this fucking chick going to Camp Crystal Lake by herself, she's fucking stupid, and goes to take a shower, and then you got fucking ballooned up fucking Jason sitting here walking into the woods stalking her, and then fucking goes to kill her. As soon as he goes to kill her, all of a sudden all these fucking lights turn on and there's fucking military everywhere, and they fucking, in the first 5 minutes of this fucking movie, they completely explode Jason into so many fucking pieces, but somehow his head doesn't explode, and so his heart stays intact, and it's important to remember that his heart stays intact, because it's the only reason we got a fucking rest of this movie! So, you wanna know what happened? You wanna know what happened after that? So, Jason, oh my god, Jason's dead! Everybody gets so excited that Jason's dead, right? Oh, everybody's so excited. Everybody's so excited that Jason's dead, and then we go to the goddamn morgue, and fucking, there's a goddamn coroner in the fucking morgue, this goddamn doctor dude, whatever his name is, and he sits there and doing a fucking, I guess he's doing an autopsy on the remains of Jason for some fucking reason, somehow, they're telling us that Jason's heart somehow has the ability to put somebody in a trance where he starts eating Jason's heart. He eats his heart. It's like, why? How do you come up with this shit?
Because
he eats Jason's heart.
That's always happened in the Friday the 13th movies. We've been reviewing them for like the last 8 hours or so. So however long this fucking video has been so far.
I know, but nobody's ever ate Jason's fucking heart before.
Didn't you see that happen in the first movie though?
No. It didn't happen in the first movie because he was a child. He was a child in the first movie. In the second movie, he was a fucking wrong turn hillbilly. And in the third movie, he was this jacked fucking mongoloid. And in the fourth movie, he was still a mongoloid. And in the fifth movie, wasn't in that movie. Then the sixth movie, he's a fucking zombie. And in the seventh movie, he's fucking a goddamn lake monster. And then in the eighth movie,
You're telling
he's a
me-
goddamn...
You're telling me Roy didn't eat Jason's heart?
No! The only thing that was eaten in that movie was that the fucking chocolate bar that the goddamn fat kid ate, and he got killed. So then Roy said, "Oh, that's my long lost son. I'm gonna turn into Jason." That's the whole fucking crux of that story. But at least that movie isn't fucking terrible. This movie was terrible. So after the guy eats Jason's heart, right? Somehow Jason possesses this guy. Somehow, like they were, it's like they were writing this. It's like this was supposed to be some kind of fucking Nightmare on Elm Street type shit. I could believe someone eating Freddy's heart and Freddy possessing them, not Jason. How would the heart of a deformed, mentally retarded child be able to take over and possess somebody to become... I don't understand how the director wrote this. How did you come up with this? Was he like John Carpenter making Halloween 2 where he had a fucking 6-pack of beer and didn't know what the fuck he was doing? Like, I don't understand. Like, so, fucking... Oh, my throat's hurting already. So, fucking... Jason possesses this guy, and by the way, Kane Hodder plays Jason in this, but he barely plays Jason, because Jason is barely in this fucking movie. He's in the beginning, he's in the fucking end, and there's one scene Jason is in the fucking mirror, and that's it, and fucking... And also Kane Hodder plays a security guard. Yeah, he plays a security guard that gets his ass whooped by the doctor that's possessed by a Jason. And then there's these other fucking characters. I don't give a shit about these characters. No one gives a shit about these characters. I think one of the main guy's name is like Steven or something. I don't fucking know. But there's all this stupid shit that they add in this goddamn fucking movie. Because, you know, now that the doctor, Jason is fucking able to kill again, and he sits there and slaughters everybody in the goddamn morgue, and fucking... So then we cut to this fucking diner where we introduce new characters, and to celebrate fucking Jason's death, this diner decides, I'm not joking, they decide, let's make some Jason burgers, because they literally take these hamburger patties and make it look like hockey masks, and it's called like the Jason burger or some shit. I'm not kidding.
I mean, don't we always do that with like homicidal killers that have been? I'm sure there's some fucking restaurant that's doing like the fucking Dahmer burger or some shit.
Yeah, I would like to meet somebody who would be willing to try a Jeffrey Dahmer hamburger that wouldn't be afraid that there's some concoction in there. So
fucking the John Wayne Gacy hot dog.
So here's the problem. Here's the fucking problem with Friday the 13th. See, Friday the 13th, they had an antagonist for Jason in Tommy Jarvis in part 4, 5, and 6. They had Jason's nemesis. That was it. But no, part 7, 8, 9, 10, we never see him again. So what do they do? What do they do in part 9? Oh, we're going to introduce this new character called Creighton Duke. Yeah, that's right, Creighton Duke. He's this fucking guy that acts like he's a fucking goddamn Texas Ranger from Red Dead Redemption, and his whole fucking thing that he says, even though Jason's dead, he's like, oh, I don't believe it. I want to kill Jason Voorhees. And motherfucker literally sits there and says dialogue about how he's known about Jason during the course of this whole franchise. He's known everything that Jason's done. He's known this, and says, oh, I've been tracking Jason. Then, if you've been tracking Jason, why is it taking you 9 fucking films to find where he fucking is? If you've been tracking him since the first fucking movie. My fucking voice is going out because it is so stupid. If you've been tracking Jason, if you know where he's been and everybody he's killed, and you've been hunting him, what took you until the 9th film? What took you a decade? More than a decade? What have you been doing if you're such this great tracker and killer, Creighton Duke? Where have you been? Tommy Jarvis whooped his ass for 3 movies, and you're sitting here talking like you've been the antagonist the whole franchise. We don't know who you are. Who are you? You're just some random character. But we're supposed to believe that this is like Jason's arch nemesis, and then I'm supposed to believe Jason's gonna be scared of this guy. Jason don't know who this is. You think Jason gives a fuck about somebody named Creighton Duke? Jason probably thinks he's a fucking cowboy fucking action figure and probably wants to fucking snap him in half. Like, so he fucking doesn't believe that fucking Jason's dead. This movie is fucking boring, by the way, until the fuck shit starts happening at the end, which I'll get to because it gets even stupider. So, Creighton Duke is the new character in this movie, and he's, I tell you what, I'm gonna hunt Jason, I'm gonna kill him, because I'm Creighton Duke, and I'm this badass, and whatever, and fucking, he gets himself arrested because he fucking talks shit to the fucking waitress, and I guess he tries to fucking hit her, so he gets arrested, and then we meet the fucking character. I think his name is Steve. I'm just gonna say Steven, because I can't be bothered. So Steven is just this random guy. He has a child, I think, with one of the fucking women that works at the diner, who we later find out is Jason's fucking sister, because apparently it took 9 movies to figure out that Jason had a sister this whole time, which I'll get to later, and it's this whole stupid ass thing, and there's a baby involved, and fucking, oh my goodness, bro. So, while all that's going on, Jason is basically possessing people left and right, because Jason has gone from being a deformed child that drowned to a wrong turn man, to a beefed up mongoloid, to a fucking goddamn zombie, to a lake monster, to whatever the fuck he was in part 8, a slimy, greasy, wet zombie man, to back to a child, to now being a balloon man, to now apparently he's a fucking body swapping heart demon somehow, which makes no sense. It's never explained. So he's just possessing people left and right, and everybody thinks that this Steven guy is the killer because it can't be Jason. No, fucking all these random people keep dying, and he's like, oh, Jason's possessing people, so he gets put in jail. He's in jail with Creighton Duke, and fucking Creighton Duke is like, oh, fucking, I know how to kill Jason, and this and that, but I'll only tell you if you let me break your fucking fingers. So he breaks his fingers, and then tells him that, Austin, you're telling me that this guy who has said, I want to kill Jason Voorhees, I'm hunting Jason Voorhees, I know everything about Jason Voorhees, I follow Jason Voorhees, everything he's done. This motherfucker sits there and says, the only way that Jason can be killed for good is if he is killed by another Voorhees, is what he says. Another Voorhees is the only person. So then why, for 9 movies, has nobody figured this out? Why, if you know, haven't you said something for 9 films?
Also, hasn't he technically died and came back to life multiple times at this point?
Yes, so it doesn't make any sense any goddamn way! So, I don't even blame Creighton Duke. It's the director, fucking Adam, whatever the fuck your cunt bitch-ass name is. Fuck you. Oh my god. So, I don't care about whatever I'm missing in the movie. I can give a shit. People die. It's stupid. Jason swaps between people. Jason, at one point, they do some weird ass shit where Jason sits there and he possesses a cop, right? He possesses a cop, and for some reason, I don't know what they were thinking. They give Jason this weird character development where Jason, before he kills someone, he takes them hostage. And he ties Jason, who's possessing this cop, takes someone hostage, ties this man to a table, and shaves him naked. Why? When would Jason ever do this? Why? How do you come up with this shit? Oh my god. Like, in what planet would Jason strap somebody to a table and shave them nude before killing them? He's not. Do you think 9 films? When has Jason ever stopped before he's killed somebody and said, "Oh no, we got to strip you nude and shave you before he kills them"? It never. So why in this movie is he doing this shit? Is he just tired of the same old hack and slash? Does Jason want to experiment? Like, I don't understand. And so basically, they find out that Jason's fucking possessing all these goddamn people because he can body swap, because apparently that's just how shit works when you're a director that's never watched the fucking franchise, and you just sit there and fucking masturbate in your own hand just because you get to make a Friday the 13th movie. And Sean S. Cunningham helped make the movie, because in the trailer they say, "Oh, Sean S. Cunningham, the man who made the first movie, comes back to bring you the last." Fuck you and fuck Sean S. Cunningham.
Since you're fucking going on a tirade, I think this is a good time for me to take a piss. I'm gonna mute, but I'm still gonna listen.
So, while Austin's taking a piss, like fucking Adam took a piss, and Sean S. Cunningham took a piss, and everybody else took a goddamn piss, and New Line took a piss on this whole franchise. So, while Austin's doing that, so they find out Jason's body swapping between all these fucking people, and they got to figure out how to stop him. Not only does it have to be a Voorhees that kills Jason, which was never established in any of the other films ever. Not only is it a Voorhees that has to kill him. No. Not only that, it's not just that. No, because Creighton Duke, it reveals, you have to stab Jason. You have to stab him in the heart. You have to stab him in the heart with a magic fucking dagger. A magic dagger. So now magic is involved. And if it's already not that terrible, for some reason, all of a sudden we see the fucking Necronomicon from the Evil Dead. Why? What does this have to do with you? The Necronomicon is there, and people try to connect this, saying, oh, the Necronomicon is why Jason can't die, and all this shit. You don't fucking know. The directors didn't fucking know. They probably just thought, oh, this is cool. Why don't we put this little Easter egg in here? Yeah, put an Easter egg in a movie where nothing makes any goddamn sense that you're trying to goddamn do, but okay. So, therefore, we move to the end of the movie, because I could not be bothered to cover whatever I fucking missed. I don't care. Kane Hodder dies as a security guard, so there's that. If you care, I don't. So, we fucking get to the end of this movie where oh my god. So, Jason sees himself in the mirror, so he can only be seen as Jason if he looks in a mirror, right? Which is so stupid. So then, fucking Creighton Duke, this guy that has said, oh, I want to kill Jason, I've been hunting Jason, all this shit, he gets killed by Jason! He gets killed by Jason! And then, the stupidest, most dumbest thing I've ever seen, right? How he turns back into Jason is so ludicrous. So ludicrous. So, the only way Jason can turn back into Jason, or as Creighton Duke puts it, the only way Jason can be reborn, right? I shit you not. This is... Oh my god. So, Jason can only be reborn through him going into his sister, right? But not how you're thinking. So with the use of the Necronomicon and the magic dagger and all this shit, Jason can only be reborn if the fucking Jason demon heart body swapping snake goes up into his sister's fucking vagina. I'm not making this up. This is actually in the movie. They explain this. Is how the only way he can be reborn is through his sister. And so he, as Jason, as a demon snake, slithers into his sister's fucking pussy and is reborn into the real Jason Voorhees. He said, will the real Jason Voorhees please stand up, I guess. And fucking... So, he's back to being Jason. It's so stupid. And then it's just Steven and this fucking girl, who are the... I don't remember if it's... who the fuck it is. But, so they're fucking trying to figure out how to kill Jason. And they're out next to this fucking jungle gym out in the fucking yard. Oh, and you know what else they say? This fucking big-ass mansion that they're out at in this movie, where the ending takes place, this big-ass mansion, guess what? Guess what? Apparently, it's the Voorhees estate, because this whole time, Jason is living in a shack in the woods with his clogged-ass toilet and his fucking head shrine to his mother and his rundown fucking shelves and everything. He's been living here when the whole time he could have went and stayed at his family's fucking mansion, apparently, because the Voorhees Manor, or whatever they call it, because apparently what we didn't know this whole time was that fucking Pamela was making that money, apparently. But apparently, Jason's father, Elias, wasn't there. So what was Pamela doing to fucking... If she was a cook at a summer camp, how would she make the money to afford a manor? How? You can't afford a mansion by working as a cook at a summer camp? Did they even put 1% of thought into this? Even a point of a percent? Like, what the fuck? So after all this bullshit and dumb shit, we get the ending where fucking Jason is about to kill Steven, and then she stabs Jason, and the chick stabs Jason in the heart with the magic dagger, and the dagger starts glowing, and all this magic starts happening, and all the fucking theatrics start happening, and fucking... Then these goddamn fucking arms or tentacles, whatever they are, come up out of the ground, and they grab Jason, and they try to drag Jason to hell, and Jason's holding on to Steven, and Steven's holding on to the jungle gym, and the jungle gym's holding on to the ground, and the ground's holding on to the dirt, and the dirt's holding on to the dirt under the dirt, and you know what's under the dirt? The fucking hell! So the goddamn fucking hell that's trying to drag Jason down is the same hell that's holding on to the ground, that's holding on to the ground, that's holding on to the grass, that's holding on to the jungle gym, that's holding on to Steven, that's holding on to Jason! So it makes no fucking sense. So, therefore, the arms pull Jason down into hell, and she's able to save Steven, and Jason gets pulled down into the ground, down into hell, and then Steven and the other chick just go tee-hee-hee-hee-hee and walk all in the fucking happy land, and fucking we never see them again ever in this franchise. And then the only thing that survives, Jason's mask is laying there on the ground, right? And they had this shot of Jason's mask, and then, oh my god, Freddy Krueger's arm comes up from hell and grabs Jason's mask and drags it down to hell, and we hear Freddy's laugh in the nightmare theme, and oh my god, let's jump for joy, new line. Wow, the whole movie could have just been all you had to do, not even make a movie, was just put out a fucking trailer of fucking Jason getting fucking dragged to hell and put Freddy dragging his mask and saying Freddy versus Jason, and people would have went and seen the same movie, had the same feels, because you know what? Freddy versus Jason had nothing to fucking do with this fucking movie. So what the fuck was even the point? Because in Freddy versus Jason, Jason is in there sleeping in a coffin. So how do you go from hell to sleeping in a fucking bed in a coffin? So if you were setting that up with this movie, then why didn't you fucking at least connect it? Oh,
Now,
I'm
Devon,
getting a headache.
you know there's people who enjoy this movie, right? I got some.
And each one of those people should jump off a fucking cliff in
Do
a
you
bridge.
want to
whichever
hear
like.
some of their reviews that they have?
In 1 second. So that is pretty much everything that happens in Jason Goes to Hell. They set up Freddy versus Jason, and that's all they had to do this whole time. And that's Jason Goes to Hell from 1993.
Well,
so go ahead. I need a drink of water.
10 out of 10, very underrated. Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday, is super underrated. I love it. Jason Voorhees is great. Steven is a good main character. The possession stuff is cool but weird. Creighton Duke is amazing. The kills are cool. We never see Jason unmasked, though. The ending with Freddy's hand is awesome. I love Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday. Okay? That was by... That was by Baby Doll Jessica. This next one is by Anonymous 0011. A good 10 out of 10, a good ending. I want to say that this was an excellent movie to finish the series of the Hockey Mask Killer. I can tell it was an excellent because I am the greatest fan of Friday the 13th. I was really anxious when I was going to watch it. Watch is by the first time. It really surprised me with the things other movies didn't have. Jason going body by body. The part I really enjoyed was when Jason got into the police station and defeated all the cops. Then, when he got into the restaurant and everybody was shooting him, ja. What the fuck? No, but no bullet can stop him. I really liked it. Now I can't wait for the new movie of Freddy the 13th.
Oh, they gotta be trolling. There's no way someone could be this fucking stupid. There's no way.
I hope it come this year.
What year was this posted?
2007.
Just 4 years after Freddy vs. Jason came out. There has to be Anonymous 007. That has to be a troll. That has to be a troll. There's no way.
Okay, well, let's get to one that's not a troll. This is from 2020. The epic final stand for Friday the 13th. This is by Critic J. It goes to show you that Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday, has a scene that is a fan favorite scene that would make it on their list of melt movies. I don't know what the fuck that even means. That's it. That's the only fucking... Okay.
I can't bothered with this fucking movie. I'm so glad that we did not watch this again because I probably would have had an aneurysm.
This is by Kurt7825 on September 27th, 2021. One of the best Friday the 13th movies, 10 out of 10.
Oh, so on your birthday. Was this
September 27th is what it said.
Oh, I thought you said 7th.
No. The scariest since Part 3, Part 1, 2, and 3, and this one are the best, is what this person said. So he only even like 4.
All these people should drink cyanide. Bleach your eyes. I gotta bleach my eyes. I should have bleached my eyes after the first time I saw this, but no, I had to see it again when we watched it for the live commentaries. I should have bleached them then, but no. I had to watch the trailer again today, and now maybe I should go bleach my eyes now. I don't know, but fucking, oh my god, bro, I cannot believe that they put this movie out. This was in theaters too. This was in. It's not like this is the kind of movie that this encapsulates straight to DVD. Like, if you told me that this was straight to DVD, I would have been like, yeah, it fucking looks at me. It's fucking bad. It is so terrible.
You know,
I don't know how. New Line, what have you done? Why did you do this?
Some fucking, like, straight to DVD movies look better than this, to be completely fair.
Yeah, but I mean, if someone told me that this was like the first Friday to go straight to DVD, I'd be like, I'm not surprised. That does not look good enough to be in theaters.
The sad part is none of them did.
See, the thing is, right, the only reason the other ones were in theaters was because those movies were making so much fucking money for Paramount. That's why they kept putting them in the theaters. But this had no fucking right to be in the theaters because New Line, all they had to do was do Freddy vs. Jason. But no, they said, let's do Jason Goes to Hell and give it to a director that's never directed a fucking movie and see what happens. And he does all this stupid shit that never connects to anything that happened before, doesn't connect to anything after, and then New Line decides, oh, well, after this, you know, even though Jason just went to hell and Freddy drug him down, let's make a 10th movie about Jason being cryogenically frozen and going 500 years into the future and going to space. So maybe it wasn't the director. Maybe it was New Line. Because you see what they did to Nightmare, all the dumb, stupid shit they did in the later Nightmare movies. So maybe it was New Line. Maybe they did this. Maybe they intentionally fucked this over. Maybe that's why Freddy vs. Jason took so long, because they didn't know what kind of stupid shit to do to fucking Tata's house.
Well, that being said,
I do not ever want to talk about this fucking movie ever again as long as I live. I hate this movie with every fiber in my being, and if you like this movie, go kill yourself.
Jesus.
This is the worst Friday the 13th movie. I don't understand how it even survived after this movie. This is so terrible. It's not even one of those movies where it's like, oh, it's so bad that it's entertaining. No. Jason X is so bad it's entertaining. We'll get to that next. But this was so bad that I question why I'm living the first time I watched this. It made me question, why did I sit there and waste an hour and whatever of my time watching this garbage? Why have I done this to myself? And then I did it again, and then fucking watched the trailer again, and now I'm talking about it again. Now I'm questioning why I'm fucking doing this. This movie sucks so bad. You've seen this movie, so you fucking know how bad it is. You know, God damn it.
I know it's bad.
And to top it all off, the fucking mask that you see on the cover, like the silver Jason mask, that would have been cool. Right? That would have been a cool Jason mask. No, doesn't wear it in the movie at all. Even when he's Jason, doesn't wear it. He wears this hockey mask where it looks like his head is like trying to eat the mask. It's really weird. And he's wearing like this blue like button-up dress shirt, and he's wearing like blue jeans. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? Is this fucking Jason or is it fucking Tim McGraw? Like, who the fuck is this? Like, is this Jason Voorhees or is this Uncle Cracker that I'm looking at?
God.
Like, man's out here dressing like he's fucking out here listening to fucking going for a ride on my big green tractor. Like, where'd Jason get this outfit? Like, why? some people are going to say, oh, well, you can watch Jason X without taking it seriously. Why not Jason Goes to Hell? Listen, I could take Jason going to space and slaughtering people more seriously than to tell me that the only way he can die is from being stabbed by a magic dagger in the heart through a family member, and the only way he can be reborn is to climb up his sister's fucking snatch. Okay? I can believe Jason going to space a little bit more than fucking incest. So, don't try to make that argument with me, okay? At least Jason X doesn't have fucking incest. At least Jason X doesn't have magic daggers and the Necronomicon and Freddy and fucking Creighton Duke and all this shit, okay? Man, I feel so bad for Kane Hodder that he had to play this fucking shit. Oh my god. He played Jason in the worst movies, man. The fucking best Jason in the worst movies, man. Like, and we thought part 8 was bad. We thought part 8 was boring. We thought part 8 was terrible. We thought part 8 was stupid. No. Fucking whatever Paramount was smoking with that, fucking New Line said, hold on, pass the blunt. And they injected so many fucking drugs into that blunt and took a big old huff, and we got Jason Goes to Hell. So, yeah, that was your fucking review of Jason Goes to Hell from 1993. This movie. I don't ever want to talk about it again. So let's talk about a better fucking movie. Let's talk about Jason X, please. Please, I want to be done talking about Jason Goes to Hell. I don't ever want to talk about this shit again. I swear to God, if I ever go to talk about this fucking movie again. Oh, my throat fucking hurts so bad right now. Oh.
Well, with that being said, Devin loved talking about this again, and
Austin loves incest.
No, God, no. God, no. Fucking.
Oh,
but that was it for Devin's favorite movie on the Jason X.
They killed nearly 200 people and simply disappeared.
What was that?
In the darkness of space,
He's here.
there's nowhere to run. Now,
What the hell is going on?
Jason Voorhees.
the face of evil is back.
Uh-oh.
Jason X, rated R.
I don't think he's out there.
Why don't you just stick your head out and have a peek?
Alrighty.
After that absolute fucking hell with Jason Goes to Hell,
Yeah,
Devin's
favorite movie.
We come to New Line's second attempt at making a Friday the 13th movie. And this one was called Jason X from 2001. This movie was made solely because it was made in tandem with Wes Craven's New Nightmare as well. Because New Line, basically Freddy vs. Jason was supposed to be next after Jason Goes to Hell, obviously by the ending, but that didn't happen because it was in development hell for 10 years. So in the meantime, New Line decided, hey, we're going to make a new Freddy movie and a new Jason movie, because they were concerned that because Freddy vs. Jason was taking so long to make, that people were going to either forget about Freddy vs. Jason, or that they were just not going to be interested in Freddy and Jason anymore if they didn't have any new movies. So that's why this was made. And so this movie pretty much is just what the fuck ever. All continuity has gone out the window. Even everything that they set up in Jason Goes to Hell, none of that matters, because this is a completely different story, and it's just, fuck it. Let's just put Jason on a spaceship in the future and see what the fuck happens. I wouldn't be surprised if the people working at New Line and the director of this film, and especially Jason Goes to Hell, like, I wouldn't be surprised if everybody was just on so much cocaine and so much drugs to make these awful fucking movies. But to be fair, Jason X really, in my opinion, at least, isn't that bad of a movie.
I didn't think it was that bad either.
Yeah, not as bad as Jason Goes to Hell. Nothing will ever be as bad as that.
Yeah, that was so bad. Devon, like, loves it so much that it's so bad.
Yeah, just like Austin loves the Nightmare remake.
No, fuck you.
So, Jason X, where do we begin? Well, this movie is noted as the last time that Kane Hodder ever portrayed Jason. So he portrayed Jason in part 7, 8, Goes to Hell, and X. So, yeah, unfortunately he played Jason in the worst films of the franchise, but, you know, regardless, he's still iconic as Jason, and more often than not, you're gonna hear people say that Kane Hodder is the best Jason, or that he's the most recognizable Jason actor, so, and, you know, props to Kane Hodder. He did his thing as Jason, and he made his own style of Jason. And because, you know, in the earlier movies, some of the Jasons were like, you know, fucking numbly bumbly, stumbling all over the place, or fucking, then one movie Jason would be like more brutal, and then the next movie Jason would be more like, in how he was in part 6, like more taller and more like less aggressive and more just kind of like he's just there. And then fucking Kane Hodder kind of Jason in his own way. And the best way I can describe the way Kane Hodder plays Jason, if I was to describe it to somebody, is he's like the presence he gives Jason is like this hulking, aggressive beast that's coming at you, and you're not going to be able to do nothing to stop him. That's how he plays Jason. Like, he plays a very, like, the way he walks and the way he looks as Jason, he plays a very aggressive Jason.
Yeah.
Which I like. But that being said, let's get into Jason X and what this is all about. So, not going to make this as long as the last couple reviews because I just can't be bothered. And those movies were so bad that they just had to be explained in more depth. But that being said, Jason X starts off in the Crystal Lake Research Facility, because apparently it has that. And somehow, even though Jason went to hell in the last movie, he's captured in the Crystal Lake Research Facility, and these scientists are like doing tests on Jason because they say he's indestructible, and apparently he's like Wolverine, where like it doesn't matter what you can do to him. Apparently he can just regenerate, and he just like cannot be stopped, and no matter what they've tried to do, like they cannot kill him. So they come up with the idea that they want to cryogenically freeze Jason. And then we meet our main character of the movie, who is this chick named Rowan. It was Rowan, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so it's this chick named Rowan, and she basically tries to figure out what's going on. And while that's happening, Jason, who, I don't know how he did this, he did some Houdini shit, where he was like all chained up on this platform like fucking King Kong, and he somehow got out of the chains and put the guard who was watching him in the chains. I don't know how he did that without making a sound, mind you. Those chains are gonna make some fucking noise, so I don't know how Jason did that.
I'm telling you, he's going America's Got Talent.
Oh my god. You imagine like if he went on there and then they voted no on him, he'd just fucking slaughter him.
I want to see an interaction with Jason and Simon Cowell. That's what I want to see.
He would probably honestly scare Simon Cowell so shitless that he would immediately press the gold buzzer. That's probably what he would do. But, so yeah, Jason somehow frees himself, which if he could have done that, I don't know why he waited so long to do that. But so Jason's free, and he just starts slaughtering all the armed guards with guns, and then like the main scientist guy gets like speared through the stomach, and then this other soldier guy gets thrown through a door, and like Rowan is like asking what happened, and then she sees Jason, and this looks so bad. She picks up this shotgun, looks at Jason, and Jason's just looking at her, and she just slowly walks away from Jason, and Jason just stands there. And then she goes down into this basement area, and Jason follows her down there. And so she like opens the cryogenic chamber and goes in there, and Jason follows her in there, and then she closes Jason in and starts to cryogenically freeze Jason. And then she's a complete dumbass because for some reason she wants to look at him getting frozen, and Jason just stabs the machete through the door into her stomach, which causes the room to go into lockdown, so it locks her in there. And because there's a hole in the chamber, she also gets cryogenically frozen with Jason.
Because that's how that works.
Then, yeah, apparently that's how that works. So then we pick up 500 years in the future, because why not? And this fucking spaceship lands on Earth, and specifically at Crystal Lake, which is now turned into a fucking desert from Dune. I don't know why, and it's literally like a desolate like desert now.
I was waiting for Batista to show up.
And so they go in there into the chamber, and their whole mission is they want to get Jason because he's apparently highly valuable, and they want to put him in a museum or whatever. And so they find Jason in the cryogenic chamber, but they also find Rowan as well, so they decide to take both of them with them onto their spaceship. And honestly, the only important characters in this movie is the captain of the ship, the guy who looks like Candyman, and fucking the cyborg chick. Those are really the only characters we meet on the ship that really matter, because everybody else dies pretty much.
Yeah.
But, so pretty much they're able to use their technology to bring Rowan back to life. Like, they're able to unfreeze her and shit, and she wakes up confused where she's at, and they had to explain to her that she's like 500 years in the future and all this shit, and she's like really confused. And then they have this fucking blonde chick. For some reason she's cutting Jason open, and she like takes his mask off and sees how ugly he is. And to be fair, she did kind of deserve to die for this, because she made a comment about Jason being ugly, and she said, "No wonder why you wear this thing." So I'm not surprised Jason killed her for that. Because, no, that was just kind of ignorant. Even to say to Jason, that was kind of out of pocket right there. But fucking so a bunch of shit was going on. Like, they're sitting there trying to take care of Rowan, and then we randomly get this scene of like the captain having his like this weird like sexy fun time where he's like dressed up in a fucking lacy dress laying on this bed, and he's got this fucking chick on top of him.
Yeah.
And she's like twisting his nipple with some pliers. It's so fucking...
So, I think I noticed. I think that was the bitch that said the awful one-liner, too.
Oh, yeah.
What a character to have and to play, man.
Yep.
So, what the fuck?
Yeah, and they just randomly show this scene, and then the next scene is the captain, like, talking to this guy on a fucking FaceTime call, and the guy starts, like, for some reason, like, this captain doesn't even know who Jason is. He's just collecting him because he's valuable. And so the guy has to explain to him who Jason is, so we get another Jason backstory.
I'm so tired of Jason backstories.
For the goddamn 10th fucking time in a row
You know,
this shit.
Honestly, like, every franchise has their, like, issues, right? This is Friday's issue. Like, this is one of Friday's issues, bro. I can't, like, the continuity's already fucked. We don't need 15 different goddamn explanations as to why Jason's doing this shit. At this point, we're at the 10th film. Can we just fucking have Jason just kill to kill and nobody care? Like, God, he's a murderer. We don't need this tragic backstory.
No, in this movie they say that Jason's body count is in the hundreds now. Apparently, it's in like 200s or so.
Well, that's not that fucking hard. Fucking, there's fucking girls out there that have had fucking sex body counts higher than that. So I mean,
Jesus Christ. But so. The guy has to explain Jason's backstory and shit. And while that's going on, fucking these other two characters, I'm just gonna call this character the dumb cunt because that's her whole character, especially for what she does later in the movie, and just her random boyfriend, and they start having a sex scene right after we've seen the captain's sexy time. We're having another sex scene where
you know this curse,
okay.
Like, I think his name was Stoney, but he kind of looked like fucking Fez.
Oh my god, yeah, he did.
He said breast milk.
Jesus Christ.
That's a new meme now. I'm gonna make that a shirt.
Oh my god. So, fucking, they start, like, kissing each other or whatever, and then they show Jason. And I had mentioned before that people try to make, like, this conspiracy that Jason's, like, a super, like, Christian that has to, like, uphold God's will against premarital sex. And, it's, like, legit, in this movie, the second they start kissing, like, Jason's, like, fingers start to twitch, like he's having a fucking Tourette's fucking tick.
And like, as soon...
They start kissing deeper, and like Jason's knee like moves.
And then as soon as fucking like the Fez guy inserts, and you can hear fucking the moan, Jason sits up. He's like, "Oh no, we're not doing this shit no more." I could hear it.
Jason said, "Oh shit, here we go again." So he gets up and fucking. The blonde chick turns around and Jason's not there, and then he grabs her and fucking the way Jason looked, he's just like, "Oh, you want to say that comment about my face?" And then he fucking like shoves her face into this sink full of I think it was liquid nitrogen, and just keeps dunking her head in it until her head completely freezes into ice. And then this is the most iconic kill of the movie. Jason like smashes her frozen head on the counter, and her head completely just eviscerates.
Yeah.
And then Jason walks out into... Oh, we should also mention, for some reason, Jason has like a full head of hair in this movie. It's very off-putting. I don't know what made them go with that design choice for Jason.
I don't know. It looks terrible, though.
So, fucking Jason walks out into the hallway just like trying to figure out where in the fuck he's at, because in this whole movie he just looks around at the ship like, where in the fuck am I? And then he ends up finding the room where the two characters are having sex. It's funny too, because like right when Jason goes in the room, fucking Rowan comes out of the other room, so it looks like a fucking Scooby-Doo hallway scene with the doors. And so Jason enters the room and kills Fez, and then he like grabs him and takes him out of the room, and then the chick, the dumb cunt, just doesn't know what to do. And so, by this point, no one really knows what the fuck is going on with Jason yet, until the dumb cunt has to run to them and tell them what's going on. And then they realize, oh shit, Jason's fucking alive. And we get this one scene where this stone cold looking dude and this fucking, what did you say the guy looked like with the long hair?
Oh, he looked like a mix of fucking Pauly Shore and Seth Green. I called him Pauly Green.
Yeah. So they're like, man, you get this with all these movies that try to seem like what they think they know what the future's gonna look like, because Back to the Future Part 2 like looked like this as well. Not as bad, but so in 2001 this is what they thought 500 years in the future would look like. And so they're playing like this virtual reality game that has like these terrible looking CGI monsters in it. And then out of nowhere Jason comes in and starts killing the monsters. And then they're like, what the fuck? When was he added in the game? And then they try to kill Jason, but he kills their in-game characters. And then they get mad and they're like, oh, screw this. And then they take their headsets off and realize Jason's actually there. And they're like, what the fuck? And Jason just slaughters both of them. And then fucking, once they find out that people start dying, is when the captain gets like his fucking UNSC fucking Spartan Force from Halo, which came out the same year as this movie, by the way. And the way they looked like they kind of had some inspiration from that. But he gets his fucking UNSC soldiers to go after Jason.
I don't know if it could, because truly, fucking, if you think about it, like, this movie was probably filming during, like, 2000, so it could just be a coincidence.
Yeah, I don't know. They just look very similar with the fucking outfits they were wearing. And also because it's also futuristic on a spaceship, which is the same thing as Halo. So this fucking army force that goes after fucking Jason, one of the guys looks like Candyman. I forget, what did you say his name actually is?
Fucking, give me 1 second, you keep talking about the movie and I'll get it real quick.
So, he's like the only one that they make you care about out of this group, because the rest of them are just there to die. And Jason starts picking them off one by one by like stabbing them and snapping necks and putting one of them on this anchor, which I don't understand why the fuck a spaceship would have an anchor, but he fucking impales one on like this spiral spike, and then he ends up stabbing the Candyman dude in the stomach as well.
Peter Mensa.
Yeah. So after that, Jason tries to kill this dude that is wearing a do-rag, and he looks like Mario from the Super Mario Bros. Movie, like the original one. And these fucking soldiers try to fucking shoot Jason, but their aim is like terrible. And Jason just disappears and then ends up killing all of them. So then everybody goes to this one room and just sits in this one room because they're just waiting for the soldiers to take care of Jason. And so while they're just waiting in this one room, fucking the Mario guy comes in, and then fucking Jason tries to come in the door, but he doesn't come in the door. And then the characters do this stupid thing where they're like, oh, I don't think Jason's there anymore, and they start walking towards the door, and someone says, oh, put your head out there and have a peek. Oh, I think what did they say? They said something so stupid.
I think he gave up.
Yeah, they said, I think he gave up. On what planet? Well, to be fair, this wasn't actually on a planet, but in what fucking situation would Jason ever just give up? And then, so they're sitting there trying to make this like a tense scene, and then Jason like busts through the glass on some fucking Kool-Aid Man shit, and he busts through the glass, and I could tell it's Kane Hodder that did that stunt because it was like the same kind of jump he did in Friday Part 7. So he comes in there, and as soon as Jason comes in there, everybody just fucking dips. And the only guy that stays in there is the captain. And so fucking Rowan, the cyborg chick, the guy that made the cyborg chick, fucking there's this guy that looks like King Batch that's also there, fucking, and the dumb cunt, and a couple other people go to fucking, I think they were trying to do like the escape pod or whatever, because they what ends up happening after Jason kills the captain because he grabs his original machete, and the captain's like, oh, he just wanted his machete back, and then he gets fucking slaughtered. Then Jason decides to kill the pilot of the ship as well, so the ship is just going on doing its own thing, and they end up crashing into a fucking space station and completely destroying the space station. And so the characters are like, well, fuck, we gotta get on this escape pod and get out of here. And so they're trying to do the escape pod, and then they end up fucking finding goddamn Candyman as well and trying to help him because he's fucking still alive. And then fucking Jason starts coming after them again, and so the dumb cunt chick kills herself because when Jason kills the captain, she's like in the escape pod and she shuts the door on everybody else, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? And she just starts crying, and they're like, oh, open the door, you idiot. And she's like, no. And fucking, like, they're all trying to like talk to her to open the door, and she's just like, no, I'm not gonna open the door. And then she tries, this dumb bitch, she tries to fly the escape pod herself and doesn't detach it from the ship, so when she accelerates, she just goes straight into the ship and blows herself up. Fucking dumb cunt, bro. And so now they're screwed, and they don't have an escape pod, so they gotta figure out what to do. And then Jason comes after them, and fucking Candyman tries to fend off Jason, and so then Jason chases them around the ship, and fucking, so what ends up happening is the cyborg chick ends up getting an upgrade to where she's like this badass like fighter now with all these guns and stuff, and so she has this face off with Jason where she completely whoops Jason's ass and shoots him and everything, and he stumbles back into this room, and then she shoots his arm off and she shoots his leg off, and Jason falls back onto this table, and he tries to get up, and she fucking blows his fucking head apart, and is really badass. And then
we should probably mention how she got an upgrade. Because I'm pretty sure they insinuated that fucking the one guy had sex with her, and that's how she got the upgrades.
I don't know. I'm just
because he legit made a comment. He was like, I gave her an upload. I was like, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but so she actually kills Jason. She blows his fucking head apart and actually kills him. Jason's actually dead, which was fucking, the first time I saw this, I was like, holy shit, like they actually killed Jason. And then fucking, since Jason is dead for the time being, they go into this room and they try to contact like help or whatever to get somebody to help them off the ship, because the ship is gonna fucking eventually fucking self-destruct. And So fucking this one escape pod goes to help them, and so they're trying to get everything ready for the escape pod, and then fucking since they powered that stuff on to call for someone, the fucking room that Jason is in gets powered on, and then the table starts like scanning them, and the nanobots go all over Jason, and fucking they somehow bring Jason back to life, and so they're trying to like go to this escape pod, and Jason fucking walks out of the smoke as Uber Jason, who's like half fucking man in like a black suit and half like metal. It looks fucking badass, and he has like red eyes too.
Yeah.
And so the fucking cyborg bitch tries to shoot him, and Jason is just, it doesn't even faze him now. And so they start fighting, and Jason just one punches her head clean off. And fucking, so now they have to run from Jason again. And so they lead this trap for Jason, where they all get into this like fucking, I think it's like an airtight room or something. And the King Batch guy doesn't make it, but apparently they had planted like bombs for some reason, and so they blow up, or King Batch blows up the bombs, and fucking we think that that's it, and then all of a sudden the room that they're in, Jason fucking punches a hole in the wall, and then it starts like sucking all the air out of there because it's an airtight room, and the characters are being sucked up in the air and they're trying to escape. And then the one bitch that was fucking nipple clamping the captain earlier in the movie, she ends up dying and says, like, because they try to save her but they can't save her, and she says the worst one-liner I've ever heard in a movie. Because, you want to say it, Austin?
This sucks on so many levels.
Yep. Her acting was so bad. Like, because she's getting sucked towards the hole, and right before she goes into it, I don't know why she thought this was a good idea to say this, but she's like, oh, this sucks on so many levels, and then she dies. It's so bad, bro. So then at this point, we're just left with fucking Rowan, the cyborg bitch's head, the guy who made the cyborg, and fucking, I think the only other person is just Candyman. I think that's everybody that was left at this point. And so they're going into the other side of the ship, and they're like closing all these doors while Jason's trying to like bust through the wall, and they go to the area where the escape pod is going to dock, and it docks to the ship, but then, oh, something's wrong with the mechanics, so Candyman has to dress up in a fucking red spacesuit and go out there and try to fix it, but they're running out of time because Jason is just busting down all these doors and gets to where they're at. So to give themselves some time, the fucking cyborg bitch, whose like head is connected to the fucking computer, creates a simulation to put Jason in, to where it's this virtual reality simulation of Crystal Lake, and Jason's like looking around at it, and they're trying to distract him, and then Jason sees a door which leads to right where they are, and Jason starts charging towards it, and they're like, oh, we need a distraction. So she creates these two fucking bitches that the only reason they were in this movie was just to have a topless scene, because legit, they just show up, immediately take their shirts off, like, for some reason they think Jason would be interested in that. I don't know why. And it's funny too, because when they do that and they're like talking to Jason, Jason's just looking at him like he's so fucking confused. at why they're doing this.
He looks disgusted, honestly.
Like, and then they show Jason, like, because both of the girls get in, like, sleeping bags, so Jason slams one on top of the other repeatedly with the sleeping bag and then slams her into the tree. Pretty much what the sleeping bag kill kind of was supposed to be in part 7. And so then fucking Jason kills them pretty much and then starts charging for the door again. And just in the nick of time, Candyman fixes the shit and they're able to get into the escape pod. And fucking stuff starts exploding in the ship. And fucking Rowan gets in there with the fucking guy who made the cyborg, and then she has to run back and grab the cyborg's head, and then fucking, but they close the door because the guy driving the escape pod is like, oh, we gotta go now, and so Candyman gets left behind, and the entire ship that they were on explodes, and then all of a sudden, after the explosion, they're looking out the window of the escape pod. I shit you not, they look out the window and fucking Uber Jason is flying through space, coming directly at their escape pod somehow. And fucking Rowan says this line where she's like, "You gotta be kidding me." And fucking right as Jason's about to reach the spaceship, Candyman comes out of nowhere and tackles him like he's in the fucking NFL, and fucking Candyman and Jason like fall towards the Earth because all of a sudden they're by the Earth and they fall through Earth's atmosphere, and so Rowan, the cyborg bitch, and the other dude escape on the escape pod, and that's the last we see from them in this movie. So then Jason and Candyman plummet to Earth, and somehow they just magically land at Crystal Lake, which this part makes no sense because now they're back at Crystal Lake, but it's like a Earth that's like back in time, which makes no sense. And so they crash land in Crystal Lake, and then the film just ends with like a shot of Uber Jason's mask in the water. And then that's just how the movie ends.
It kind of just ends on just
so
like
abruptly.
It ends so abruptly, but it's fine.
Yeah. And pretty much that was Jason X. Nothing too crazy. I mean, the movie was crazy, but nothing like horrible. Nothing that was like, oh my god, this is actually so fucking bad that it's infuriating.
Nothing like Part 8, nothing like Part 9. Not even like so bad it's ridiculous like Part 7. It is that.
I mean, there is people that actually fucking hate this movie, but I don't get it. Because with Jason Goes to Hell, like, that movie was so bad because the director had no idea what he was doing because he never directed a movie before, and New Line just randomly fucking gave it to him when there was no reason they should have. And this motherfucker intentionally didn't watch the rest of the franchise, so he just straight up couldn't be bothered to go back and see what happened, so he just said, fuck it, we're just gonna do whatever. And it's so terrible and bad, but with this, the whole point of this movie is that it's supposed to be bad, like it's supposed to not make sense, so you can't be mad at this movie, because it was never intended to be a serious movie, so I don't get why people don't like this movie or like why they get mad at it.
I mean,
but
I wasn't seeing too much negativity on IMDb. I was seeing a lot of 6 out of 10s on IMDb.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I've seen some people that have said this is like the worst movie in the franchise, and I just don't understand that.
No, it's definitely not. There's a couple I could argue.
Yeah. Well, one thing we can't argue is that it's not the last movie in this franchise, because we got 2 more.
I know.
Because up next we're going to be talking about the crossover film, finally, that came out, because it took them 10 years between Jason Goes to Hell and Freddy vs. Jason. And so in 2003, finally, after 10 years of development hell, Freddy vs. Jason was finally released to the public. And if you thought that movie had anything to do with this movie, you would be sorely mistaken.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was Jason X from 2001, or as the tagline reads, "Evil gets an upgrade."
Fucking, it was decent.
Yeah, it was
Not
decent.
the worst thing.
It's weird. This franchise went from good with the first 4 movies to like meh with part 5, good with part 6, meh with part 7, horrible with part 8 and 9, to decent with part 10. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that was Jason X. So now that we've went to the future, now we're gonna go into a fucking crossover.
Let's go back to the past, Samurai Jack.
Yeah, next we're gonna be talking about the illustrious crossover film Freddy vs. Jason from 2003. Oh boy.
On to it.
The most over fucking played movie in sci-fi history, I swear to God.
Booyaka.
Freddy vs. Jason.
Place your bets.
Here it is, the crossover of the, I guess, century. I mean, nobody really talks about it, but you know. Freddy vs. Jason. No.
Wow, my controller died as soon as you fucking
As soon
started.
as that started,
As soon as you started, it said controller disconnected.
Wow.
But, yeah, this is the most anticipated crossover for its time, I guess, because they really tried to hype this up. They even did a fucking, I don't know if you've seen it, but they did a weigh-in with Freddy and Jason before this movie came out. And shit, like it was like a UFC boxing weigh-in.
Oh my god.
And shit. Like, they were promoting the fuck out of this movie. You know, it took them long enough, though, because, you know, after Jason Goes to Hell and Jason X, I kind of went over the story of it already in Jason X, but basically, this movie was in development hell for 10 fucking years, so it took forever to come out. But it finally came out on a fateful day in 2003. Finally came out. So, here we are, Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah,
or as they said in the trailer, Freddy vs. Jason, place your bets.
I don't know what you were getting for the bet, but yeah,
You know they only said that in the trailer, it's not actually in the movie. They said that line specifically for the trailer.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Yeah.
But fucking, this movie, we talked about it more in live commentaries, but like, honestly, like, when it comes to this movie, I don't remember the order, like, so, I just remember some things about it, like, some weird, I remember the beginning, I remember the beginning is Freddy talking about how he, like, used to kill and so easily, and he would get power and everything, and then basically saying that one day it just all stopped, basically. And that's the basis of this fucking movie. Freddy's just trying to control Jason that way he could become alive again, pretty much. That's the basis, which, I mean, I guess makes no sense if we want to talk about it chronologically, because it's not really how Freddy gets his powers, but, you know, if you say so. But yeah, so
I mean,
that was.
When it comes to this movie, like, we kind of went over the Jason side of it, but for Freddy's side, it's even weirder because the last canon movie before this was Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare, where Freddy died. And then the movie
technically,
after that,
yeah, is New Nightmare
was
after that.
but New Nightmare doesn't really have anything to do with the actual like canon story.
Yeah, that's fair.
So that's why I'm saying like Freddy's side is like more weird, because the last movie we saw him in, he died, and then New Nightmare was just kind of its own thing, really didn't have anything to do with anything. And then so in this, Freddy's just, oh, I want to kill people, but I'm not strong enough, so I need Jason to do it. And then Jason gets too strong, so he's like, fuck, now I gotta fight Jason.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the basis of
Which, by the way, this movie, this was the last movie where Robert Englund played Freddy, and it was the first movie since Friday Part 6 where somebody besides Kane Hodder played Jason.
Yep. I mean,
I think the guy's name is fucking, oh, what is his name? Ken Kersinger, it might be, or it might be somebody else that played Jason. Because it was supposed to be Kane Hodder. I remember seeing this. It was supposed to be Kane Hodder, and Kane Hodder was actually like excited to do it. And then, so here's what pissed me off, and this will make you pissed off, even more pissed off at New Line. So New Line said that they did not want Kane Hodder to play Jason in this movie because he wasn't tall enough, and they wanted Jason to tower over Freddy, is what they said. Because they said if Jason was the same height as Freddy, it wouldn't look intimidating. Can you believe that?
I'm not surprised. It's New Line. All they make is Conjuring movies now. So, you know.
Speaking of, when we're recording this, it's September, and I believe this week, actually, The Nun 2 comes out. Speaking of Conjuring.
Fuck The Conjuring.
Austin's
I don't
seeing it
understand.
for his birthday, so he was happy about that.
I'm not. And fucking,
So this
my mom was
movie,
like, "Oh, we're gonna have to watch that." I'm like, "No, I'm not getting conned into watching that shit, dude."
You gotta watch it so you can put it on the best or worst list.
Bro, it's going on the worst list if I do watch it. Like, it's not. If it doesn't go on the main worst list, it will go on the fucking dishonorable mentions, right?
So, when it comes to this movie, outside of actual Freddy versus Jason fighting each other, when the movie isn't showing Freddy and Jason, we get these other random characters that they try to pad out the rest of the movie with and try to make a story out of. Let me actually look up the characters' names real quick because I forget what their names are. Hold on. Freddy versus Jason cast. It's been a while since I've seen this movie. Okay, yes, I know. Yeah, it was Ken Kersinger who played Jason. So the main chick, her name is Laurie. No, not the same as Laurie Strode. It's spelled differently. So Laurie is the main chick, and then her friends are Gib, Kia, and I think that's it. Oh, and Charlie. And so they have like this friend group, and fucking then her ex-boyfriend, whose name Will, and his friend Mark are in this insane asylum. So pretty much what is going on in this movie is that the reason Freddy can't kill anyone is because fucking what fucking town does this take place in? 'Cause I know it's Elm Street, but where does it take place at?
I believe Springwood. It should be Springwood.
Yeah, Springwood, that's it. I couldn't fucking remember it. So Springwood basically has somehow been able to keep Freddy dormant all these years by like just not talking about him. And I guess apparently part of Freddy's powers is that if people don't remember him, he can't kill. because if people don't remember, the more people remember him and talk about him, it makes him stronger, I guess. I don't know if that was ever established before, but it's established in this movie.
No, it was not.
Oh, it wasn't?
No.
Austin knows more about the Nightmare movies than I do, so well, that goes to show you fucking New Line just making shit up. So pretty much that's why Freddy has to seek the help of Jason, because basically he's not strong enough to kill people himself, because everybody has forgotten about Freddy. So but weird things start happening where Laurie and her friends start having these dreams, and Freddy like shows up in the dreams, but it's not full-blown Freddy yet because he's not strong enough yet, but like he's slowly trying to get them to start to remember him so he can kill, but even then he's not strong enough. And they even have a scene with like the cops and stuff, which I believe one of the cops, let me see here, yeah, so he plays Deputy Scott. His name's Lachlan Monroe. He's been in a lot of other movies. He plays one of the officers, and he basically like tells them like, like, because one of the officers asks about Freddy, and he's like, oh, we can't talk about that. If we talk about that, he's gonna come back and start killing again, so we absolutely like cannot let anybody think of Freddy or talk about Freddy or anything. And so fucking Freddy has to seek the help of Jason, who, I'm not gonna get mad about it, but Jason, who just, even though New Line is the one who made the last 2 fucking movies, fucking Jason, for some reason, is in his fucking grave. I won't get mad. Jason's in his grave, sleeping. They literally say he's sleeping. They say he's lying dormant, which means sleeping. So, and you want to know why he's sleeping? Because Freddy goes into Jason's dream, and he pretends to be Pamela, and Freddy as Pamela convinces Jason to wake up and start killing for her. And after Jason wakes up, Pamela turns into Freddy. Freddy starts laughing. And so now Jason is back. So Jason goes to Springwood. Don't know how far of a walk it is from Crystal Lake, but so basically fucking, I know there's some characters that die. I don't remember their names, but basically like these characters are having this house party and whatever, and 2 of them go upstairs to have sex, and then after the sex they go to the shower, and then somebody leaves the back door open, which is how Jason gets in, and then we see Jason kill the guy by stabbing him in the back repeatedly and then folding him up in the bed like a sandwich. And then the chick walks in and sees him dead, and fucking, I think that was the Gibb chick that sees him dead, I believe.
Yeah.
And so then basically people around Springwood and Elm Street start dying, which has the cops paranoid that Freddy's back, but they don't know that it's Jason doing it. But like they're getting paranoid that people are going to think it's Freddy, which is going to cause Freddy to come back even more so. And so they try to like convince people that it's not Freddy, it's just some crazed maniac or whatever. And so Jason just kills people, and then we get this scene where Laurie and her friends go to this, I don't know what you would call this. They were in the middle of a cornfield having a party. I don't know if that has a name, but so
I mean, maybe a rave.
I guess, I don't know, but they're in the middle of this cornfield, and they start like building this like romantic relationship between fucking Charlie and fucking Kia, sorry. And so basically they have a scene where they get in an argument and he like yells at her or whatever, and then later in the movie they fucking get together. So Jason randomly shows up to this Halloween party. I guess it was a Halloween party, I don't know. But so Jason shows up in the cornfield, and these two drunk ass motherfuckers think that he's just some dude in a hockey mask that's in like a costume.
Yeah, and fucking one gets fucking completely wrecked, and he gets fucking, like, he gets his head turned all the way, like, through, not 360, but I guess, like, all the way around to where it's, like, turned around pretty much, and his neck is fucked. Just instantly dies.
Yeah.
And Jason just starts fucking slashing people while he's... I can't remember how he gets put on fire. Or not. Like,
oh, yeah, because basically the guy, like, pours gas on Jason and lights him on fire. And then Jason starts, like, walking through the cornfield on fire. And the fat guy that did it starts running, and Jason fucking throws a goddamn fucking spear through his chest, no, that wasn't a spear, it was a flaming machete through his chest, and then, like, Jason starts, like, killing people left and right at this party, so, like, Lori and her friends get out of there, and they're, like, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, and, like, who that guy was and shit, and so that they meet up with, like, for some reason they meet up with the officer, I don't know why, but they figure out that it's Jason Voorhees, and there's, like, all this speculation about Freddy and shit, and they come to the conclusion that, oh, Freddy must have awoken Jason to kill for him so he can make people remember him so he can come back. And while this is going on, we see fucking Will and Mark in the asylum, and fucking they get treated like shit in there, and basically their story is, I don't know Mark's story, but the reason Will is in there,
fucking, you cut out for a second.
That Missouri connection.
Nah, fuck you.
You didn't cut out for me at all, so it must have been your fucking side.
I don't fucking know. But go on. It was something about the asylum, you said?
I said, so Will and Mark are in the asylum, and so their fucking story is that, well, I don't know about, well, they show Mark's a little later. Apparently he, like, went insane after, like, Freddy killed his brother, or whatever.
Yeah.
And, like, the cops thought that, like, Mark did it, and that's why he's in the asylum. And so Will, pretty much what had happened was he was dating Lori, who's the main chick, and he went to go sneak into her house one night, and he saw Lori's dad kill Lori's mom, and Lori's dad saw that Will saw him, and so because he's, like, a powerful person in Springwood, he had Will committed to an insane asylum, saying that because he tried to say he seen Lori's dad kill her mom, and so his dad pretty much said that Will was insane, and that he said that Will killed his wife and shit, so that's why they're both in the asylum. And so they end up breaking out of the asylum because Will, like, sees on the news, like, what's going on with, like, Jason killing people and shit, and hears stuff about Freddy, and he decides that they have to get out of there. So I forget how they break out of the asylum though. I think, oh yeah, Mark fucking starts mooning the glass, and they have to, like, sedate him, and fucking he, like, steals the keys from the guard. So Mark and Will escape the asylum. And there's this really weird scene where they, like, for some reason, Lori and her friends are, like, at school, and, like, Will and Mark show up at the school, and, like, Will tries to, like, talk to Lori, and then Mark just starts doing this weird shit where he starts acting weird and starts talking about Freddy, and everybody's looking at him like he's insane. And So from there, they all start working together, and they're trying to like devise a plan of how to stop Freddy and Jason. And basically, they all find this drug, which I believe this drug was in the earlier Elm Street movies called Hypnosil.
Yes, it was.
So that's to prevent people from sleeping, I believe.
Yes.
And so they all try to take it, and Lori ends up falling asleep, and so she has this dream about her mom being killed, and she sees that it was Freddy that killed her mom, so she believes Will, and fucking basically like she grabbed, I think she grabbed like Freddy's ear or something, and when she woke up she had Freddy's ear in her hand. So then they figure out which is what fucking Nancy did in the first movie. They figure out that if she holds on to Freddy and like wakes up, like she could take Freddy into the real world, and she could take him out of the dream world. And so they devised this plan to basically to put Lori to sleep so she can try to get Freddy out of the dream world. And at the same time, they have to lure Jason back to Crystal Lake, which I forget how they... Oh yeah, because they go to the asylum to get Hypnosil. Or no, they lure Jason there, and they like try to they inject Jason with this fucking sleeping drug that makes him go to sleep. And but before that, fucking so Mark ends up dying because he didn't take the Hypnosil and he fell asleep. So he had this dream is where we find out that Freddy killed his brother. And so Freddy like starts carving into Mark, and he carves "I'm back," I think it was. And then fucking he like lights Mark's house on fire and shit, so Mark dies. For some reason, Will also drives like this creepy like pedo van for some reason.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
I don't know why.
Where he gets it from. I don't know where he gets it from though, because he just got out of the asylum, so I don't know how he got a van. But fucking so basically, oh yeah, there's this dude that was one of their friends. He had like long hair. I forget what his name was. He was like a stoner character, and he fucking, so basically he starts having a dream where this fucking, it's like this like snake version of Freddy comes in, and they start fucking hitting a bong together. It's really cursed. And fucking then like Freddy, because also Freddy at the same time is also trying to stop Jason, because Jason is too strong now and he can't control Jason anymore, and because Freddy basically just wanted him to kill until he was strong enough to come back, and then he was going to kill Jason, but Jason became too strong, and now Jason won't stop killing. Basically they have a scene where like Gib dies because Freddy tries to kill her in a dream, but Jason like pulls a fucking Call of Duty or whatever and just straight up steals his fucking kill. And Freddy even gets mad because he starts yelling. He says she's mine. And fucking, so Freddy is basically salty that Jason stole his kill. And so he's also trying to stop Jason. So he possesses the stoner dude. And as the stoner dude, he dumps out all the Hypnosil so everybody will fucking fall asleep. As well as he, as the stoner dude, injects the stuff into Jason to make him fall asleep. But before Jason falls asleep, he kills the stoner dude, and then Jason just passes out. And then so they put Jason, this sounds so weird, they put Jason in the back of the pedo van, and they fucking drive Jason to Crystal Lake. And at the same time, they put Lori to sleep, so she can try to get Freddy into the real world, because they basically, the plan is to get them to try to kill each other, I guess. And so they get to Crystal Lake, and they're like trying to wake up Lori from her dream, but she won't wake up. So fucking It's funny because the van ends up crashing, and Jason goes like flying out of the van too. He looks so silly. But so they're at Crystal Lake. So Crystal Lake must not be that far from Springwood because it didn't seem like it was that long of a drive. But so they get to Crystal Lake and Jason like wakes up and he's like walking around and shit. And so Jason, they hide in like the cabins at the camp, and Jason like starts finding them, and they're like, "Oh, we gotta wake up Lori like now because Jason's trying to kill us." And Lori's like having this dream, and this dream is where she's at, because she kind of, it's weird. They kind of make her sympathize with Jason. Like in this movie, they try to make Jason this sympathetic character where they try to make you feel sorry for him for some reason. Even though, I mean, look at the past 10 movies and tell me why you should feel sorry for this man. But fucking, so it's more or less like she's in a flashback of like Camp Crystal Lake, and she sees like how Jason drowned and how no one helped him. And it was also fucked up though, because when she sees what Jason looks like, she doesn't help him. She lets him drown. So, fucking, then fucking, she like starts yelling at the counselor. She's like, "Oh, he's drowning, help him!" And then, like, one of the counselors having sex turns out to be Freddy, and Freddy makes a joke about how he fucked the counselor to death and shit. And oh, jeez, they for some reason try to make you sympathize with Jason and be like, "Oh, Jason's just a misunderstood giant," for some reason, even though he's a fucking killing machine. And so, basically, oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention, while Jason was sleeping, he also had a dream. So in Jason's dream, Freddy was in it, and so Jason was like in this dream, and Freddy and Jason come face to face for the first time in the dream, and he tries to kill Freddy, but Jason doesn't realize that he's in the dream world, and so he can't kill Freddy no matter what he does. And so we get to the scene where Freddy tries to kill Jason in the dream world, and everything he does, like, Jason just will not die. So, you want to tell him about the pinball scene and what you know about that?
So, I mean, this is normal Freddy stuff at this point because of all this shit. Like, we're not going to talk about Super Freddy. We're not going to talk about any of that because it's not fun, alright? This is tame compared to that, but, somehow in the dream world, because this is in the dream world, Freddy moves his fingers, and that somehow translates to him hitting Jason on multiple pipes, and somehow fucking the pipes sounding like a pinball machine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not as bad as some of the shit in the Nightmare franchise. Freddy's dead.
Awesome.
But,
don't forget who did the stunt, though.
Yep, Mr. Well, I mean, he did the stunt for Freddy.
Yeah.
It's, Mr. Booyaka 619, Rey Mysterio himself, did the stunts for Robert Englund in this movie. Why? Yep. I couldn't tell you, but yeah.
So
hopefully you didn't hurt his knee.
Pretty much, one of the dumbest things that they reveal in this movie, because New Line can't make one of these movies without doing something stupid. So one of the dumbest things that they do is they have like this scene where Jason goes to like swing his machete at Freddy, but there's like a wall of water dripping down in front of him, and Jason like stops and he's like looking at the water like he's all scared. And so they reveal that Jason, for some reason, is afraid of water because he drowned.
Yeah,
which
I even know.
makes no sense because Jason is in the lake in almost every single one of these movies, or by water in at least like in fucking he's in the first movie he's in the fucking water. In fucking goddamn part 4 he's in the water because he kills somebody in the water. In fucking part 6 he's in the water because Tommy puts him in there. And he fucking swims around trying to kill Tommy. Part 7 he's resurrected in the water. Fucking part 8 he's resurrected in the water. Like, what the fuck? He's been in the water in every one of his movies, and then New Line is just like, oh well, now Jason he's scared of water now, and Freddy like starts laughing at him, and he's like, I didn't think you were afraid of anything but water. And they try to, it's weird, they try to make this whole dynamic of this movie of not only Freddy versus Jason, but even like the characters mention it in a scene where they start talking about elements, and they're like, oh, Freddy died by fire and Jason by water, and they try to like justify that Freddy's afraid of water or fire and Jason's afraid of water, so it's like water versus fire for some reason. I feel the only reason they added that fear of water was just so they could say, oh, Freddy's afraid of fire and Jason's afraid of water, just because they thought it was clever.
Probably, honestly.
So, after fucking Jason wakes up from his dream after being shot around like a pinball, fucking he's angry and he's walking or stomping around Crystal Lake, I should say, because you could hear that motherfucker. And I believe Ken Kersinger is like the largest person to play Jason, I think.
Yes, I believe so.
And so while that's going on, they're trying to wake Lori up, and Freddy like pins her down in the dream. So basically they go in this cabin, and the cabin gets set on fire. The one Charlie dude gets thrown into a spike on the wall, and they try to stop Jason by he legit puts an American flag into Jason.
Yeah, it's so stupid, and then he fucking pays for it.
Yeah. And then, so, fucking Jason gets his machete stuck in a table. And then, so Freddy in the dream is about to kill Lori. And somehow, like, I think it was Jason that, like, woke her up with whatever he was doing. So she, like, wakes up and she, like, grabs onto Freddy. And they get transported into the real world. And then Freddy, like, looks up and realizes it. And then he looks and sees Jason, and Freddy's like, oh shit. And then Jason like recognizes him, and so they go for round 2, and we get round 2 of Freddy vs. Jason. I will say, when it comes to this movie, anytime that we got just the characters, it was kind of meh, but anytime that we got actual Freddy vs. Jason in this movie, they delivered. Like, the fight scenes are very good, and they're very entertaining.
They are, yeah.
But
fucking yeah, the fight scenes are okay.
Alright, I'm back. So, the fight scenes, as Austin was saying, were very well done. You had Rey Mysterio doing Freddy's stunts. I don't know who did Jason's stunts.
I gotta look it up real quick.
So they had Freddy and Jason like fighting each other in the fire, which was the main scene from the trailer, because like the scene where like Freddy and Jason look at each other and they like go to swing at each other is the scene in the trailer where fucking they have Lori where she's like, Freddy versus Jason, place your bets. Like that was the main scene they used to promote this movie.
Doug Chapman and Glenn Innes were nominated for Best Fire Stunt Award at the Tourist World Stunt Awards in 2004 for the double body burn and wire stunt. Chapman double for Robert Englund as well. Okay, so they both had I guess they had 2 stuntmen because Ray did like the stunts where he was like flying in the air and shit, and there was also a stuntman for the fire because I would assume Ray wouldn't want to do the fire shit, so that makes sense. And Glenn Ennis was the stunt coordinator for Jason. So there's that.
Alright, so after they are like slamming each other through the fucking fire and everything, they fucking they end up like fucking, I'm trying to remember what happens after they fight in the fire. Cause Jason fucking whoops Freddy's fucking ass, and fucking Jason like throws Freddy out of the cabin into another one, and then for some reason he starts chasing after Lori and her friends, and so he fucking, the Charlie guy that got impaled earlier, like him and Kia like have like a moment together, and then he dies from blood loss, I guess, because he bled out. And then fucking, so they have this one scene, it's one of the funny scenes from the movie, where fucking Freddy and Kia have like a confrontation, and she like starts roasting him for his like outfit, and says like, oh, like you ain't gonna do nothing with those little knives on your fingers. And then Freddy like starts smiling, and he points behind her, and she looks behind her, and Jason absolutely fucking obliterates her straight into a tree, and she fucking dies. I think that's the hardest I've ever seen Jason hit someone. And so she dies. So I think the only people left alive at this point, because the cop died as well, I forgot to say, because him and another guy died because they got shocked in the asylum. Oh wait, no, it was just him, because like Jason like put his machete into like the equipment, and he was touching the equipment, and then Jason was touching him, so him and Jason got shocked, and it looked really cursed. So anyway, at this point it's only Lori and Will left. They're the only two. And so we get another Freddy versus Jason fight scene where they start fighting into, I don't know what this area of Crystal Lake is. It looks like an area where it's like under construction, and so they're fighting in like this construction zone, and I'm guessing this is where Ray was like doing the stunts, because like Freddy starts like jumping around and stuff on the scaffolding, and he like throws these metal fucking wires down, and they fucking stab through Jason and shit. And then like Freddy gets his foot caught on this fucking big round thing and is like hanging in the air and shit. It was a really entertaining fight scene. And then I think, Freddy also like shoots fucking air canisters at Jason, and one hits Jason in the fucking dick, and he goes flying into fucking onto the dock, I think, right? Or
I believe so, yeah.
I don't remember.
Wait, I think they fall into like another like area like of construction or some shit.
Oh yeah. So while this is going on, fucking Lori and Will are trying to figure out like what to do, and so they decide to start pouring gasoline everywhere and light a fire and shit. And so Freddy and Jason end up getting caught in this big explosion where they both go flying into Crystal Lake, and fucking they think that's it. And then Lori and Will are like hugging each other, and then we
Hello.
Now my fucking other controller died.
Jesus Christ.
So I was saying that they get caught in the explosion and they go flying onto into the lake, and then Lori and Will think everything's over, and then we see a pair of boots on the dock, and we see the machete, and they make you think it's Jason, but it's fucking Freddy holding the machete that rhymed. But so fucking Freddy, like, Freddy goes to kill him, and then fucking Jason, like, oh yeah, Jason also, like, cut off Freddy's arm, and Freddy, like, cut off Jason's fucking fingers, and he, like, stabbed his fingers and his finger knives into Jason's eyes. So fucking Freddy's arm gets, like, stabbed through his chest by Jason, and then Jason, like, falls into the lake, defeated, I guess. And so then probably the corniest line of the movie, fucking Laurie, as Freddy has his arm through his chest, she picks up Jason's machete and says, "Welcome to my world, bitch," and cuts Freddy's head off, and Freddy's body and his head go into the lake. And then fucking that's pretty much how it ends. Will and Laurie fucking get back together, and then there's, I'm trying to remember if it's an after credit scene or if it's before the credits, but basically we get a scene of fucking Jason walking out of Crystal Lake, and he's holding Freddy's head in his hand, and they make you think that Jason won. And New Line, I could tell that they did not want to fucking piss either Freddy or Jason fans off.
No, they didn't.
So Jason starts walking up out of the water, and he has Freddy's head in his hand, and it makes you think Jason won. And then they zoom in on Freddy's head, and Freddy, like, winks and starts laughing, and it starts playing the Nightmare theme. It's this really cool part where it's like, it plays the Nightmare theme, and it's like, dun 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 dun, and then it goes, ch-ch, like, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And that's how the movie ends. But, I mean, Freddy vs. Jason, for what it was, even though the characters and the story of it is a bit fragile, when it comes to what everybody wanted, which was actually Freddy and Jason fighting each other, I feel they absolutely delivered on that.
Yeah, I mean,
100%.
They definitely don't do what Batman vs. Superman did.
Yep, or fucking Kong vs. Godzilla.
Yep.
Fucking, I would have been so mad the first time I seen this if fucking Freddy and Jason started teaming up against somebody. But fucking, so that's pretty much Freddy vs. Jason from 2003. What I'd like to talk about real quick though is
just imagine fucking Freddy says, like, Pamela for some reason, and then Jason talks, his first line says, "That's my mom's name. Why did you say Pamela?" And then they just fucking team up and they just team up and kill everybody.
Oh god. People probably would have been pissed if they did that.
I mean, they did it in fucking Batman vs. Superman.
Yeah, and people were pissed.
So Martha.
They did it with Kong and Godzilla too, and people were pissed about that. And I remember when Kong and Godzilla came out, people were like, I fucking knew it. I knew they were gonna team up, and they legit said, they're like, oh, Lionsgate or whoever makes them, they're like, Lionsgate, you're too much of fucking pussies to actually make one of them die and shit. So, but Freddy vs. Jason, if you can look past, like, the not super great characters and just watch it for Freddy and Jason fighting each other, you'll have a good time watching it. It probably would have been better if Kane Hodder would have got to play Jason.
Yeah.
Because Ken Kersinger, he's good, but he's just very robotic as Jason, I guess is how I would say it. But what I do want to talk about real quick before we get to the final review, I want to talk real quick about the sequel that never was, kind of we'll do a Quentin intermission.
No.
Austin said it's time for the things I forgot. Number 28. I'll stop. So what I want to talk about real quick is the sequel that never was, because there was supposed to be a sequel to Freddy vs. Jason. Yes, it was going to be Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash. And apparently what New Line was doing was they were going to do Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, and it was going to be all this crazy shit where Freddy and Robert Englund was down for it as well, and Bruce Campbell was down for it. Basically, it was going to be where Freddy gets the Necronomicon, and he's like casting all these spells to fuck with Jason. And it was going to be this really cool scene where they had like every victim that Jason killed come back to life to try to kill him and shit. And a lot of really cool things are going to happen in this movie, and there's going to be like fight scenes between all three of them. It's going to be really fucking cool. But the reason it didn't happen, which you can blame it on New Line, is that basically they wanted to have Ash kill Freddy. And basically Ash was going to use the Necronomicon to send Freddy to fucking hell, and which was going to kill Freddy, right? So New Line wasn't having it, even though Robert Englund himself said that he absolutely would love to do that because he thought it was a badass way for Freddy to go out. And for that being his last time playing the character, like, Robert Englund was 100% down with that ending. But New Line said, no, you're not killing Freddy. We're not killing our biggest horror slasher.
Yeah. Fucking New Line's a piece of shit, bro.
And so, New Line, they were like, no, you're not killing Freddy, so they decided to pretty much cancel the movie over it. So, Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash never happened because of the fact that New Line refused to kill Freddy. I don't remember if Jason would have died too or not. I can't remember about that, but I definitely know they're going to have Ash use the Necronomicon to kill Freddy, and Robert Englund was like, hell yes, let's do it. Bruce Campbell was like, hell yes, let's do it. And New Line said, hell no, you're not fucking doing that. Fuck this movie. Got me fucked up. It's pretty much what New Line said. So the movie got canned. Thankfully, though, if you want to see Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, there is comics out there of it. So there is a way to see it, technically. There is comics. If you're really interested in that, I recommend checking those out. They're pretty cool. It kind of gives you an insight into the movie that never was. But yeah, so that's pretty much the sequel to Freddy vs. Jason that never came to be. And there's even like rumors of them doing like a horror cinematic universe, because I remember there was like talks of doing like a Michael versus Pinhead movie and Chucky and Leprechaun movie and all this like crazy shit that never happened. But yeah, so that's pretty much Freddy vs. Jason, man. A really entertaining crossover that for some fucking reason Sci-Fi plays at fucking nauseum. Like, I swear to God, that's like, for years that was like the only fucking movie Sci-Fi would play. Like, they would never play any other Freddy movie or Jason movie. It was always Freddy vs. Jason every goddamn day.
No. They would play the remake for Nightmare for some fucking reason.
Yeah, for some reason they played... I remember, like, they would play Freddy vs. Jason at, like, the most random times, because it would be, like, in the middle of, like, 1 o'clock in the afternoon on, like, a Tuesday, in the middle of, like, fucking April, and they would be playing Freddy vs. Jason, and I would be like, why? And then, but I do remember, like, for some reason, they would do this thing. I remember seeing it multiple times, where Sci-Fi would play Freddy vs. Jason, and then they would play Friday the 13th, 2009, and then they would play Nightmare on Elm Street 2010, all back to back.
It was to the point. It was to the point when I would see like Nightmare 2 on Sci-Fi, I'd be like, no fucking way. There's no way. This can't be physically possible. Like,
Yeah. Bro, I remember it took them so long to get all the Friday the 13th movies onto one collection because fucking Paramount owned the first 8 of them, and then fucking New Line owned fucking Jason Goes to Hell, Jason X, and Freddy vs. Jason. And then I think, wasn't it Platinum Dunes that fucking made the Friday remake? Or something?
I think so.
Like that.
But they're also in association with New Line, so it still worked.
Yeah. So it did take them fucking forever to fucking put everything all on the one collection, though. It's kind of like the same thing with Halloween, where it was fucking Trancas International and fucking Universal and fucking Dimension Films and all this shit, and Blumhouse and everybody goddamn else. Fucking, but yeah, so that's pretty much Freddy vs. Jason from 2003. And with that being said, now that we've gotten to this point, Austin, there's only one more movie left to talk about. We're finally getting to the last movie of this fucking franchise, dude. Oh my god.
Yep, it's time to simp.
Yep, because we've been resurrected, we've been to Manhattan, we've been to hell, we've been to space, we've been in a crossover, we've been every goddamn thing else we could be. Now it's time for us to be remade, because up next is the final Friday the 13th movie, at least as of the making of this video that we're doing. Friday the 13th, 2009.
Yep, and Danielle Panda Baker, slide into my DMs. You know how it is. On to it.
Yep.
Alright, you ready?
Let's do it!
Who's messing with the lights?
Friday the 13th. Rated R. Starts Friday, February 13th.
Alrighty, we are here. We're tired. It's like 2 a.m. my time, 3 a.m. his time, Devon's time.
Yes, sir.
While recording this, we just watched Friday the 13th, 2009.
Yes, sir. The remake, the reboot, whatever you want to call it.
Danielle
At this point, the fucking
Panda Baker is so hot.
Yeah, Austin was simping so fucking hard. So fucking hard.
Literally and figuratively.
Well, for those of you who are watching this, you probably already know that this was the last Friday the 13th film that was ever made. It is the most recent one that has come out, and that is why it is the last review on this retrospective, because at the moment, there is no more Friday the 13th movies, and currently, as it stands... The fuck was that?
I said because of New Line.
Oh, well, as it stands currently, there's no plans for a new Friday the 13th movie. I still don't know what the fuck is going on with, like, the lawsuit. I don't know what they can and can't do now. I don't fucking know. But...
Well, New Line can make another Nightmare film, but that's besides the point.
They could have made another Nightmare film whenever the hell they wanted to. They just never did.
That's besides the point, like I said, because, you know, they're fucking pussies and they won't do
it. Yeah, Austin, on the live commentary we did, he went on like a whole fucking thing about all the films New Line was doing instead of making a new fucking Nightmare film.
Fucking Hello Kitty! Bro.
People love their Hello Kitty, Austin. But anyway, let's get to the nitty gritty and the itty bitty titty committee of what this movie was about. So, this movie started off with people who, well, basically it started off, so this is an odd remake because, you know, when you have remakes like the Halloween one or Nightmare or any other remake, it's more often than not an actual like remake of the original film. But this Friday the 13th was an interesting one because in the first 5 minutes they just show the ending of the first film with Pamela getting beheaded, and then the rest of the movie is like parts 2, 3, and 4 like mashed up together, and it's just like, what the fuck? So it's a remake, but at the same time it's like, I don't even know what you would call it, but like, so the first 5 minutes is just Pamela getting fucking beheaded, and then after that it's just goes right into some counselors that we think are going to be the main characters, but it turns out they're fucking not, and they're just pretty much there for a setup and B, a body count, because the one girl ends up getting captured by Jason. I will say the kills were pretty brutal in this movie. That's one thing I do gotta give it credit for. It has some pretty brutal kills. But, yeah, fucking, she gets captured, and then pretty much everybody else in that group fucking dies. And then we get the fucking title card, and then we go from that to following a new cast of characters who are these fucking teens that are going out to like this douchebag guy's, like, I don't know what it's considered, like a vacation house, I don't know, but fucking they go there, and there's also this guy, he's from Supernatural, his name's Clay in the movie. He is the brother of the girl that got captured in the beginning, and he is trying to find her. He's going around asking the locals, and he asks this like one old lady, and she pretty much says like, you know, when people go missing around here, that pretty much means they're fucking dead. And like they make it seem like all the locals, like she's kind of like the crazy Ralph of this movie.
Yeah.
But they make it seem like the locals know about Jason, and that they're all fucking like terrified of him, and they will warn people, but if the people go there and actually die, like they don't give a fuck. But so he is trying to ask everybody he can to find his sister, and he ends up meeting the group of teens that I was just talking about and asking them if they've seen his sister. And the one girl who becomes the main chick in the movie, at least for most of the movie, her name is Jenna in the movie. That's who Austin was simping over so hard. And fucking so basically these characters is like the most generic like teenage group Friday the 13th slasher film stereotypes. You got the guy who's the douchebag that cheats on his girlfriend. You got the slut girl that shows her tits and has a sex scene. You got fucking the horny couple as well. You got the token minority characters that they use for comedy, and then you got the main survivor girl, at least you fucking thought, and then you got the main guy who becomes her fucking love interest because the other guy is a fucking douchebag. Oh, also the ones at the beginning were stereotypes as well, because they're fucking like same thing, like sex and fucking stoners and shit. So
Look how old Danielle is.
What'd you say?
I said, I wonder how old Danielle is. Danielle Panabaker.
I don't know, but I'm sure you're gonna fucking find out.
Oh, I'm gonna find out, yeah.
But, so, since the one guy is being a dick, Jenna pretty much decides, fuck you, I'm gonna go with this Clay guy, and they go to
Yeah, she looks
search,
good
like,
for 35.
She's just fucking threw me off. Wait, she's 35 right now?
Yeah, she still looks great.
So fucking, hold on a second, so, she's 35 now, and this came out in 2009, so... Wait, hold on.
She would have been 22.
22. Yeah. So she was pretty young when she did this movie then.
She looked good back then, she looks good now.
Well, fucking, so she goes with Clay to help him look for his sister because her boyfriend is being a fucking douchebag, and they go and start looking around Camp Crystal Lake to see if they can find his sister anywhere. And then the other character, I'm just gonna call them the fucking teens, even though obviously none of them are fucking teens, they're fucking adults, but the teens fucking, they drink and fucking party and fucking, they end up going out onto the lake with like a boat and stuff, and the one couple like is swimming in the water. Well, the one was on the boat, and then the chick falls in the water, and then she fucking, her boyfriend gets shot in the head with an arrow, and they have this really cool shot where she like looks around like the edge of the lake, like they do like a 360 shot, and they have this badass shot of like Jason like in the distance, like holding a crossbow. It looks fucking badass. Like Jason was so badass in this movie.
Yeah, he really was. Like besides Danielle's tits, he was probably the best part of the movie.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just, I let me simp, alright?
But, so, she tries to get away from Jason, and then because her boyfriend got shot in the head driving the boat, he runs into her and causes her to bleed. So she tries to hide under the docks, and Jason stabs a machete through the docks into her head and lifts her up and shows her tits, which is a pretty sick kill. If I would have been able to find a fucking PNG of that, I would have put it in the live commentary thumbnail. But nevertheless, fucking, then fucking, why don't you talk for a little bit? I've been talking since the beginning of this thing.
Yeah. Danielle Panabaker, please slide into my DMs.
Oh my fucking head.
We're at fucking... Shit, I think I don't remember much besides Danielle.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, that's... I remember like the last parts of the movie. Where were you at?
Where she got stabbed in the head under the docks, and it showed her tits.
Have you talked about when the girl was drinking and dancing yet?
No.
Okay, well then the girl gets drunk. The one girl that fucking wants to fuck the douchebag, gets drunk and dances and shit, and then fucking the other two guys, like the token stereotype characters, the Asian guy, he breaks the douchebag's chair, and and goes out to the shed to get something to fix it. Well, then
He said,
the
"Man, that was a family heirloom. My dad's gonna kill me."
Yeah, I'm sorry. The family heirloom. I'm sorry.
Like, who has a fucking stool as a family heirloom?
And
like, what the fuck?
After that, the guy and the one chick go fuck, and what is the longest fucking sex scene I have ever seen? Like there's no possible way you could have the stamina for that. Honestly, unless you're a fucking pro athlete, there's no fucking way you have the stamina for that.
Yeah, and while that's going on, they also have where Clay and Jenna are like going around the camp, and they end up like seeing Jason, but they don't know who he is, and like they see him like carrying, I think it was canoes or something like that, and so they kind of like follow him around and see what he's doing, and then like this is where we end up finding out like that Jason apparently like hides bodies and stuff of like, because he was like in the process of like dealing with the bodies of the teenagers that he killed in the beginning, and fucking so they just observe Jason, and then they accidentally make some noise which causes Jason to go after them, but they get away. But they also set off one of his booby traps, because this is where they show that Jason isn't just the same old, like, dumb, lumbering Jason that we've seen since part 2. This is fucking badass, like, wilderness hunter, survivalist, fucking man-beast Jason. And he, like, set up booby traps around the camp, and he also has like secret tunnels that he goes down into. We also see like he goes into like these tunnels into like this underground like cave where he has Clay's sister, and the reason he captured her is because she looks exactly like his mom for some reason, and he thinks that that's his mom. And Jason gets like really confused and frustrated because she's telling him, I'm not her, but Jason believes that she is. But yeah.
Yeah, and then fucking they get to where they're all in the, or wait, well, they go into a whole chase and shit. The one chick that's fucking the douchebag dies after they had that long fucking sex scene because they figure out everything. The black guy gets a fucking axe thrown at him.
Yeah, the fucking badass axe throw.
And then the other guy gets, I think it was a screwdriver put in his neck.
Yeah, was it the Asian guy?
Yeah, Asian guy. And
yeah,
then,
he went in the shed and he was fucking playing hockey, and fucking Jason walked up, and the first thing, instead of like, I don't know, trying to run, like the first thing he decides to do is he gives Jason the hockey stick, and he was like, "Here you go. It matches your outfit." Like, what the fuck?
And then fucking Trent, the fucking douchebag character, I think that's what his name was. I think that's.
Oh, we forgot to mention how Jason got his mask, because he starts out as Sackhead Jason, and he gets this hockey mask. Yeah, you explain it.
Yeah, so he gets the hockey mask, but the way he gets the hockey mask is he like kills this character that they have the brother meet before, and I swear to God, like the worst, like. Okay, there's 2 lines in this movie that actually make me want to, like, cross my legs and crawl up in a ball and die. That's how fucking bad they are. There's the one line with this guy where he gets startled and he says, "You were this close for pushing the start button to a can of ass whooping, pal." And I was like, what the fuck is that? That's terrible. So fucking bad. And then when the fucking douchebag is fucking the bitch,
I like how these characters have actual names, but like they're just calling him the douchebag and the bitch.
Well, that's what they were.
I know.
So the douchebag and the bitch were fucking, and the guy goes, "Oh, your tits are stupendous."
Yeah.
And I can't. No.
Dude, it's like the worst acting. He's like, wow, your tits are like so perfect. Like they're stupendous. Like your tits are just rad, babe. Like what the fuck kind of acting is that?
Yeah, it's like there's nobody in their right mind would say that. It's like, oh my god. But no, he kills the guy who talks about pushing the start button to a can of ass whooping. And that's how he gets his fucking hockey mask.
Yeah. And the fucking guy was reading porn too. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, and he killed the douche canoe by putting him on a fucking, like, impaling him on the truck and letting the truck, like, drive and shit. So then they get to where they hide out in his cabin and find his little bunker, and they find the sister, Whitney, the person from the, like, beginning of the film that survived, and they all try to escape, but he's, like, right there. He kills Danielle Panda Baker, which made my fucking heart sad, and they fucking run away, and I just didn't care after that, so you can just go on and say the rest.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking... So are we at the ending now?
Pretty much, yeah.
So there is one cool scene where, like, I think it's the douchebag guy. He tries to get away from Jason, and he tries to stop, like, this tow truck to get, like, a lift, and Jason, like, picks him up and fucking choke slams him on the back of the truck and impales him, and then the truck drives away as Jason stands there looking like a badass. But it comes down to where Clay and Jenna find Whitney, and they try to get her out of the tunnel without Jason knowing, but he ends up finding out, so he goes after him. And Clay and Whitney get out, and Jenna goes to get out, and she gets fucking killed, which made Austin sad.
I wanted to see her perky tits more. Alright. Oh, I still had the timer going.
Jesus Christ. We just did the live commentary before this. I guess Austin forgot to turn the timer off.
I forgot to turn the timer off. Jesus.
But, so they end up running from Jason, and they go to, like, this fucking random barn that they find, and it has, like, this, I don't even know, like, what do you call it? It's like this thing, what the fuck is it?
Like a wood chipper? Maybe?
I think it was like a wood chipper thing, and so, like, they decide, like, that's how they have to kill Jason, and so firstly Jason tries to put one of them through it, and it doesn't work, and then they wrap a chain around Jason's neck and put the chain in there, and it starts sucking him towards it. I think also, like, Whitney does, like, the thing where she tries to act like Pamela to, like, make Jason confused.
Yeah.
And then, like, Jason gets his fucking head put in the wood chipper, and there's, like, blood all over the place, and so they presume Jason to be dead. And then the ending of the film is Clay and Whitney are on the dock, and they're finally, you know, happily ever after. They defeated Jason, and they're trying to figure out what they want to do next. And that's when all of a sudden Jason bursts up through the dock and tries and grabs, I think it was Whitney or one of them. He grabbed him, and then it just cut off and ended. And that was Friday the 13th, 2009. Fucking strange, a very strange remake, and not a bad one by any means, but I would say when it comes to remaking the actual first film, it's very, very bad at it, because it doesn't actually remake the first film, but as a kind of reboot to the franchise, I think it's pretty decent. And like I said, when you compare it to other remakes, it is definitely one of the better ones. Yeah, Rob Zombie Halloween 1 and 2. But yeah, definitely I enjoyed it. And yeah, fucking that's the last fucking film that they made for this fucking franchise. So as it stands right now, this is it, really.
Yep.
Will New Line make more? Who the fuck knows?
No, they won't. No, they won't. They're fucking too busy making Hello Kitty. Fuck it off, man.
Yeah. Well, now that the lawsuit's over, like, I suppose they could do something, but I don't really know what they can do. But New Line probably ain't gonna do shit anyway.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, we can at least be thankful that we got fucking 12 movies in this fucking franchise, because Freddy doesn't even have that.
Yeah.
What's that?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
You were cutting out bad.
It's because of Austin shit. But, it always is, every single time. I was saying, doesn't Freddy only have like 7 or 8 films?
8 if you count Freddy vs. Jason, or I guess 9 if you count the remake. But I don't like to count the remake.
Well, you kind of have to.
I don't like to count the remake because it's an atrocity among men. Like that is like that remake actually pisses me off.
Jesus.
Like it actually, like I don't want to do a live commentary on it. That's how much it pisses me off. I have no desire to watch that film ever again. I've watched it once. That's all I have to watch it.
Jesus.
Like I'm not even joking. Like at least like with you could watch the Rob Zombie Halloween movies. You didn't want to, but you could actually like watch them and say some good things about them. I cannot say anything good about this film at all.
Jesus.
There's just no way. The acting's bad, the writing's bad, the cinematography's bad, the fucking everything's bad. The fucking Freddy's bad. I can't. I can't be bothered to watch that movie again.
You could do it, Austin.
No, I just genuinely cannot be bothered. We probably need to end this though.
Yeah.
Get to our, I'm guessing our ranking, if we're doing a ranking. I don't know. We don't got this all there now. Yep, ranking. Yep.
That was the fucking Friday the 13th franchise.
Yep.
Kind of anticlimactic ending, but it is what it is. They were supposed to do a sequel to this, but it got canceled, so there may have been that would have been, that's crazy, because that would have been the 13th Friday the 13th movie.
Yeah, and you know what ruined that?
New Line.
New Line.
Nightmare.
And Nightmare, yeah.
So we keep blaming fucking the Nightmare remake. We're never gonna get this over with.
Jesus Christ.
I hate that film so much.
I can tell you sound like you have a fucking burning fucking hatred for it.
It's honestly the worst.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, they wouldn't have brought back fucking Danielle, but you know, it still would have been. I would hope a decent movie, you know. But you know, fucking Nightmare had to ruin that. Nightmare remake had to ruin that. So, nonetheless, though, we will see you in the ranking. This is our reviews of every Friday the 13th film. God, it was long. I'm assuming future me is pissed right now because of how much I'm fucking editing, along with all the other stuff I'm working on because I put myself and give myself too many projects.
Yep.
They'll all get done someday. It's alright.
One day. Maybe it'll take you till fucking as far in the future as Jason X to get it done.
Jesus. Well, nonetheless, see you guys in the ranking, and peace.
Alright, the ranking. It's a long-ass video.
We finally gotten to this point where we reviewed the entire fucking franchise. And it's time for the finale of this fucking video where we rank every Friday the 13th movie on a tier list. So, fucking hell.
I
If you
feel
made
like
it to
Quentin.
this point of the video, big props to you. Yeah. Well, the only way you'll be able to feel like Quentin, Austin, is if you fucking do a conspiracy board.
Bro, I've done now I have because my Babysitter's a Vampire is coming out before this, and I had that 70s show along with me doing the fucking Nut Shack and Clone High as well. So I feel, I honestly feel like I've done at least maybe 3 Quentin videos with all of those combined.
Oh, fucking. At least we didn't have to fucking do a conspiracy board about every fucking goddamn, every fucking romance and shit like Quentin does. Or go in depth of every character from every
He
movie
still
and shit.
tweets about Victorious.
Yep.
He still tweets about Victorious, man.
So, at this point, we probably said multiple times in this video that we've recorded this at different times. Currently, when we're recording this part, we've been working on this video for we started working on it about a year ago. We came up with the idea 2 years ago, but so it's been we're about a year into working on this video, so this video's been a long time coming. So I'm glad we're finally getting this done.
Yeah.
So, are we ready to do the ranking?
Yes, I am ready.
Alright, Austin, take it away.
Well, starting off with Friday the 13th Part 1. It's not called Part 1, but fuck me, there's goddamn 12 films.
You could just say 1980.
That's true. 1980. Fucking, we decided to put that in S tier because it's the original and everything.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes down to Part 2, we put that also an S tier at the bottom of S tier.
Yep.
Where do we put Part 3, Devon?
Friday the 13th Part 3 goes at the bottom of C tier.
Okay.
Part 4 is at the bottom of A tier.
Mm-hmm.
Part
5
oh, yep.
is at the top of C tier.
Top of C tier, yep. Part 7 is at the bottom of... why am I doing Part 7? I'm fucking dark.
Why, you're just gonna skip Jason Lives like that?
No. Part 6 is at the top of A tier.
Fucking Part 7 is at the bottom of B tier.
Part 8 is at D tier. There's nothing else in D tier. I'll let Devon talk about the next one because he loves it.
I'll take the helm on this one. Friday the 13th. You know, it's not even called Friday the 13th. Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday, has its own special tier that I called Purgatory because fuck this movie. There you go.
Oh, God. Jason X goes into the top of B tier.
Freddy vs. Jason is in the middle of B tier.
And because the lovely Danielle Panabaker, the remake goes in the middle of S tier. I don't care what you guys say. If Devon gets to make his own... if Devon gets to make his own Purgatory tier, I get to put the fucking remake in S tier because of Danielle Panabaker.
I'm sorry, but if I put Jason Goes to Hell on any of these other tiers, I would genuinely feel bad for the other movies that they would have to be on the other tiers with that. Even Part 8, I loathe Part 8, but even I wouldn't disrespect Part 8 like that by putting Jason Goes to Hell next to it. I'm sorry, but Jason Goes to Hell, that's the only place it can be is in Purgatory. That's where it needs to fucking stay for the rest of the time.
Well, that was our ranking. I'm planning on doing a more in-depth ranking, like a list ranking, in the future.
Yeah. Same here.
Fucking.
We both did one on the Halloween movies last year.
Yeah. Are we gonna do it separate like we did last year, or are we gonna do it together this time?
I mean, I assume so, because, I mean, our opinions are slightly deferred on this tier list, but I know there was, like, no way I was gonna fucking argue you out of putting the remake in S tier. So.
No, there's no way, because her ass was too nice, alright? You can't... Just like you can't disrespect all the other movies, you can't disrespect her ass.
Okay, well, what would have happened if fucking I would have put Jason Goes to Hell on the same tier as the remake? What would happen then?
See, I know you wouldn't have done that because that's S tier. The remake is S tier, bro. That would mean you would say the fucking. Yeah, I mean you would say. Is that what you are you wanting to change it, Devon? Are you wanting to change Jason Goes to Hell?
I was just asking how would you feel if you seen Jason Goes to Hell next to the remake?
Oh, I would like it.
Me personally, I wouldn't put the remake S tier. I would probably put it A tier, but because of Austin's simping, it has to be S tier.
I mean, that was like...
The only movie that went above that is the original because of the fact it's the original.
Yeah.
So.
But on that note, though,
this has been a long fucking video, bro. Goddamn, this might be one of the longest things we've ever fucking done together.
Yeah, it's different with like my other fucking videos because you're on intermissions and shit, but you're not on the whole thing. So this is like a very different type deal.
Oh yeah, fucking. Not only was I on was this thing, I edited half the thing too.
Yeah,
this is 50-50 effort.
50-50 effort, yes.
And I will say, goddamn, some of these movies were painstaking to get through.
Oh man.
But yeah, what a monster project. I'm glad we finally finished it.
Same here. But
Will
on
we
that,
ever do anything like this again, Austin?
it depends on what we do it on, to be completely honest.
What about Wrong Turn? Austin?
Fuck you.
Would you do it on Nightmare?
Possibly. I've thought about it.
Yeah, see, we could do that, and then we get to hear you scream about the remake like I screamed about Jason Goes to Hell.
That's... See, that is one reason I've hesitated. Because
it's going to be the thing you dread the most, too, because it's the last movie, too.
Yes, I know.
So, like, the whole time we do it, you're just going to be dreading it and dreading it and dreading it because it's the final one.
See, I don't like the remake so much that I won't even make fucking a compare and contrast, because there's nothing to compare. The remake sucks so bad, you cannot compare the remake to the original, or I will fucking slap you. But yeah.
Well, that was the Friday the 13th retrospective. Jesus Christ, man. What a franchise. Ups and downs and some of the wackiest things I've ever seen in horror movies, and absolutely, compared to other franchises I've seen, absolutely no fucks were given, and absolutely zero fucking canon. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you think this is zero fucking canon? Try watching the Texas Chainsaw movies.
I've never seen those, so I don't know what the fucking canon even is. If they're
the canon is so fucked. There are so many prequels and sequels and requels, and it's not even fun.
4 remakes.
So okay, so there's fucking the first, I think 4, I believe. I think there's 4, and the only like reoccurring character from each of those movies is Leatherface. Like his family doesn't even reoccur as much as Leatherface does. It's understandable. But and after that they remade it in 2003. Then they did a prequel to the remake. Then they made fucking a movie in 2013 that's supposed to be a requel to the first one. Then they made a pre-requel in 2017 called Leatherface, and then they made a fucking another requel that is just connected to the fucking first movie in 2022.
Jesus Christ.
It's actually just fucked. That's why that's one movie franchise I just don't own, because I only own Leatherface, and that's because it was like $5. Or no, it was when like movies at Walmart used to be like $3.74 at one point. But yeah.
Yeah, I remember going to Walmart one time. It was like after Leatherface 2017 came out, and I swear it was like a month or two after it came out, and I saw it in the $5 bin, and I was like, no way, it's
because
there already.
Because it was direct to DirecTV. It is the only movie I've ever seen that was, for the first like month it was out, it was direct to DirecTV. They could only watch it. If you had AT&T Universe, you couldn't do it. If you had fucking Dish, you couldn't watch it. If you had fucking anything else, you couldn't fucking watch it. No, DirecTV. Like, like, honestly, the only other movie franchises that I would even think about doing this on again, maybe Nightmare. I don't even fucking know about Child's Play, because I don't know how long that's going to last, especially with the TV series.
What about Scream?
Those movies aren't fucking over yet either. God damn it.
What about Let me think. Actually, I don't know.
See, like, there's franchises like I've thought about Hellraiser.
Oh god. See, you're like the only person that I know that actually owns all of those physically.
I know. I know I'm the only person. like, because when we, like, things start getting worse when we look at other horror movies, because you think Leprechaun is going to start getting bad if we do that. Fucking, like, towards the middle of Child's Play going to start getting bad. Half of Texas Chainsaw Massacre is going to be fucking atrocious. Fucking Puppet Master, I don't even want to think. No. Just no. Wrong Turn, no. Never. Saw, I know you wouldn't agree to. Like,
what about something like Evil Dead?
Well, see, then there's that too, because apparently there's going to be an Evil Dead Rise sequel.
Oh my god!
So
Just don't stop,
they don't stop. That's what I'm talking. That's what I was talking to you about earlier. The fucking Hollywood just don't stop. Like anything that's marketable, it never ends.
It kind of pisses me off that we did a whole Halloween franchise ranking, and now there's like rumors that they're gonna do even more films. And it's like, seriously, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same.
One bad enough?
It's the same thing with fucking Jurassic Park, because you were talking about that a couple months back. Nothing ever ends.
I would do a retrospective on Jurassic Park. I would, but after it gets to Jurassic World, I would have a stroke having to watch Fallen Kingdom and Dominion again. I've seen both of those twice now. So,
well, third time might be the charm there. You might see the genius in those movies. I'm joking.
You know how awful they are. You see them.
I know.
I have no idea why they want to make more. They're talking about making another fucking trilogy. I'm like, bro, this franchise got 2 trilogies. One is great and one is trash.
I mean, if we're talking about like sci-fi franchises, I wouldn't mind doing Terminator.
We could do a Sharknado retrospective.
Fuck you. Fuck you, bro.
It's sci-fi.
I know I'm not meaning sci-fi like the channel.
But, oh, I thought that's what you meant.
No, I meant the genre. Why would I mean the channel?
I don't know. Fucking, that's where they played the Nightmare remake all the time.
I know. It's one reason I fucking hate fucking sci-fi, because that's where I first fucking saw the Nightmare remake.
Same here. That's the first place I saw it, because they were playing Freddy vs. Jason, and then they played the Friday remake and then Nightmare remake, and they did it like back to back, like all day one day. And I was like, why?
I was so disgusted. That was supposed to be a fucking a school project, and I said, fuck that. I'm not turning it in. I'm not doing it. I was so fucking disgusted.
We could do the Jeepers Creepers franchise.
Go fuck yourself.
What about Children of the Corn?
Bro! That's like Puppet Master's level of bad. You don't understand.
Jesus Christ. What about something like the Conjuring universe?
You're just...
okay. What about Insidious? That only has like 4 movies, doesn't it?
Oh, nope, 5.
Oh, it has 5? I thought there was only 4.
Well, 1 just came out this year.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, there's also Paranormal Activity as well.
Bro, that's like fucking hell long too. And they're all the same. You know, one I wouldn't mind doing, it would be fucked, but we could just laugh at how bad they are. The parody movies, like the movie movies.
Are you talking about shit like Scary Movie?
So there's 5 scary movies, right? But there's also I think it's 3 other movies. It's called the movie trilogy, and it's by the same people.
Disaster movie, right?
Yeah, it's by the same people who made Scary Movie. So, Disaster Movie is by far the worst one, by far. That one, it has Kim Kardashian as an actress.
No.
Then there's Date Movie, and then there's Epic Movie.
I have not heard of that one.
Oh, it's bad. It has fucking Kumar from Harold and Kumar in it. That's like the only fucking noticeable thing.
Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, we'll decide on something to do, because...
I would be fine to do that next, because, I mean, fucking... We could, like, take a break from horror movies, because we're gonna be doing horror movies a lot.
Well, the first Scary Movie is a horror movie, technically.
Well, it's more comedy, though. I feel like that series is more comedy, so I wouldn't mind doing...
It's by far the best Scary Movie.
Yeah. I enjoy Scary Movie 2 to an extent.
I like 2, and 3 is where it starts getting
Yeah,
4 I did
3...
not like. 5 I did not like.
3, I think, is main... Oh, you're not gonna like the other trilogy, too, I hope you know. You're gonna fucking hate those. They're bad. Like, they're absolutely terrible.
I remember when I first seen them, like, I seen the first one, I was like, oh, it's a parody of Scream, and I Know What You Did Last Summer. So I thought, because it was called Scary Movie, I thought every movie was going to be a parody on different horror movies, but they started doing parodies on, like, other shit, like fucking 5 is a parody of fucking Mama and Planet of the Apes. And I was like, why? Like, what the fuck? And 3 has fucking aliens and shit, and I was like, what the fuck?
I think 3 was trying to deal with, like, science and shit. I think it also had, like, an 8 Mile parody for some fucking reason.
Oh, yeah, it did. Oh, yeah.
I think 4 is the last one fucking Anna Faris is in. And then Charlie Sheen is, like, the new, main character. By the way, Charlie Sheen, for some reason, is in that series. I don't know why. Like, he's in there from 3 to 5, and I don't...
Oh, isn't there a scene where Charlie Sheen, like, takes some kind of pills or something, and he gets, like, a massive dick or something?
I don't even remember. I remember the third movie starts off with Charlie Sheen pissing. Like, not even joking.
Jesus Christ, man. Well, is that something you're planning on doing soon?
Well, I mean, we don't have to do it soon. We could probably wait to do it until after the Christmas special if you wanted.
True. Oh, yeah, cause we'll be doing live commentaries as well, I assume.
Yeah. See, the scary...
Terry Crews is in the 5th one.
Yeah, the thing is, we would have to split them up, like, towards the date they were released to, because I think Date Movie, Epic Movie, and Disaster Movie were all released in between Scary Movie 5 and 4, so... one of them might have released the same year, I don't fucking know. I have to look them up, but...
Well, are we ready to end this long-ass retrospective now?
Yes, we are.
So, before we end it, is there, like, anything you want to say just on Friday the 13th as a whole franchise?
It's a wacky fucking franchise. A lot of nudity, a lot of kills. Probably the most kills we'll ever see, honestly. And
I think they said Jason has the highest body count of any slasher, I think.
Didn't they have Michael take that over, or did that never happen?
I remember Jason was the most. I think Michael and Freddy were like 2nd and 3rd. I think Michael might have passed Freddy now. I don't know if he's passed Jason.
I think he had already passed Freddy, because I think Freddy was like the lowest.
For all I know, fucking Ghostface is probably up there now with all the fucking new Scream movies.
Yeah.
But I guess my thoughts on the franchise as a whole is just some of the movies I love, some I fucking hate. Franchise has had a lot of good, a lot of bad, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of very questionable decisions, a lot of, I'm assuming, fucking cocaine and drugs while these movies were made, a lot of controversy, a lot of fanfare, and whether, you know, you say any of these movies are terrible or if they're amazing, whatever you think of any of these movies, like the franchise is cemented as one of the most recognizable horror franchises, and Jason is arguably the most recognizable slasher, honestly, out of any of them. So it's a franchise I've loved for a long time, and there's a lot of funny moments from the movies that I think back on. There's a lot of memes I see from the movies. Even some of the stupidest things they did have become memes now, so it's kind of funny to laugh at them now.
Yeah.
But overall, as a franchise, I enjoy it, and I think even though there's some terrible movies in it, it's going to be remembered as one of the greatest slasher franchises ever. So
Yeah.
that's pretty much all I got to say is for Friday the 13th.
Well, to end it off, Danielle Panabaker, my DMs are open, and Devon loves Part 9.